Chapter 77. The fire in the room was actually not too big. The silk screen in the outer room had already been burnt by the high temperature, but the furniture and utensils were still unharmed. At this moment, the room was like the water curtain cave in the mountain of flowers and fruits. Outside was a curtain of water, but inside was a different world. Yang Mingsheng felt his way to the door of the room. Even though his face was wrapped in thick bandages, but his hands and feet were being roasted, and the heat waves he breathed in and swallowed made it clear to him that there was a fire in the room. Yang Mingsheng could not help but shout, "Someone come! Someone come quickly!" He had once felt that there was nothing left to live for, but when the god of death really walked in front of him, he still felt fear from the bottom of his heart. "Sir Langzhong, there is no need to be anxious. It will take a while for the fire to reach here." An old and somewhat hoarse voice suddenly sounded in his ears. This voice was far too familiar to Yang Mingsheng. He did not know how many nightmares he had these past few days, but all of them were filled with this voice. Yang Mingsheng jumped in fright and almost fell down, but he was firmly supported by a pair of arms. The heat in the room surged, but Yang Mingsheng felt a bone-chilling cold. He would never forget this person. It was this person who used boiling water to cruelly blind his eyes, burned his face, and destroyed his future and hopes. Now, he heard this voice again. Yang Mingsheng's body violently trembled. He suddenly asked in a hoarse voice, "Where is Kai Dongcheng?" "Dead. Wu Xiaodong. He's also dead." That person lightly laughed. "In addition, a few people have died. Right now, your residence is on fire. When the sun rises, your residence will become a piece of white land." Yang Mingsheng screamed in a hoarse voice, "Demon, you demon! Don't be impatient. Yang Langzhong, we don't have much time left." The voice by his ear was very gentle. "This fire is actually not big at all. It will only burn one of your Yang family's residences. For the entirety of Luoyang City, and even for the entire Xiaowen workshop, it will not have the slightest effect. It will not affect other families, and even your own family and relatives will not be affected much." The outer hall had already begun to burn. The doors and windows made crackling sounds, just like firecrackers during the New Year. Yang Fan said, "You and your wife do not get along. I heard that even your daughter is not your biological daughter." Yang Fan moved closer to his ear and whispered, "That little girl, I've seen her before. She is very beautiful. That facial features really do not resemble you at all. Master Langzhong is really perceptive. She is indeed not your daughter. No wonder you dislike her so much." Yang Mingsheng was so angry that his entire body began to tremble. His eye sockets were filled with pain, most likely from his wounds. "Get out of my way! Get out of my way!" Yang Fan leisurely said, "If you die, your wife can remarry. Perhaps she can marry the person she truly likes. And the daughter you've raised for so many years will also find her biological father. They can live better lives, at least happier than when they were by your side. Your family and servants can also be packed up and sent to other people. And this residence of yours, after it has been burnt to a piece of white land, your wife will perhaps sell this land to someone else and move in with her lover. Or perhaps she will build a new mansion here. After all, although her family does not have any power, they are very rich. They can build a bedroom here and set up her wedding bed on top of your bones." Yang Mingsheng's body was trembling. Every word of Yang Fan was like a knife deeply stabbing into his heart. Every word that Yang Fan said undoubtedly had a high possibility of becoming a reality. Because of this, that kind of anger and sorrow was far more unbearable than the pain on his body. But he was no longer the authoritative disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice who held the power of life and death. In the raging fire, He was only a blind man without the strength to truss a chicken. An assassin could crush him like an ant at any time. He was trembling like a leaf in the wind. Yang Fan's voice gradually became cold, like a bleak autumn wind blowing past his body. And me, Yang Longzhong, that fire that you set, burned my sky, burned everything that I had. That day, I fell from a tree and went out for the first time after recuperating at home for 3 months. That day, my mother was making bone soup for me at home. She said that it would take 100 days for my injured muscles and bones to recover, so I still had to continue recuperating. My father was sharpening a ruler because I did not want to study properly. He broke the ruler when he was teaching me a lesson. That day, Sister Xiuxiu was embroidering a wedding dress under the sun, while Uncle Chiu and Uncle Fong were playing chess under the shade of a tree. I don't remember whether it was a locust tree or an elm tree. It was too long ago. That day, my neighbor Sanshizi was herding sheep in the wilderness. I was chased by a big white goose, and my sister carried me up the mountain. Yang Fan's eyes gradually filled with crystalline tears. He looked at young Mingsheng, who could no longer stand steadily. The light from the fire reflected on his face, but it was as cold as reflecting a block of ice. With a single order from you, all of my family died. My friends and my neighbors also died. That village was labeled as a plague, and since then, it has become an abandoned land. Now, it has become a wasteland. You killed my entire family, but I only seek revenge on you, not your wife and daughter. You are much luckier than me, don't you think so, Yang Longzhong? You are not an old man. Hearing his words, Yang Mingsheng suddenly came back to his senses. Yang Fan quietly said, "Yes, I am not old. That year, I was only 9 years old. Thanks to you, from that year onwards, I became an orphan." His voice was no longer old, but had returned to the clear voice of a young man. Yang Mingsheng's trembling body gradually calmed down. He already knew that he had no way out. The other party would not let him go, so why should he be afraid? After all, he was not an ordinary person. At this time, his spiritual sense gradually became clear. Thinking back to everything that had happened in the past, he could no longer say that he hated him. After all, the other party had enough reason to seek revenge on him. Although if he had the slightest chance, he still would not let go of the opportunity to put the other party to death. But this in itself had nothing to do with hatred. But he also knew that this kind of opportunity was also impossible. Right now, he only had one doubt left. Why did this person take the risk to break into the room to see him? Yang Longzhong, your life ends today. I came to see you because I want to ask clearly who it was that made you come all the way to Xiaozhou to kill people. Who is the mastermind behind the scenes, and what is your purpose? Yang Mingsheng let out a strange sneer and asked mockingly, "What makes you think I will tell you?" Yang Fan said, "Because Kai Dongcheng and the others are all dead, and you will die soon. If you don't tell me, it is very likely that I will never find out the truth of the Xiaozhou murder case." Yang Mingsheng sneered and said, "So what could it be that if the Xiaozhou murder case cannot be redressed, I will not die in peace?" Yang Fan said calmly, "In that case, I won't be able to find the real murderer. If I can't find the real murderer, I won't be able to continue the investigation. If I can't continue the investigation, then for me it will be a pity, but I won't be in any danger. I can buy a house, marry a wife, have children, and live a good life. And the real mastermind behind you can also live with a clear conscience until he dies of old age. I think this is not what you want to see, right?" These words sounded a bit strange, but Yang Mingsheng understood, so he became silent. Yang Mingsheng was silent for a long time. The fire was burning closer and closer. Even Yang Fan had a feeling of suffocation and burning pain. From time to time, a piece of wood for fuel would fall from the roof, and sparks would fly in front of them. The house was already on the verge of collapse. Yang Fan wrapped himself in the quilt and said, "Originally, I wanted to give you a quick death. Now, you can slowly burn in the fire. When the fire engulfs your body, remember to think about how many innocent people have died in your hands like this." Yang Fan wanted to jump out of the house, but Yang Mingxing suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Yang Fan stopped. Yang Mingxing screamed, "Miao Shenka, Qiu Shenji." Yang Fan flashed to his side, raised his foot, and kicked, using a square table to knock away a falling wooden beam. Amid the sparks, he asked, "Miao Shenka, Qiu Shenji? Why did they want to massacre that manor?" He had heard of the name Qiu Shenji, but he had never heard of Miao Shenka. Yang Mingxing laughed crazily. His laughter sounded like he was crying. "How would I know? Ha ha! In the eyes of the powerful, I, Yang, am just a nobody. If they want me to do something, I have to do it. How would I know why? Ha ha ha! I also want to know why." When Yang Fan rushed out of the fire, the house behind him shook a few times and collapsed with a loud bang. The fire immediately became more intense, forcing people to retreat more than 10 steps before they could stand firmly. Yang Fan's clothes were burnt in many places, and his hair and eyebrows were burnt. Steward Lu supported him and asked anxiously, "Where is our Lang?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "The fire was too big. I didn't find the doctor. Later, I couldn't bear it anymore and ran out." The sky was turning white. Amidst the dancing flames, the bell on the gate of heaven rang. The ringing of the bell covered the cries and screams in Yang Mingxing's house. Chapter 78. Yang Longzhong's residence has so many soldiers and officials. Since when was it your turn to show off? You just had to rush in to save him. Look at your injuries. What if you become disabled? Jiang Suning sat on the edge of the bed and kept complaining. His mother and Ma Qiao stood to the side and let Jiang Suning say all the words. Even they couldn't interrupt. Pasta was an unmarried lady, and Yang Fan was a single young man. Therefore, Jiang Suning didn't usually come to Yang Fan's house. This time, when he heard that Yang Fan was injured at Lang Zhong's residence, he hurriedly dragged his mother to visit. Yang Fan said shyly, "Sister Ning, it's not what you think. I was already injured before I broke into Yang Longzhong's bedroom to save him. The assassin was running around the residence and setting fires. I was sleeping in my room when I heard the commotion in the residence. I ran out in a daze and was stabbed in the head. Luckily, I ran fast enough. It's just that Steward Lu clearly said he would give me $1 million at the beginning. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rushed into the fire and risked my life. At that time, Steward Lu said he would give him $1 million. However, since he couldn't save Yang Longzhong, the reward was naturally reduced. In the end, he only gave him 10,000. Jiang Suning poked his forehead and said coquettishly, What if you rushed in and burned your face? You'd look like an ugly monster. At that time, you wouldn't even be able to cry. You really value money more than your life. I was so angry that I wanted to ignore you. This is the chicken soup my mother made for you early in the morning. Drink it while it's still hot." She helped Yang Fan sit up. Mother Jiang poured a bowl of chicken soup from the crock. Yang Fan took it and drank a few mouthfuls. Suddenly, he remembered something. He raised his head and asked, "Sister Ning, where did this chicken soup come from? You killed the old hen at home?" Jiang Suning nodded. Yang Fan lamented, "Sigh, that old hen was very good at laying eggs. Why did you kill it? What a pity." Jiang Suning rolled his eyes at him and said, "Otherwise, how would you have chicken soup to drink? Is an old hen more valuable than your life?" Mother Jiang said, "That's right. Xiao Fan, don't stand on ceremony with us. Although you're not related to our family in any way, we're as close as family. Last time, Ning-er's marriage was all thanks to your help. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a good life in this lifetime. Ani only has one daughter. If I watch her jump into the fire pit, I won't be able to close my eyes even if I die. She stroked Yangfan's hair and said kindly, I don't have a son, so I treat you like my own. There's also Ma Qiao. Mother Jiang raised her head and glanced at Ma Qiao. Ever since Ma Qiao entered the house, he hadn't said much. Occasionally, he would sneak a glance at Yang Fan with a strange look. But because Pasta had been scolding Yang Fan nonstop the moment he entered the house, Yang Fan had no time to pay attention to him and didn't notice anything strange. Mother Jiang said, I've watched Ma Qiao grow up since he was young. He's also very good friends with Ning. Auntie is getting on in years. In the future, all of you young people will be neighbors. You have to take care of each other. Yang Fan said, Auntie, don't worry. Although Sister Ning, Brother Qiao, and I aren't siblings from the same mother, our affection is not fake. We will support each other and take care of each other. In the future, no matter who is rich or successful, no matter who is down and out, this affection will never change. Sister Ning, Brother Qiao, don't you think so? When Ma Qiao heard Yang Fan's words, the layer of doubt buried in his eyes was dispelled like the haze in the morning. He nodded heavily and said, Yes, no matter what happens to us in the future, we will always be good friends and brothers. As he said that, he turned to Mother Jiang and said, Xiao Fan, drink the soup. I'll eat the meat. Anyway, the taste of the meat has been stewed out. It's very unpalatable. It's a pity not to eat it. Mother Jiang was angry and amused at the same time. She said, You only know how to eat. Here, take it and fish out the meat. Sai, look at the mess in this house. Auntie and Ning, help clean it up. If a man doesn't have a woman to take care of him at home. Speaking up to this point, Mother Jiang suddenly remembered that Yang Fan's bride-to-be had just run away with someone. She couldn't help but regret her slip of the tongue. She quickly lowered her head to work and didn't say anything else. At this time, a woman's voice came from outside. Is this Yang Fan's house? Before the voice died away, the door was pushed open and a woman walked in. Ma Qiao looked up and said unhappily, Hey, this auntie is so unreasonable. Why did she barge in without the owner's permission? When the woman heard that, her face immediately became long. She rolled her eyes at him and said, What auntie? Who's an auntie? I'm still a girl. This auntie, who was still a girl, was about 33 or 34 years old. Her figure was a little plump, and her appearance was quite pleasing to look at. Her skin was soft and tender, but her thin lips were slightly hooked, and her almond-shaped eyes were slightly raised. No matter how you looked at her, she gave off a domineering aura. She was wearing a green dress. Judging from her hairstyle, she was indeed dressed like an unmarried girl. The girl in green looked at Mother Jiang and Jiang Suning and glared at them. She said, Didn't you say that Yang Fan is alone and has no family? Who are you? Mother Jiang didn't know where this woman came from, so she explained, Oh, we're Xiao Fan's neighbors. Xiao Fan was injured, so we came over to help take care of her. Who is this lady? At this time, Yang Fan also put the bowl of soup to the side. He looked at the auntie who called herself a lady and asked with some confusion, I'm Yang Fan. Who is this lady? The girl in green walked around Mother Jiang and saw that Yang Fan was sitting on the couch. She immediately pursed her lips and smoothed out her brows. She put on a happy expression, and her voice was filled with a cloying sweetness. This must be the second son of the Yang family, right? Ah, fortunately, although his hair was burnt, his skin wasn't burned. Ayo, where are you hurt? Are you all right? As the girl spoke, She actually started to move her hands and feet to help him examine him. Yang Fan was baffled and quickly moved away from this Ani, who acted as if she was close to him. He asked, "Who is this lady?" The girl in green smiled and said, "This servant's name is Kai Yun. My master heard that the second son of the Yang family was injured and specially asked me to bring a doctor to take a look at the second son." During the Tang dynasty, doctors were called doctors. By the end of the 5 dynasties, doctors were still called doctors in the north, while doctors in the south were called doctors. By the Song dynasty, doctors were called doctors. In this era, it wasn't wrong for doctors to be called doctors. However, to be called a doctor, one had to have some achievements in the field of medicine. Even if one wasn't a national expert, one had to be a well-known figure. The other party actually invited a doctor, which showed how much importance they attached to him. Yang Fan was stunned and said in surprise, "May I know who this lady's master is? I've never met him before. Why did you invite a famous doctor to treat my injury?" Kai Yun's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile like a flower, "My master is a distant elder of the Yang Longzhong family. The second son of the Yang family risked his life to enter the fire to save someone. Although he didn't manage to save the doctor, the Yang family is still grateful for his action. That steward Lu only rewarded him with 10,000 taels, which made the master very unhappy. Although Yang Longzhong is no longer here, the Yang family is still here. How could such a heartless act come from the hands of the Yang family? Because of this, my master invited a famous doctor and asked me to bring him here to treat the second son of the Yang family. The master is busy dealing with the funeral affairs for the doctor. After the funeral is over, he will personally come to express his gratitude." After Kai Yin finished speaking, she flew out like a magpie and stood at the door, calling out happily, "Dr. Jiang, please come in." Yang Fan and Ma Qiao looked at each other, while Jiang Suning said happily, "It's rare that the distant elder of the Yang family is so understanding. If the Yang family didn't care about Xiao Fan, people would really criticize them. How could they continue to live in the Xiaowen workshop in the future?" Yang Fan secretly frowned. "I always feel that the words of the servant named Kai Yun are somewhat untrue. A distant elder of the Yang family loves the reputation of the Yang family so much that in order not to let people say that the Yang family is heartless, he took the initiative to invite a famous doctor to treat him. Isn't he afraid that the Yang family will be unhappy? Could it be that someone is suspicious of me and is looking for an excuse to check my wound?" Yang Fan secretly raised his guard. There was a horse carriage parked outside the courtyard. Following Lady Kai Yun's shout, an old man in a green robe with a round collar and large sleeves got out of the carriage. He wore a silk headband and had a long beard. He had an elegant demeanor and an extraordinary bearing. Then, a manservant got out of the carriage, carrying a medicine box. He was accompanied by 2 servants in green robes and small hats. The old doctor was a famous doctor in Luoyang. His surname was Jiang, and his name was Yi Chun. He was quite famous in Xinglin, and his nickname was Magic Hands Bring Back the Spring. However, this doctor only cared about profit. If you didn't have money, even if you were about to die in front of his house, and he could save your life with just a little finger, he still wouldn't help. Because of this, his medical ethics were lacking and his reputation wasn't very good. However, this Dr. Zhang's medical skills were indeed very high. He usually went in and out of the mansions of the rich and powerful. Now that he was in such a small room, Dr. Jiang was very unwilling. He frowned in disgust and used a handkerchief to cover his mouth as he looked disdainfully at the people in the room. Yang Fan secretly raised his guard and said, "Thank you for your trouble, sir. I was only stabbed once and suffered some minor external injuries." I've already applied medicine, so there's no need for further treatment. Lady Kayun, please reply to your esteemed master and say that this Yang appreciates his good intentions." As soon as Yang Fan finished speaking, Dr. Jiang pointed at him with his handkerchief and shouted, "Ignorant child, do you know better or do I know better? Minor external injuries? Ignorant, extremely ignorant. Bumping, twisting, falling, and even insect bites, scalds, burns, frostbite, etc. No matter how big or small, they can all be fatal. How can you treat them lightly?" Yang Fan was stunned by the scolding and could not help but say, "Dr. Jiang, I only suffered a knife wound, not a sprain, not an insect bite, and not a burn or frostbite." Dr. Jiang blew his beard and glared at him, saying again, "Ignorant child, do you know better or do I know better? I'm saying this to tell you that if you're not careful, a small injury can turn into a serious illness. If it's light, it can turn into bruises and swelling, tendons and bones, bleeding and suppuration. If it's serious, it can damage the internal organs, causing you to fall into a coma and convulse for a long time. It can even turn into spasms, tetanus, and you can't be treated and die, not to mention being injured by sharp weapons." Chapter 79. The people in the room were stunned when they heard this, especially Yang Fan's mother. Usually, she didn't take it seriously when it was just a scratch. Now that Dr. Jiang said this, it was as if Yang Fan had a terminal illness and would die immediately. Everyone was so shocked that their faces changed. Dr. Jiang continued, "Let's talk about burns. When the fire poison enters the body, the light damages the skin, the wound is red and swollen, the fire blisters, and the serious damage is the skin." Yang Fan quickly interrupted him. "Dr. Jiang, I am not scalded. I was just burned by the fire, and my eyebrows and hair are curled." Dr. Jiang stared at him and shouted, "Ignorant child, do you know better or do I know better? Burns can be light and dark. Light burns on the surface, the heat poison will leak out, and the skin will fester. If it's dark burns, the heat poison will invade and damage the internal organs. If it's light, the heat will attack the internal organs, and the body fluid will seep out, making the patient restless, feverish, dry mouth, less urine, and death." Jiang Mu's mother was shocked and quickly said to Yang Fan, "Xiao Fan, don't be stubborn. Dr. Jiang is one of the 7 famous doctors in Luoyang. Dr. Jiang's words can't be wrong. Quickly call Dr. Jiang to take a good look at you." Then she whispered, "Anyway, it's not our money." Dr. Jiang shook his sleeves, revealing his 2 hands. He put them behind his back and said in a clear voice, "Yang Gu, prepare to treat." His little disciple answered, put down the medicine box, and chased everyone out. "Get out! Get out! My master is preparing to treat." Jiang Suning was surprised and said, "We are just watching from the side and won't say anything, so we don't need to go out." Like his master, Yang Gu glared at him and said in an old-fashioned tone, "Fool, the patient is a man and he is injured. If you want to treat him, you will have to take off your clothes. You are a woman. How can you stay in the room?" Jiang Suning felt that it made sense, so he left with his mother. Ma Qiao said, "I am a man. I don't need to go out, right?" Yang Gu glared at him again and scolded, "Idiot! Our master's medical skills have always been kept a secret. How would we know if you know medical skills or not? How would we know if you know medical skills or not? Shouldn't he avoid suspicion?" When Ma Qiao heard this, he left in a sorry state. Miss Kai Yin also retreated and closed the door, leaving only Yang Fan, Dr. Jiang, his disciple, and the 2 servants of a noble family in green clothes and small hats. Yang Fan looked on coldly from the side. He faintly felt that the purpose of this Dr. Jiang's visit was not as he had said. He secretly raised his guard, but on the surface, he still looked as if he was at the mercy of Dr. Jiang. He wanted to see what kind of tricks they were playing. Dr. Jiang walked to Yang Fan's side, bent down to look at him, nodded and said, "And a few strands of his hair had been burnt off, and his eyebrows were a little burnt. However, it didn't matter. After a few days, they would grow back. If it doesn't work, this old man can still take some medicine and apply it externally. I can guarantee that your hair will be as shiny as before." Yang Fan laughed dryly and said, "Dr. Jiang, even if my hair is burnt off, it shouldn't be a threat to my life, right? Shouldn't you take a look at my injury first?" "Oh, right. Where is your injury?" Yang Fan pointed to his left shoulder and said, "My left shoulder was hit by a knife. Fortunately, it wasn't a vital point. I feel that it didn't affect my movements too much. I don't think my muscles and bones were injured." Dr. Jiang let out a sigh of relief and said, "Only your shoulder? That's good. Untie it and take a look." The young disciple went forward to untie the bandage on Yang Fan's shoulder. Yang Fan didn't say anything and just let them do as they pleased. When the wound was revealed, Dr. Jiang bent down to examine it for a while and nodded, saying, "And not bad. Although the wound is big, it didn't hurt your muscles or bones. After resting for a few days, it will be fine." He then sniffed the medicine applied on Yang Fan's shoulder and said with a face full of disdain, "You call this golden wound medicine? Without at least 4 key medicines, the recovery of the wound will inevitably be slower. If the dressing is not changed in time, it will inevitably fester and rot. Even if the wound heals, it will still leave a large scar. Not beautiful. Dr. Jiang raised his head and said with his nose pointing to the sky, "Disciple, scrape off the medicine applied on his wound and replace it with my own high-grade golden wound medicine." Yang Gu agreed and opened the medicine box. Taking out a box of white porcelain ointment, he opened the lid, and a rich medicinal fragrance immediately rushed out. Yang Fan let him scrape off the medicine and did not refuse. Although he doubted the other party's intentions in diagnosing his illness, he didn't doubt the authenticity of the medicine. If the other party saw any flaws in the wound, he could have just turned around and left. He could have mobilized a large number of soldiers to surround the area, and it was impossible for him to have prepared medicine beforehand to arrest him. After all, the government is the government, not the thieves of the lower 5 sections. Moreover, if the government really wanted to arrest him, the most likely method would be to directly arrest him and send him to prison to investigate if he was innocent. After the medicine was applied, waves of coolness could be felt from the wound, and the pain was greatly reduced. It seemed that although Dr. Jiang had bad medical ethics and was arrogant, he did have the right to be arrogant. After the medicine was applied and the wound was carefully bandaged with a white cloth, Dr. Jiang said again, "Come, take off his clothes. This old man will carefully examine other parts of his body." Yang Gu agreed and unbuttoned Yang Fan's shirt. Dr. Jiang's eyes lit up. Looking at Yang Fan's 2 strong chest muscles and his abdomen like a pair of plates, he praised, "Good. I couldn't tell that with your delicate appearance and thin appearance. Your body is actually so strong." Not bad at all." Looking at the smile on his face, it was like a madam suddenly buying a peerless beauty at a low price, causing Yang Fan's hair to stand on end. Dr. Jiang smiled and said, Come, the 2 of you go up and help. Take off his clothes and let this old man examine him." Yang Fan turned pale with fright. "Dr. Jiang, my lower body is not injured." Dr. Jiang twirled his beard and said slowly, "This is the problem of the fire poison that this old man was talking about. If the fire poison invades the body and cannot be removed externally, it will damage the meridians, causing blockage of the meridians. Women are of the yin attribute. When the fire poison invades the heart, it will be reflected on the face, causing swelling and pain or petechiae. Men are of the yang attribute. When the fire poison invades the heart, it will appear on the lower part of the body. Therefore, we need to examine the lower part of the body. Yang Fan was not an uneducated commoner. He would not be easily intimidated by this mysterious medical theory. Not only was he educated, the martial arts that he practiced were not ordinary punches and kicks. Instead, they were extremely advanced martial arts. Advanced martial arts were similar to the meridians, tendons, veins, and other medical knowledge. A skilled martial arts expert was at least half a doctor. However, it was not appropriate for Yang Fan to resist. He could only put on the appearance that he was best at. With a bashful face, he tightened his belt and refused to comply. Dr. Jiang became impatient and glared at him, saying angrily, "There is no taboo in treating an illness. It is fine if you are sick, but hiding your illness for fear of treatment is a grave mistake. You are a man. This old man is also a man. What are you afraid of? Hold him down for me and examine him properly." Upon hearing this, the two servants standing at the side rushed forward and pressed Yang Fan down on the bed. Yang Gu pounced on him, and with a schwa, he tore off the quilt, and with a schwa, he swiftly tore off Yang Fan's trousers. Dr. Jiang, the magic hands bring back the spring, fiercely pounced on him. The treatment in the room did not take too long, but the process seemed to be quite complicated. Jiang Suning and Ma Qiao waited at the door. After a while, they heard Dr. Jiang shout, "There is no taboo in treating an illness. What are you struggling for?" After a while, they heard Yang Gu shout, "Don't move. Be careful not to break your wound. I just applied medicine. Hold him down. Hold him down. Hold him down. Not bad, haha, not bad." Jiang Suning and Ma Qiao looked at each other in confusion. Jiang Suning did not know what was going on and could not think of anything else. He only thought that Yang Fan's injury was not as simple as he said, and was very worried. Ma Qiao could not help but think too much. There is no taboo in treating an illness. He was stabbed in the shoulder. Why would he need to hide from a doctor? Could it be, that Tin Ano actually ran away with someone? Could it be because the more Ma Qiao thought, the more the door was opened. Dr. Jiang clapped his hands and slowly walked out of the room. Jiang Suning hurriedly asked, "How is Xiao Fan's injury?" Dr. Jiang proudly said, "His injury is not light, but with this old man's magic hands bring back the spring, no matter how serious the injury is. It does not matter. This old man has already left some medicine for him. The white box will be applied externally and the black box will be taken internally. Take it once a day and change the dressing. If he recuperates well, he will recover completely in 10 days to half a month." Dr. Jiang twirled his beard and thought for a while, then said, Later this old man will ask my disciple to send over the fleece flower ointment. Take it once a day, and let him take it on time." Fleece flower ointment? Jiang Suning was stunned. He really could not understand why this divine doctor would suddenly change the topic from such a serious injury to hair and eyebrows. Yang Fan was a man, not a girl. Did he need to care so much about hair and eyebrows? Dr. Jiang did not wait for her to ask again, and swaggered out of the courtyard. His disciple followed closely behind. The two servants were the last to come out. Miss Kai Yun stood at the door and said that she would visit another day, then hurriedly followed Dr. Jiang out. After getting on the carriage, Kai Yun impatiently asked, "Dr. Jiang, how is it?" Jiang Yechuan shook his head and said, "Its shape is like a pestle. Its color is captivating red. Its head is as big as a mushroom, and its stem is tall and straight. Looking at its shape and color, it is hidden like a crouching turtle and erect like an angry frog. Its physique is strong, and its kidneys are full of water. It is truly a wonderful thing." Miss Kai Yun listened with bewilderment. She stared at him and asked, "Is it good or bad?" Jiang Yechuan said, "Its shape is majestic and full of capital. To a woman, it is naturally an excellent artifact." Miss Kai Yun understood this time and said with a smile, "Then it's done. Princess will definitely be very happy." Chapter 80. After Dr. Zhang's group left, Auntie Lu, her daughter, and Ma Qiao returned to the room. They couldn't help but anxiously inquire about Yang Fan's condition. Yang Fan answered them carelessly. They helped him clean up the room and prepared breakfast for the next morning. Only then did they all leave. In the past, other people could leave, but with Ma Qiao's temperament, he would always stay and chat with Yang Fan for a while. However, today, Ma Qiao also left very straightforwardly. He said that his mother had researched a new money-making gadget and wanted to go home to help. Yang Fan had something on his mind, so he didn't notice Ma Qiao's abnormal behavior and the strange look in his eyes. After they left, Yang Fan calmed down and thought about the purpose of Kai Yun and Dr. Zhang's visit. Yang Fan didn't really believe the reason they gave him. Their diagnosis process was even more unimaginable. That unruly Dr. Zhang didn't seem to care too much about his injuries. Of course, this could also be attributed to his excellent medical skills. These injuries really didn't matter to him. However, he actually cared about whether his eyebrows and hair could grow back as soon as possible. Especially with the absurd reason of fire poison, he forcefully examined his lower body. At first, Yang Fan even suspected that these uninvited guests were sent by Tin Ano. That mysterious woman had left a deep impression on him. Her seemingly omnipotent image was deeply engraved in Yang Fan's heart. However, because of this Dr. Zhang's strange behavior, he gave up on this idea. How could a young girl like Tin Ano incite Dr. Zhang to do such an absurd thing? There were no clues to the origin of this matter. Naturally, Yang Fan couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He simply tossed this matter aside. These were only small matters. As long as he could confirm that the other party had no evil intentions towards him, there would be a day when the truth would be revealed. There was no need to deliberately investigate. What he needed to consider now was the problem of the murderer of the village massacre. Before he died, Yang Mingsheng uttered two names, Qiu Shinji and Miao Shenke. He had spent nearly a year in Luoyang, and now he had finally taken an important step towards the truth. He believed that even if Qiu Shinji and Miao Shenke were not the real culprits, they were not far from it. He had heard of the name Qiu Shinji. There were many legends about the father and son of the Qiu family. Qiu Shinji was the son of Qiu Xingong, the founding minister of the Tang dynasty. At the end of the Sui dynasty, Qiu Xingong gathered his troops and joined Emperor Li Shimin. During the battle with Wang Shichong, Li Shimin's mount, Feng Luzi, was struck by an arrow. Qiu Xingong gave up his mount to Li Shimin and led the way with his saber. Since then, he became Li Shimin's most trusted general. In the 17th year of Jingguan, the governor of Daizhou, Lu Lancheng, was accused of treason and sentenced to death. Qiu Xingong was in charge of supervising the execution. Unexpectedly, on a whim, he dug out Lu Lancheng's heart and liver and cooked it to go with wine, which shocked the world. For this, Li Shimin reprimanded him. Since then, they had been estranged. Qiu Xingong had 4 sons, Qiu Shinji, Qiu Shinji, Qiu Shinfu, and Qiu Shendang. Among them, the second son, Qiu Shinji, was the most like his father. Among Qiu Xingong's 4 sons, he was the only one who inherited his father's kung fu. Today, he still held a military position and was the general of the Left Guard of Golden Insignia. Qiu Shinji was braver and crueler than his father. When he was the general of the Left Guard of Golden Insignia, he was ordered to go to Bazhou to monitor the dethroned crown prince Li Xian. When Qiu Shenji arrived at Bazhou, he immediately forced the dethroned crown prince Li Xian to commit suicide. When he returned to the capital, he said that he misunderstood the Empress Dowager's order. Hundreds of officials were in an uproar and impeached him one after another. Empress Wu saw that she could not offend the public, so she demoted him to Dizhou. But not long after, she restored him to his position. Only then did people realize that the so-called Qiu Shenji forced the crown prince to commit suicide was actually Empress Wu's order. People often said that even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Empress Wu was even willing to kill her own son, who was under house arrest. It was really rare. Last year, Li Tang, the Prince of Yu, Li Zhen, Li Chong, and the others rebelled against Empress Wu. Qiu Shenji was ordered to suppress the rebellion. When he arrived with his troops, Li Chong was already dead. There was no more rebellion to suppress. The officials of Boizhou came out to welcome him in plain clothes and surrendered to the imperial court. Qiu Shenji then ordered all the officials who begged to surrender to be killed and their families destroyed. The victims were more than 1,000 families. Therefore, even though Qiu Shenji was a military general, he was ranked as the head of the 4 ruthless officials with Zhou Xing, Lai Junqian, Su Yuanli, and the others. His reputation was well known in the capital. It was very normal for such a person to say that he had massacred an entire village. However, Yang Fan could not confirm whether what Yang Mingxing said before his death was true or not. Also, that Miao Xinke, who was he? When Yang Mingsheng said those 2 names in despair, Miao Xinke's name was in front of Qiu Shenji's. At that time, life and death were at stake. A person would not have time to think, so the words he said would be the most direct. At this time, the first person he called out must be someone who was more important than the next person in his mind. A person who was more important than Qiu Shenji, but he had never heard of him. Who could this person be? Yang Fan gently stroked his injured shoulder and thought to himself, "Looks like I have to find out more about this person's identity. Everything will have to wait until I recover." Just as Yang Fan was thinking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Someone asked, "Is Beta Persei in the room?" Yang Fan heard the voice, and it seemed to be Su Fangzheng's voice. He could not help but be surprised. What was he doing here so late at night? Yang Fan sat up and raised his voice. "Is it Su Fangzheng? Please come in." The door creaked, and Su Fangzheng walked in. He turned into the room and saw that Yang Fan was about to sit up. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Hey, you are injured. Don't move. Lie down, lie down. This old man is just here to see you." Su Fangzheng sat on the edge of the bed and inquired about his injury. He then took out a few strings of money from his pocket and said to Yang Fan, "Beta Persei, you were injured while working for the workshop. The workshop naturally cannot turn a blind eye to your injury. Don't let people talk behind my back and say that I, Su, am not honest. This money was pooled together by the neighbors. This old man also took some for himself. Take it to recuperate and buy some food to nourish your body. You don't have to worry about the workshop. This old man has already found someone to take your place." Yang Fan said, "Many thanks, Basho. My injury will recover in a month or so. At that time, I can work for the workshop again. These days, it really is not suitable for me to work. I can only trouble Basho to arrange someone else." Su Fangzheng laughed and said, "No, no, no. When your injury is healed, you can no longer work for the workshop. This small temple of ours." Ha ha. Yang Fan's expression changed slightly. He said, "Is Basho going to quit my job?" Su Fangzheng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Hey, you must not misunderstand. Am I that kind of person? Don't worry. As long as you are willing to work, as a workshop attendant, you can naturally come back at any time. This old man welcomes you. It's just that. Su Fangzheng gave him a meaningful look and said with a beaming smile, out of the depths of misfortune comes bliss. You've hooked up with a noble person. I'm afraid you won't do this kind of job anymore. Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered the sudden appearance of Miss Kai Yun and that Dr. Jiang in the afternoon. He hurriedly said, Su Fangzheng, what do you mean by that? When did I hook up with a noble person? Why didn't I know? Su Fangzheng laughed and said, there are some things that you will naturally understand in the future. This old man can't say too much now. In short, although you've only been in our Xiaowen workshop for a short time, we've lived together as neighbors. Everyone is very harmonious, like a family. No matter how prosperous you become in the future, don't forget about us. Ha ha. As Su Fangzheng said this, he stood up and said, all right, I won't stay any longer. You can rest. If there's anything that's inconvenient, tell me at any time. This old man will help you arrange it. Su Fangzheng finished speaking and left with a beaming smile. He left Yang Fan alone and was even more puzzled. Noble person? When have I come into contact with any noble person? Why would Su Fangzheng care so much for me? As Yang Fan thought about it, he unconsciously thought of Tin Ano. Originally, because of Dr. Zhang's strange actions, he had already rejected this idea. However, he had interacted with him before and was able to invite Dr. Zhang, who was greedy for money, to pay a visit. It seemed that only this mysterious and powerful woman could do it. As for Dr. Zhang inspecting his body, Yang Fan suddenly thought of how the commoner women of the Western region would choose a husband for a trial marriage. And when the rich women chose a husband, they would first send a female slave to sleep with the man they liked. This was to confirm that the man did not have any hidden illnesses before they were married. Could it be that Tin Ano wanted to? Thinking of this, Yang Fan's heart thumped, and he unconsciously became restless. During the time he spent with Tin Ano, although he always pretended to be ignorant, it was undoubtedly a very interesting and memorable life. That little girl, whose identity was a mystery and who could do anything, had already stealthily entered his heart. At this time, Yang Fan naturally did not have any plans to start a family. The most important thing was to find his enemy and take revenge, and then find his younger sister, Nyo. As for the rest, he was still young and could take it one step at a time. Even if he had the conditions, he would not let his family tie him down. But suddenly thinking that there was a very beautiful, very cute girl who was willing to give herself to him, that kind of feeling was indescribably comfortable. Just as Yang Fan was feeling comfortable, there was another knock on the door. A soft voice said, Erlang is at home. This servant has come to enter the room. Miss Xiaodong. Yang Fan was shocked. He quickly crawled back under the covers and closed his eyes, turning into a dying, unconscious appearance. Chapter 81. Miss Xiaodong's affection for him. Yang Fan was very clear in his heart. If others were good to him, he would be good to them. If others liked him, he would naturally like them. However, liking and love were two different things. It was impossible for him to fall in love with someone just because they loved him. He really didn't have any feelings for Miss Xiaodong. However, Miss Xiaodong's deep affection made him feel that he owed her a favor. It was inevitable that he would feel a bit guilty and timid. When he heard that she had come, he didn't know how to face her and could only choose to escape. In fact, this was also a tactful method. The door gently opened, and Miss Xiaodong walked in with cat-like steps. Even with Yang Fan's hearing, if he didn't listen carefully, he wouldn't be able to hear her. She always walked like this, lightly, as if she was worried that she would trample ants to death. Erlang? Erlang! Xiaodong clearly wanted to wake him up, but it was as if she was afraid of waking him up. so her voice was very soft. Yang Fan closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, trying to keep his breathing steady so that she wouldn't see any clues. The side of the bed slightly sank. Xiaodong sat down on the side of the bed. Yang Fan was still unconscious. After a while, Miss Xiaodong's voice faintly sounded. You, just do your job properly. Why are you trying to be a hero? If something really happened to you, would the government care about you for the rest of your life? Young and impetuous, you don't know how to take care of yourself. After a pause, the soft voice sounded again. It's good that you're not awake. Otherwise, this servant would be too ashamed to talk to you. AI. This servant knows that my appearance is ordinary and my mother is especially powerful. My family can only recruit a son-in-law. Erlang is such an outstanding man. How could it be possible? This servant knows. In fact, from the beginning, I knew that it was impossible for me to have the good fortune to be married to Erlang. But once I like someone in my heart, then I like them. This servant really can't think of any reason to like or not like them. 2 streams of tears gently hung on her eyelashes. When she cried, her voice was also very soft. Xiaodong gently wiped away the silent tears on her cheeks with the back of her palm and said in a low voice, Erlang, rest well. If I have time in the future, I will come to see you again. The edge of the bed became lighter as Miss Xiaodong quietly walked out. Yang Fan did not hear the sound of the door closing. After a long time, he quietly opened his eyes and saw that the door had already been closed. Very quietly, very lightly, Yang Fan's gaze then shifted to the front of the couch. There was a bamboo basket in front of the couch, and on top of it was a set of brand new clothes. The stitches were fine and neat, and when he gently picked it up, it felt a little warm to the touch. When he looked into the basket, it turned out to be a basket of red-skinned eggs. They were all cooked, and they still carried a sense of warmth. Yang Fan held the clothes and looked at the eggs. For a moment, he was a little dazed. Over the next few days, Yang Fan had been recuperating at home. Ma Qiao's mother and Pasta's mother took turns to come over every day to help him cook, while Ma Qiao and Jiang Suning helped him change his dressing and chatted with him. The neighbors would often come over to help carry a jar of water and chop a pile of firewood. The way these ordinary people communicated with each other was not through romance or drunkenness. Their method was very simple. Although they were all small, unspoken actions, they were very heartwarming. During this period, Miss Kai Yun came over a few more times. Each time, she would bring high-grade tonics that the common people had never heard of. However, Ma Qiao's mother and Pasta's mother did not know how to make these exotic delicacies. They all used the ordinary cooking methods of the common people to make stewed vegetables in an iron pot, which was really a waste of the ingredients. Seeing that Yang Fan's injuries were getting better day by day, Miss Kai Yun was very happy. Although this Miss Kai Yun was a little snobbish and always rolled her eyes at the common people who came to visit the Yang family, she had a good attitude towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan did not show a look of annoyance towards her. He knew that she did not want to be called old, so he always called this big sister in her 30s Miss, which made Miss Kai Yun very happy. It was just that every time Yang Fan asked her about her master's situation, she would always change the topic. Those who could become the master's right-hand man in a rich family were all smart people. They were used to observing people's expressions and listening to their words. Although they were all small characters, and it was impossible to play them like fools. Later on, Miss Kai Yun thought that her master thought highly of this handsome young Lang Jun. Once he became successful in the future, he would be very noble. If she could form a friendship with him, there would be many benefits for her in the future. That was why she went against her master's orders and revealed a little information to him. Miss Kai Yun said, "My master had instructed me to not reveal anything now. Once young Lang Jun recovers, My master will invite you for a meeting. Young Lang Jun, rest in peace and recuperate. My master is high up and noble. If you can gain her favor, your future will be limitless. At that time, I hope that Lang Jun will help you. Yang Fan wanted to ask again, but Miss Kai Yun only smiled and did not say anything. Yang Fan had also thought of following her car to find out where she was going, but it was not convenient to follow her in broad daylight. Since this person had put in a lot of effort to form a friendship with him, she would show up sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. More than 10 days later, Yang Fan's wound had already scabbed. Although he still could not use much strength, walking, sitting, lying down, and general movements were no longer a problem. Yang Fan then began to inquire about Miao Shunka's news. He used the excuse that he had been sick for a long time and his qi and blood were weak. He wanted to go out for a walk and exercise, so he left the Xiuwen workshop and went to Ding Ding Street. The two sides of Ding Ding Street had a total of 16 miles long and a height of 15 feet. It was all-inclusive and had everything. Naturally, there were posters for eyes and ears. Eyes and ears relied on their wide connections and many eyes and ears to help people find information and find friends and relatives. The main business of these people was to help people who came to Luoyang to visit relatives and friends to find the whereabouts of their relatives and friends. This also included helping to find abducted children and women. Yang Fan found the contact information of one of the eyes and ears from the many posters. After finding that person and paying the deposit, they arranged a time and place for their next meeting. 2 days later, Yang Fan left the Xiuwen workshop again and hurried to the place the two of them had agreed to meet, a small restaurant. This eyes and ears was called Zhao Yu. He was 37 or 8 years old and slightly plump. He had a very mediocre and good-natured face. There was nothing special about him. Yang Fan casually ordered a few dishes and wine. The two of them chose a table in a corner and sat down. Brother Zhao, Yang Fan said, I wonder if the matter I entrusted you with has been settled? Zhao Yu frowned slightly and said, Brother, this task of yours is not easy. When people want to visit relatives or friends, they always have a name, occupation, and original residence. If we visit their neighbors and investigate their past, as long as the person is still alive, we will be able to find them. But the information you gave me is really too little, only a person's name. That's right, Yang Fan said with a smile. It is precisely because it is difficult to find that I have troubled brother Zhao. Zhao Yu shook his head and said, Trouble is not a big deal. It is just that in accepting this task of yours, I have expended a lot of effort and entrusted a lot of familiar Yamen petty officials. Fortunately, the name of the person you are looking for is a bit strange, so it is not easy to have the same name as someone else. Even so, I have expended a lot of effort to bribe everyone and ask a lot of people. This time, I won't be able to earn much money from you. Oh, Yang Fan said knowingly, if Brother Zhao can find some definite information, I can pay you more. Zhao Yu forced a smile and said, There is no need to pay more. I will have to return half of my brother's reward, because I am very ashamed. Although I have found some information about that person, it was only some information. As for his current whereabouts, I am incompetent and have not been able to find out. Yang Fan was taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, he said, No matter, Brother Zhao, tell me whatever information you can find. There is no need to return the original reward. I cannot let Brother Zhao work in vain. Please tell me clearly what expenses you have to pay for your bribing. I will pay for it. Zhao Yu was quite surprised to hear this. He did not expect this employer to be so forthright. He was ashamed and immediately stood up to express his thanks. Yang Fan pressed him to sit down and said, Brother Zhao need not be so polite. Please sit down and talk. Please tell me in detail what you have found out. Zhao Yu expressed his thanks and sat down. Actually, it is easy to investigate this Miao Shinka because his name is easy to remember. Moreover, he has some reputation in the officialdom. Most of the petty officials in the officialdom know this person. When I said I did a lot of useless work and spent a lot of bribing, I was referring to the fact that I wanted to investigate his whereabouts. In the end, no matter how hard I tried, there was no result. Yang Fan nodded. He said, this Miao Shinka, who is he? Zhao Yu said, this Miao Shinka was a jinshi in the first year of Emperor Gaozong's Qianfeng. After he passed the jinshi, he was appointed to the Zhou Wang Fu as a military advisor. This Zhou Wang is the third son of the current empress, Li Xian. He is currently banished to Fangzhou. Zhao Yu had obviously put in a lot of effort to investigate. He spoke very fluently. Later on, Miao Shinka was promoted to Minxia Province's residence officer. After that, he was promoted to writing officer and grand literature libraries scholar. His career was considered smooth, but it was not an extremely important position. But 3 years ago, a strange expression slowly appeared on Zhao Yu's face. He slowly said, 3 years ago, there was suddenly no news of him. I asked many of my friends in the Yamen, but none of them knew. What was even funnier was that when I asked some of my friends, they were surprised at first, but then they suddenly realized that if I hadn't asked, this person would have been forgotten by them. Yang Fan frowned slightly. What does this mean? Zhao Yu said, it means that he gradually disappeared from the officialdom bit by bit. Chapter 82. Hearing this, Yang Fan was enlightened. That's right. With Shun Kemiao's official position and position, if he had died of illness or a sudden death, there would certainly be some rumors in the court. If he had died of illness, the court would have given him a corresponding pension, so he shouldn't have gone unnoticed. If this person was demoted, exiled, returned to his hometown, promoted, or still active in the officialdom, there would always be people who would remember him. Only when he was safe and sound and gradually became inactive in the officialdom would people get used to his non-existence and forget him to the back of their minds. In other words, after this person was conferred the title of Baron 3 years ago, he began to fade away from the officialdom. It took 3 years until everyone got used to his disappearance and completely forgot about him. Zhao Yu said, that's how it is. I asked many people, and they could still vaguely remember that after Shun Kemiao was conferred the title of Baron, he attended a few other officials' banquets and showed his face a few times. After that, he slowly disappeared. Even now, no one knows where he is or what he's doing. That's all. Zhao Yu said shamefully. I tried my best, but I couldn't find any more information about this person. I even asked for his address and went there to take a look. That house was empty, with cobwebs hanging high and weeds growing everywhere. It's been a long time since anyone lived there. There wasn't even a servant to take care of it. Zhao Yu said to Yang Fan, such a person wouldn't disappear without a trace. But I've asked many people, and indeed, no one knows about his current situation. The only thing I can be sure of is that he's not dead. He's still in Chengdu. As for his whereabouts, I really can't find any information. I'm ashamed. Yang Fan looked at him quietly, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. He patted Zhao Yu's arm and said gently, Brother Zhao, don't be ashamed. The information you found is very important. Just this alone is very useful. If I had gone to verify it myself, I wouldn't have been able to find this information. Thank you. As Yang Fan said this, he took out 2 strings of money from his bosom and gently pushed them over. This is the remaining salary. Please accept it. Zhao Yu's face turned red. No, no, no. That won't do. Little brother, you're humiliating me. Although I'm just a Jianghu person who runs errands to ask for directions, Jianghu people also have Jianghu people's rules. I didn't complete your request, so I can't accept the money. In business, there are always profits and losses. Yang Fan chuckled and said, Brother Zhao doesn't need to be courteous. I'm already deeply grateful for what you've done. Please accept this money. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he stood up and said, Innkeeper, Bill. Seeing this, Zhao Yu no longer stood on ceremony and said, Well, all right, today's meal is on me. Yang Fan said, All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Zhao Yu paid the bill and left the tavern with Yang Fan. Yang Fan cupped his fists and said, Brother Zhao, I will take my leave. You are an honest person. If I need Brother Zhao's help in the future, I will come and bother you again. Zhao Yu cupped his fists and said, I'm ashamed, I'm ashamed. Watching Yang Fan walk away, Zhao Yu stood where he was and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he took a step forward and chased after him, shouting, Little brother, please wait. Yang Fan turned around and asked in surprise, Is there anything else, Brother Zhao? Zhao Yu said, Little brother, I have dozens of subordinates working for me to make a living. It's really impossible for me to leave everything behind and specifically help you investigate this person. However, I will instruct the brothers under me that no matter what mission they are on, they will inquire about this matter. Once they find out anything, Yang Fan bowed deeply and said, Brother Zhao is very considerate. Zhao Yu said, Little brother, if you say thank you again, I won't be able to put my old face anymore. It's just that once I have any news, I don't know where to go to inform you. Yang Fan's heart was moved. What he was doing really required the use of some spies and eyes. Rather than having to find different spies and eyes every time, he might as well make friends with this Zhao Yu. Looking at Zhao Yu's character and conduct, he was a man worth befriending. Thinking up to this point, Yang Fan said, Every few days, I will make a trip to Brother Zhao's place. Even if we don't do business, it would be good to visit as a friend. Zhao Yu was overjoyed. Sure, little brother is a straightforward person. I am willing to make friends with you. Since that's the case, I will take my leave. We will meet again, someday. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Zhao. Yang Fan cupped his fists and watched Zhao Yu stride away before turning to leave. Yang Fan passed through Good Fortune Lane and entered Thought Lane through the south gate. After turning onto the main street, he could hurry back to Xiao Wen Lane along Jianchun Avenue. He walked slowly and strolled into Thought Lane. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Focusing his eyes, he saw that it was Ma Qiao. Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. Ma Qiao was sneaking out of a restaurant, his hand subconsciously on his waist. There was no need to ask. He was definitely here to dispose of stolen goods. Yang Fan had been recuperating at home, while Ma Qiao had become a lone thief again. Thinking up to this point, Yang Fan suddenly remembered that although Miss Kai Yun often brought some tonics, Auntie Ma often stewed chicken and duck soup for him to nourish his body. The Ma family situation wasn't too good. It was likely that Ma Qiao had secretly gotten the money to buy meat. Seeing that Ma Qiao had already left, Yang Fan hurriedly followed. Yang Fan quickly caught up to Ma Qiao and suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Ma Qiao had just disposed of the stolen goods when he was suddenly slapped by someone. His body shivered, and he almost let out a strange cry. He turned his head and saw that it was Yang Fan. He couldn't help but angrily say, You scared me to death. Why did you wander here? Yang Fan said, Oh, I was bored alone, so I came out for a walk. After saying that, he asked knowingly, What are you doing here? Ma Qiao laughed dryly and said, Oh, there are a few shops selling livestock here. I came to buy a chicken. Yang Fan said, You're stewing it for me to eat, right? Brother Qiao, look at my body. Although I'm not as sturdy as you, I'm still very sturdy. My wounds have already healed, and I feel like I've gained a few pounds of flesh. These days, in order to take care of me, you and Auntie have put in a lot of effort. I'm already very sorry. Your family isn't very well off, so don't continue to buy these things. Ma Chiao said, "What are you saying? My brother is injured and is in a hurry to recuperate. Why should I care about saving money?" Yang Fan laughed and said, "Saving money and waiting to marry a bride. To be honest, you'll be 20 next year, and you still haven't found a wife. No wonder Auntie is anxious. You'd better put in more effort and quickly marry a sister-in-law for me. I can't wait for someone to call me uncle." Yang Fan laughed and pulled Ma Chiao out. Ma Chiao couldn't break free from him and could only give up his original plan. The two of them returned to the Xiao Wen workshop. Just as they were about to reach the main entrance, a procession suddenly came out from inside. It was a funeral procession. The two of them unconsciously stopped in their tracks. At the front of the procession walked a few Taoist priests, ringing bells and chanting. In the middle of the procession was a Taoist priest wearing an apricot yellow robe and a 5-elder crown on his head. He wore a pair of straw sandals and held a copper coin sword in his hand. He was waving it in the air and chanting. To the left and right of the procession were two green-robed Taoists, each wearing a Haran scarf. One was carrying a cloud banner, and the other was holding a seal. Behind them were a few manservants carrying banners. Behind them, in front of the coffin, the little Miss Xuelian was wearing a linen mourning dress. She wore a mourning scarf on her head and a mourning belt on her waist. She held a memorial tablet in her hand. Beside her was Madame Yang, who was also in mourning. This was the funeral procession for Yang Mingsheng. Because the Yang family's case was too important, it wasn't until today that the funeral arrangements could be made. Someone carried a spirit banner and loudly announced the location of the funeral to the departed souls. "Doctor, raise your foot. Let's go out. Let's go over the threshold and onto the bridge. The road is flat. We're on the right path." He led the departed souls forward. Two juniors of the Yang family threw paper money into the sky with all their might. The paper money flew down like snow, drifting in a detached and free manner. It slowly flew to the ground and was calmly stepped on by the funeral procession. It was like the final destination of life, whether you were willing or not, whether you wanted to or not. Little Xuelian's face didn't show any signs of sorrow. Yang Mingsheng didn't love her since she was young, and children were very sensitive to this. Although she was young, children relied on their intuition. No words or fake smiles could hide from the eyes of their hearts. However, Yang Mingsheng was still her father. Other than feelings, there was also responsibility. She didn't feel sorrow, but she felt hatred. She held the memorial tablet, her little face tense. Perhaps, in her heart, the hatred far surpassed the sorrow of her father's death. Madame Yao, who was walking beside her, was already in her 30s. However, under her mourning clothes, she exuded a different kind of beauty. She looked like a young woman who hadn't even reached her 30s. Her appearance was indeed beautiful. On the side of the road, a bystander who was standing and watching discussed, "Look, that's the Yang family's madam. Oh, she's so young and so beautiful. But looking at her, she doesn't seem to be sad about her husband's death." "Hey, you don't know they were husband and wife." After a round of whispering, the bystander suddenly realized, "So that's how it is. But today is the funeral, so it's only right to put on an act in front of others." Yang Fan felt a slight sense of admiration for this madam. Some people lived their entire lives because of other people's gazes. This woman might have betrayed her husband, or maybe she had never liked him. She had only given up her own happiness for the sake of her family's development, but she was able to live a magnanimous life, living out her true self. This was also her loveliness. The coffin was carried by 16 people using thick wooden poles. It slowly walked along the bluestone street. Paper money flew up in handfuls and fell piece by piece, just like the fallen leaves on the trees on both sides. It was late autumn. Yang Fan's gaze lightly followed the fluttering paper money. Looking at the falling leaves, he lightly sighed and said to Ma Chiao, "Brother Chiao, let's go. There's no need to look anymore." Just as the two of them were about to leave, the sound of galloping horses' hooves could be heard. Even though they were still a distance away, the sound of hooves clattering on the bluestone street could be heard. A burst of laughter could be heard from afar. The two of them couldn't help but stop and look in the direction of the sound. Chapter 83. In the distance, 30 to 40 stout steeds galloped over. All of the riders were monks with bald heads. Some of them wore gray robes, while others wore red robes. In the middle, there was an exceptionally handsome white horse, and on top of it was a monk. His red robes were half naked, revealing his muscular and beautiful chest. The monk held the reins in one hand and a wine bag in the other. As he spurred the horse forward, he raised his head and gulped down the wine. The sleeves of his red robes were like two red clouds in the wind, causing the falling yellow leaves to dance along with his figure. These 30 to 40 healthy horses suddenly occupied 80% of the spacious street. The funeral procession stopped, waiting for the dissolute monks to make way. Although these monks paraded the street on horses and drank to their heart's content, it was not a good way to go. But death was the most important thing. How could they not want to fight with the dead? Oh no, the funeral procession is still not making way. This is bad. Ha! Look, that Taoist priest performing the funeral. Yang Fan took a closer look and saw that the Taoist priest in yellow, who had the demeanor of an immortal calm and composed, had a look of panic on his face. He held his sword backwards and retreated step by step, as if he wanted to hide behind the coffin. "Stop! Great monk, the dead are respected. You monks, why don't you give way when you see my family's funeral procession? Why are you barging in?" The moment they saw the monks galloping madly towards them, and even though they reined in their horses, they still refused to give way to the funeral procession. The young clansmen who were in charge of the funeral were enraged, and a few of them immediately jumped out and berated the monks loudly. Since ancient times, the dead were respected. Even if a funeral procession and a wedding procession met on the road, the wedding procession would have to make way for the funeral procession. These people in front of them were monks, and they should not be so ignorant of etiquette. Although looking at their rough and unruly appearance, they did not seem to be decent people. However, the Yang family was a family of officials, and they had the right to respect the dead, so they were not afraid. Those monks were just about to lash their whips and berate them, but they didn't expect to be reprimanded by these people who were wearing mourning clothes. They couldn't help but laugh in anger. One of them was about to lash out with his horsewhip, but at this moment he retracted it and said to the red-robed monk in the middle with a grin, "Master, this family wants us to make way for them." The monk in the big red kasaya burped and looked forward with his drunken eyes. When he saw the situation in front of him, he immediately frowned and said repeatedly, "What bad luck! What bad luck! Why did I run into a funeral procession? When I go out, I see a coffin and I get promoted. Amitba, there are no taboos." The monk was dressed in a large red kasaya, and it was obvious that he was a monk with a very high status. However, not only was he riding a horse and drinking alcohol, the words he spoke were no different from those of a scoundrel in the marketplace. The red-robed monk said, "Hurry up and tell them to cross." Is the one performing the ritual a Taoist priest? The monk was just about to wave his hand to call the funeral procession when he suddenly saw the two little Taoist priests holding seals and flags. He couldn't help but stare at them and ask loudly. A monk next to him said, "Master, you have a good eye." Those are the two little Taoist priests. The red-robed monk laughed and scolded, "Good your mother! They are wearing Taoist robes, and I am not blind. How can I not see them?" As he said this, he tilted his leg and straightened his back. Without holding the saddle, he jumped down from the horse. His movements were actually very agile and neat. The monk unscrupulously rushed into the crowd, stared at the two little Taoist priests, and asked loudly, "Just you two little guys, how can you perform the ritual? Where is your master?" At this time, an elder of the Yang family wanted to step forward and scold them, but someone next to him suddenly pulled him and whispered a few words into his ear. This person's expression changed, and he actually took a few steps back. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao saw clearly from the side, and couldn't help but be more curious about the identity of this monk. Yang Fan carefully looked at this monk, and saw that he was about 30 years old, tall and handsome, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a straight nose, and a wide mouth. His clothes were spread open, revealing a body full of strong muscles, and the lines of the muscles between his chest and abdomen were abnormally healthy. Such a majestic man looked like a Vajra warrior monk from a temple. "Where is your master? Call him out." The monk placed his hands on his waist and shouted loudly. In a moment, the old Taoist, hiding behind the coffin, was pulled out by a few gray-robed monks. Looking at this old Taoist carefully, this old Taoist was quite handsome. An apricot yellow Taoist robe, a crown on his head, a pair of green cloth shoes on his feet, a copper coin 7-star sword in his hand, and a beard under his chin. His appearance was simple and unsophisticated, revealing an elegant and graceful air. Ma Qiao whispered to Yang Fan, "Who is this monk? Why is that old Taoist so afraid of him? Could it be that he owes him money?" Yang Fan shook his head, but he had already guessed something in his heart. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Watch carefully. I'm afraid there's going to be a show." The old Taoist looked embarrassed. Seeing the big monk with loose clothes, he went forward and bowed, and said the name of Taoism, "Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai Amithishwa, the head of Hongshou Temple. Greetings, Master Huai." When the disciples of the Three Pure Ones saluted, they often sang "Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai" or "Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai." If a good believer encountered misfortune, they would sing "Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai" or "Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai." This kind of salutation was used until the end of the Qing dynasty and the Republic of China. Later, due to the work of storytelling, it was falsely called Boundless Heavenly Lord. In fact, the word boundless came from Buddhism, not from Taoism. Taoism often used supreme, and supreme to express the supremacy of Tao. The big monk laughed and said, "Do you know me?" The old Taoist said, "Master Xue is famous in Luojing. How can I not know you?" Monk Huai looked up to the sky and laughed. He asked proudly, "Old Taoist, this Taoist priest will perform rituals for people to expiate the dead. We monks will also perform rituals for people to expiate the dead. Old Taoist, tell me, are monks better at performing rituals or Taoist priests better at performing rituals?" This Taoist Yizhuo was put in a difficult position. He knew the real identity of the monk, so he didn't dare to offend him. However, the monk's question was not just a matter between the two of them, but a battle between Buddhism and Taoism. Since the founding of the Tang dynasty, Tang Gaozu, Li Yuan, respected Laozi as the ancestor of his family. He claimed to be the descendant of Laozi and worshipped Taoism. He regarded Taoism as the family religion of the dynasty and issued an imperial edict. Among the three religions, Taoism was the most respected, followed by Confucianism and Buddhism. In the first year of the Qianfeng era, Tang Gaozu, Li Shi, respected Laozi as the supreme Xianyuan emperor. In the end, Gaozu died of illness, and Empress Wu became the emperor. Because Taoism and Li Tang were one, Empress Wu made great efforts to win over Buddhism in order to build her own power. She worshipped Buddhism, and the status of Buddhism rose day by day. At present, it had already impacted the status of Taoism as the national religion. Now that the big monk had raised such a question, although the old Taoist was afraid of him, he didn't dare to give in. Taoist Yizhua thought about it and braced himself to say, well, there doesn't seem to be anything to compare. Buddhism and Taoism should have their own strengths. Oh, Monk Huai raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. My Buddhism mostly prays to Buddha and chants sutras to eliminate the sins of the dead. Relying on Buddhist power to save the dead, they will be reborn in the pure land of Buddhism, leaving the bitter sea of life and death reincarnation in the three realms and reborn in the Western paradise. I wonder how your Taoism does it. Taoist priest Yizhua said, when we Taoist fairy souls, we mostly use Taoist techniques to build path opening Tao grounds, lotus lantern Tao grounds, wound plucking Tao grounds, treasury filling Tao grounds, and virtue Tao grounds. We worship Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord, and fairy souls to the Eastern world of eternal happiness. Monk Huai said, my Western paradise is a dignified, pure, and equal world built by the Western Buddha, Amitabha. The Western paradise is 28 floors high and has Amitabha, Guanyin, and Mahasthamaprapta to help the dead ascend. The souls of the dead are attached to the lotuses in the seven treasures pool and turn into arhats. What about your Eastern paradise? Taoist Yizhua knew that continuing to argue with this unreasonable monk would not end well, but he had no choice but to argue. He frowned and said, my Taoism has the pure land of eternal life. It has 36 layers and is specialized in saving the souls of the dead. It is the best method for the soul to be reborn. Oh, Monk Huai scratched his bald head and muttered, why is it 8 more floors than my Western paradise? In my Western boundless world, one Buddhist land is equivalent to 3,000 boundless worlds. So, my 28 levels contain even more people than your 36 levels. Taoist Yizhua could only smile bitterly. I've never been to the Western paradise, so I can't verify what Master Huai said. Seeing that he didn't dare to argue anymore, Monk Huai said proudly, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of my Buddhism are powerful and don't fall into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Your Taoism is only an immortal, so your abilities are naturally inferior to my Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Taoist Yizhua mustered up his courage and said, the immortals of my Taoism aren't immortals of Buddhism. Taoist immortals, regardless of whether they're innate or acquired, once they become immortals, they're free from the restrictions of external objects, not to mention karma. They don't fall into the cycle of reincarnation. As for Buddhism, according to what I know, there's no such thing as the 6 paths of reincarnation in the ancient Buddhist scriptures. It's only after Buddhism spread to the eastern lands. Monk Huai flew into a rage and grabbed him by the collar. Preposterous! Are you saying that my Buddhism stole your Taoism's teachings and expanded the 5 paths into the 6 paths to raise our status? Taoist Yizhua was shocked to see him so angry. He could only swallow his anger and say, Master Xue, you've misunderstood. Maybe I'm wrong in my understanding. Chapter 84. While Monk Huai and Taoist Yizhua were fighting, the entire funeral procession stopped there. The coffin had not been carried to its destination, so it could not fall to the ground. The strong men carrying the coffin were fine at first, but later on they were exhausted and miserable. But at this time, the whispers of the crowd had already revealed the identity of this great master, Huai, so they did not dare to step forward to argue. Monk Huai was originally a monk halfway through his life, so he was ignorant and incompetent. It was just that he had been a monk for a long time, so he more or less knew some of the teachings of Buddhism. However, if he really wanted to argue with Taoist Yizhua, he naturally wouldn't be his opponent. At this moment, Taoist Yizhua was showing weakness, and he knew that he was afraid of his identity. Thus, he didn't argue with him anymore. Instead, he said rudely, "Old Taoist, tell me, between Grandpa Rulai and Grandpa Lao Jun, who is more powerful?" The monk's words were neither fish nor fowl. Even Tathagata was respectfully addressed as Grandpa. Fortunately, although he belittled Taoism, he dared not be too rude to Lao Dan, the supreme Taoist lord. Therefore, he addressed Lao Dan as Grandpa. Taoist Yizhua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At that time, the immortals of Buddhism and Taoism had not been confused by so many novels. In Taoist mythology, there were no Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and in Buddhist scriptures, there were no immortals like the three pure ones. How could he compare them? Taoist Yizhua stammered and couldn't reply. Monk Huai said proudly, "From the looks of it, you admit that Grandpa Rulai is more powerful than Grandpa Old Lord." At this moment, more and more people gathered on the street to watch the commotion. Taoist Yizhua knew that if he continued to argue, he would be the one to lose face in the end. He really didn't want to argue with this kind of unreasonable person anymore, so he just gave in and let him leave. Thus he gritted his teeth and said, "Come to think of it, as Master said, Rulai's mana is more powerful than Lao Jun's." Monk Huai laughed out loud and said, "Since Grandpa Rulai is more powerful than Grandpa Old Lord, why are you still worshipping Celestial Venerable? Why don't you join my Buddhism and worship Buddha?" "Ah," Taoist Yizhua exclaimed, "how can we do that? Buddhism is Buddhism, and Tao is Tao. I am a disciple of Taoism, so how can I convert to Buddhism?" Monk Huai waved his hand and said, "What Buddhism and Taoism? Since Grandpa Old Lord isn't as good as Grandpa Rulai, let's invite Grandpa Rulai to sit on the first golden seat and Grandpa Old Lord to sit on the second golden seat. Buddhism and Taoism are one family, and everyone will be happy. Today, I will accept you as my disciple. Men, shave my disciple's head." Immediately, a few monks rushed out, grabbed Taoist Yizhua, snatched his 7-star sword, took off his 5 mountains Taoist crown, tore off his dark yellow robe, and pressed him to the ground. They even brought along a shaving kit. Monk Huai personally took the razor and began to shave Taoist Yizhua on the street. Before long, the sage-like Taoist Yizhua had turned into a bald, old novice monk. Because he had just entered the sect, he did not even have a burn scar on his head. Naturally, he was just a novice monk. This scene not only dumbfounded the passers-by, but even the funeral procession was tongue-tied. Shuelian was still young, so when she saw Taoist Yizhua, who had used the 7-star steps and brandished the 7-star sword, turn into a bald monk in just a moment, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this time, there were already countless people snickering on both sides of the road. Monk Huai called for a monk's robe and gave it to Taoist Yizhua to change into. At this time, Taoist Yizhua's 2 disciples were also pressed to the ground and had their heads shaved in a flurry. They had become 2 genuine novice monks. Monk Huai looked at them and said with satisfaction, "They look much better now. You too continue with your ritual. Don't delay the burial of the deceased. Honglu, you two follow them. Once they finish their ritual, bring them back to the White Horse Temple to see me. From then on, they will be part of the White Horse Temple." Ha ha ha! Amidst the laughter, Monk Huai leaped onto his horse and swaggered through the funeral procession with a whip. Hongyi and Honglu, the two green-robed monks, crossed their arms and stood in front of Taoist Yizhua. Monk Yizhua. They slanted their eyebrows and said, "Go on, go on. You have accepted their money, so you should at least do a good job at their funeral. Won't you ruin the reputation of our White Horse Temple?" Taoist Yizhua wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had become a monk since he was a child and had been a Taoist his whole life. Now that he had mysteriously become a monk, he could only wave the 7 stars sword in shame and continue with the ritual. Monk Hongyi said, "Hey, why are you still fiddling with the 7 stars sword? You are a monk now." Yizhua covered his face with his sleeve and whispered to him, "I am ashamed." Hongyi interrupted him. "Junior Marshal brother, there are 15 of us now. You have just entered the sect, so you are ranked 16th. We are all from the Hong generation, so you are the 16th. You have to call us Senior Marshal brother." Taoist Yizhua lowered his head and said with tears in his eyes, "Senior Marshal brother, I don't know how to chant the Buddhist rebirth mantra." Hongyi rubbed his nose and asked the monk beside him, "Honglu, do you know how?" Honglu said, "Bulsh asterisk T, how would I know how?" He waved his hand and said, all right, do what you know. Continue with the ritual and follow us to see Master." Taoist Yizhua had no choice but to continue with the ritual. A bald monk wearing a gray robe walked in the 7 star steps and waved the 7 stars sword while chanting, "The 3 pure ones, the merciful Lord of the 3 realms, the Taoist scripture master, great heavenly venerable Bao, under the auspicious light, Luo Feng, welcome the dead to the shore. The clouds have descended, the cranes have arrived, the Dharma assembly has begun, the 8 trigrams are hanging high." Under the shocked gazes of the passers-by, a few monks chanted the Taoist scripture of salvation and led the funeral procession along Jianchun Street toward the Jianchun Gate. Some of the commoners on the street did not know the identity of the monk, so they could not help but click their tongues in wonder and ask about it. Someone said, "Who is that monk? Why is he so domineering? He has many disciples, and none of them seem to be good people. That old Taoist is afraid of being at a disadvantage, so he tolerated it. However, the funeral is being held by Yang Langzhong's family. Why did he swallow his anger?" You're really ignorant and ill-informed. Didn't you hear that old Taoist call that monk Master Huai? Didn't you hear that monk say that he came from the White Horse Temple? What do you think he is? He. Aya, could it be that monk is Xue Huai? Sure. Do you have the right to call out her name? What kind of person is he? Even the Empress's nephews, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi, have to respectfully call him Master Xue. Not to mention that Yang Langzhong is already dead. Even if Yang Langzhong was still alive, he wouldn't dare to point fingers in front of this master. As the crowd spoke, they revealed the story of the abbot of the White Horse Temple. It turned out that the monk's surname was Xue, and his Buddhist name was Huai. His real name was Feng Xiaobao. He was originally a Jianghu man who played with spears and rods and sold medicine on the streets of Luoyang. Because of his strong physique and handsome appearance, he later became Wu Zetian's gigolo by chance. Wu Zetian was very happy to have such a young and strong man like Feng Xiaobao. However, as a man in his prime, entering and leaving the palace would inevitably cause criticism. Li Tang's royal family was either good Taoists or good Buddhists. It was common for eminent monks of both the Buddhist and Taoist sects to enter and leave the palace. Thus, Wu Zetian had an idea and asked him to become a monk. With a decree from Wu Zetian, the abbot of the White Horse Temple in Luoyang gave his position to Feng Xiaobao. Wu Zetian herself attached great importance to family status. Her Wu family was originally a noble family in Guanlong because she loved Feng Xiaobao very much. She was afraid that he would be despised by others because of his lowly background. Thus, she thought of a way to change his name to Xue Huai. This way, he would be connected to her daughter, Princess Taiping's husband, Xue Xiao, and become a member of the Xue family. Xue Xiao would also have to respectfully call him uncle. This Xue Huai worked for Empress Wu, not only on the bed, but he also did a few big things. One of them was the construction of the Ming Hall. The Ming Hall was recorded in the Confucian classics as the place where the Son of Heaven set up the court. To Wu Zetian, the construction of the Ming Hall was not as simple as a building. It had a deep political significance. This huge project was designed and supervised by Xue Huai. Of course, the specific design was naturally done by specialized craftsmen. Although Xue Huai was ignorant and incompetent, he had many wonderful ideas. Ming Hall was built in a grand, magnificent, and extraordinary manner. It was a total of 30 floors tall, and it became the largest palace building in the history of the Chinese server. Xue Huai used less than a year to build such a huge building. Moreover, he also built an even taller heaven behind the Ming Hall. How big and how tall was this heaven? The heaven had a total of 5 stories. By the time he reached the 3rd story, it was already above the Ming Hall. In the heaven, there was a large Buddha. It was built according to Wu Zetian's appearance. This large Buddha's little finger could hold dozens of people. Many readers might have seen the glory of this large Buddha in the movie Di Renjie and the Empire of Tongtian. And this large Buddha was placed in the heaven. It was easy to imagine how big the heaven was. Recently, Xue Huai became even more powerful. At the beginning of the year, Wu Zetian appointed him as the chief of the Xianping Road Army to fight against the Turks. Xue Huai was just a medicine seller. The generals under him were not to be trifled with. When the Turks heard that the Tang army was coming, they avoided fighting. Xue Huai really wanted to fight with the Turks. However, after wandering in the grasslands for a few months, he could not find any trace of the enemy. He could only return in triumph. Because of this contribution, Wu Zetian gave him the title of second-rank great general who supports the nation. He became even more arrogant. Perhaps it was because Empress Wu was busy with state affairs. She did not summon him to the palace for a long time. Feng Xiaobao dared to do other things, but he did not dare to wear a green hat on Wu Zetian. As a strong man, what else could he do? He could only summon a group of ruffians he was familiar with to the White Horse Temple to shave their hair and eat meat and wine every day. Since he became a monk, he could not bear to see others grow their hair. He could not do anything to ordinary people, but he could not shave millions of people in Luoyang and make them bald. So he vented his anger on the Taoists. Of course, Xue Huai had other intentions. Although he looked rough, he was actually a very smart man. He knew that the Taoists were closely related to Li Tang's royal family and were protecting Li Tang. Empress Wu wanted to remove Li Tang's life, so she needed to promote Buddhism and suppress the Taoists. He did this to create support for Wu Zetian. Because of this, ever since he returned to Luoyang, he rode the streets every day. As long as he saw a Taoist, he would catch him to shave his head and become a monk. This news had gradually spread. That Taoist Yizhua, the head of Hongshou Monastery, had already heard about it. So when he saw Xue Huai, he subconsciously wanted to hide. He did not expect that he would still fall into Xue Huai's hands. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao followed the crowd into the square. Along the way, they talked about Xue Huai's anecdotes. Yang Fan did not think that he would have any interaction with this monk in the future, so he did not take it to heart. The only thing he wanted to find was the whereabouts of Miao Shenka. Chapter 85. The autumn rain was endless. As the saying went, the spring rain was like an edict, the summer rain was like a pardon, and the autumn rain was like an elegy. The autumn rain always gave people a miserable feeling. The autumn rain had been pattering since morning and did not stop in the afternoon. As a result, the feeling of autumn spread, and the world was desolate. On a muddy path in Guide Lane, a man in a light green robe and holding an oil paper umbrella was walking alone in the alley. Guide Lane was located in the south of Luoyang, beside the Changsha Gate. The southeast corner of Luoyang, the Changsha Gate, and the Dingding Gate had relatively few residents. Because it was too far from the bustling city center, there was a large expanse of empty forest. Although it was enclosed in the city, it had never been developed and was full of wild interest. Because of this, it had also become a very beautiful place in Dongdu. Some literati who liked the quiet, and some who had lost their careers and coveted cheap rent would choose this area as their residence. The man with the umbrella walked out of the alley and was surprised to see a quiet forest in front of him. The leaves were shiny from the rain, and the entire forest was filled with a quiet atmosphere. The drizzle was still fluttering, and a corner of a red cornice could be faintly seen in the forest. Walking on the dark green grass, when the dew had completely wet his feet, he would see a small building. The small building was built against the slope and surrounded by trees. It was very elegant. There was no flag erected in front of the building, only a wine banner that gently fluttered in the wind and rain. It was actually a tavern. The man with the oil paper umbrella did not stop and walked straight to the tavern. Under the dripping eaves, he closed the umbrella and revealed his appearance. This man was already in his early 50s. His hair was already white, and his face was covered in dense wrinkles. His eyebrows were thick at the beginning and thin at the end, and his slightly thin cheeks gave off a slightly miserable feeling. It was unknown whether he was affected by the autumn rain or the autumn wind. He looked up at the gray sky and sighed. He shook off the rainwater on the umbrella, pushed open the small bamboo door, and walked in. The restaurant was very quiet. At this time, there were very few people walking around in the downtown area, let alone such a quiet place. In the rain, the customers felt as if their souls had been shattered. The winemaker had also disappeared, leaving only the old shopkeeper, who was sitting behind the wine cabinet, dozing off with his chin in his hand. A guest pushed open the door and entered. Following that, a gust of autumn wind blew in, gently brushing against the string of wine and dishes hanging above the counter. The wine and dishes were all made of bamboo. When the wind blew, they collided with each other and made a series of tinkling sounds. The old shopkeeper seemed to be sleeping soundly and actually didn't wake up. The guest did not call out to him. He looked around and saw a man sitting by the window in a corner of the hotel. The man waved to him as he entered. The customer, who was in his 50s, walked over. Outside the window of the seat in the corner of the room, there was a patch of flourishing weeds. Although it was late autumn, they were still thriving. The window was propped up. The rainwater poured on it, making a dripping sound. Then it flowed onto the stalks of the weeds. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow in, ruffling the clothes of the guest. The customer had a silk handkerchief on his hair and wore a yellow turtleneck robe. There was a sparse beard on his chin, and his face was slightly yellow, but he didn't look very old. The yellow-robed young man stood up and greeted him. He asked with a smile, "Are you brother Yu?" The old man in his 50s nodded slightly. "I am indeed Yu Haoyang." The yellow-robed young man smiled and said solemnly, "Brother Yu, please have a seat of honor." Yu Haoyang glanced at him hesitantly. He took off his boots and climbed onto the couch. He knelt down behind the table. The yellow-robed young man also lifted his robe and sat down. He picked up a wine cup, raised it with his right hand and supported it with his left. He gave you a very courteous toast. The autumn rain is bitter and cold. Brother Yu, please drink a cup to dispel the cold from your body. We can talk later. Yu Haoyang had been invited by his informant, Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu had put in a lot of effort and finally found someone who might know Miaoshenka's whereabouts. However, it was not easy to find out Miaoshenka's whereabouts from this person. Yu Haoyang only revealed a little information, and the reward was very high. Zhao Yu arranged for him to meet Yang Fan directly. Yang Fan put on a disguise and agreed to meet him here. Yu Haoyang's official position was not high. He was just a court official in the Imperial Secretariat. The Imperial Secretariat was equivalent to the offices in the capitals set up by each province in the future. It was responsible for passing on information to the higher-ups in the province. Those who could set up court officials in the capital were all feudal lords. Their primary purpose in setting up court officials was not to report on the situation within their jurisdiction, but to make it easier for them to keep abreast of the situation in the capital. In that era, transportation was inconvenient and information was not fast. How could the local high-ranking officials sit around and wait for news that only concerned them to pass through the imperial court? They naturally had to arrange for intelligence agents to be in the capital to keep tabs on every move in the imperial court. These people were not only responsible for gathering information for the local high-ranking officials, they were also responsible for contacting the nobles in the capital and building relationships. Thus, a court official was a very lucrative job. The local high-ranking officials could save money in other areas, but they would never be stingy when it came to the funds of a court official. Thus, all court officials were overflowing with wealth. However, there were exceptions to everything. As a court official, Yu Haoyang's life was even more bitter than that of a yellow lotus. This was because Yu Haoyang was a court official in the Imperial Secretariat set up by the Yuqian Commandery. Yuqian was originally a military town under the jurisdiction of the Anxi Protectorate. In the 20th year of Zhengguan, the Western Turkic Ipi Shikue Khagan asked the Tang dynasty for a peace marriage. Li Shimin proposed that he cede Kacha, Yuqian, Shulik, Zagupo, and Songling as a betrothal gift. Ipi Shikue Khagan agreed on the surface but refused on the inside. After the peace marriage, the Tang dynasty used the army to forcibly take over these places. The Yuqian Commandery was set up at that time. After the Zhengguan, because of the political turmoil, the 4 towns of Anxi were sometimes established, and the military towns were also changed. In the first year of Yonghui, Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji, abolished the 4 towns, and the Anxi Protectorate moved back to Xi Province. In the second year of Xianqing, the Tang dynasty quelled the rebellion of the Western Turkic Ashina, Helu. In the next year, the 4 towns were restored. In the first year of Xianheng, the Tubo conquered Kacha, and the 4 towns were restored. In the first year of Qiaolu, the Tang dynasty pacified Pei Xinjiang to quell the rebellion of the Lanyan Commandery Ashina Duji and the others and restored the 4 towns. 3 years ago, the Tang army was defeated by the Tubo and the 4 towns were lost. Therefore, the officials set up by the Yuqian Commandery in the capital became motherless children. They were personnel set up by the Yuqian Commandery in the capital and were not officials directly under the court. Their salaries were not paid by the court. But the problem now was that no one knew if the Yuqian Commandery would have a chance to restore it. So who would care about them? These officials were in an extremely awkward situation. Some of the minor officials with decent family backgrounds could temporarily rely on the help of their families. But for a man like Yu Haoyang, who relied on him to support his family, if he lost his source of income, he would suffer unspeakably. Otherwise, he would not have come to today's appointment. Yu Dili drank a cup of wine and gently put it down. He looked straight at Yang Fan and said, "Brother, let's cut the small talk. What do you want to know? You can say it now." Miao Shenka. Yang Fan slightly leaned forward and raised his eyebrows. He looked straight at Udili and said, "I only want to know the whereabouts of Miao Shenka." Udili's expression changed slightly. He cupped his fists and said, "You want to know news of him? My apologies. I will take my leave now." Udili stood up and left. Yang Fan took out a green cloth bundle from under the table and put it on the table. There was a wha sound from the bundle. Udili was about to put his feet into his boots under the couch when he heard this sound. He could not help but stop and turned his head to look at the bundle. It was really not small, and he could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Yang Fan said, "What is brother you afraid of? What comes out of your mouth will enter my ears." Udili's face revealed a struggling expression. Yang Fan smiled again and said, "Outside of this restaurant, you will not recognize me, and I will not recognize you. If anyone says that you have revealed any information to me, do they have any proof? Are you willing to admit it? Ha, brother you, it is better for you to sit down." Udili's feet slowly turned around. After a long time, he returned to the table with difficulty and sat down. He closed his eyes and sighed. "AI, a poor man's ambition is short. What do you want to know?" Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "I only want to know where Miao Shenka is now, and what is his whereabouts." Udili suddenly opened his eyes and stared at him for a long time. He slowly lowered his eyelids and said, "You are investigating Miao Shenka's whereabouts because of kindness? Is it because of revenge?" Yang Fan said, "Regardless of kindness or hatred, once you leave this restaurant, it has nothing to do with brother you. Brother you, do you think it is better for you to know or not to know?" Udili sighed, and the distress on his face became even stronger. "I do not know the whereabouts of Miao Shenka." Yang Fan slowly straightened his back and reached out to grab the bundle. He said, leaning against the window and listening to the rain hitting the banana leaves, "It has a different kind of artistic conception. This table of wine and dishes is a gift from little brother to brother you. Brother you, please enjoy slowly. I will take my leave." Udili blurted out, "But I know who knows his whereabouts. Now, probably only this one person knows where he is. If you ask someone else, they might not know. The reason why I know about this is because of a fortuitous encounter." Yang Fan's hand stopped, and he asked, "Who is this person?" Udili said slowly, "If I say it without saying anything," Yang Fan pushed the bundle in his hands forward. Udili reached out to hold the bundle and said slowly, "Shangguan awaits the edict." Yang Fan was shocked, and he cried out, "Shangguan Wan, Udili's face slowly revealed a sly smile, and he asked, "You still want to ask?" Yang Fan pondered for a long time, and his face gradually darkened. He said, "Brother you, are you purposely mentioning a person who lives above the imperial palace to fool me?" Udili said, "Everything I said is true." Yang Fan sneered. "Miao Shenka is only a scholar who edits national history and is in charge of literary works. What kind of important person is he? How can his whereabouts be known only by the number one person in the world, Shangguan Daizhao?" A strange expression appeared on Udili's face, and he said, "Miao Shenka is only a scholar who edits national history and is in charge of literary works. Ha! Do you know what kind of books Miao Shenka has compiled?" Chapter 86. What books? In the past, when the empress was still a Jowie in the palace, in order to usurp the position of empress, she compiled books such as Biography of Women, Official Conduct, 100 Ministers, New Precepts, and Music Book, and distributed them to the world to build momentum for her. These books were written by a group of scholars around the empress, and Miao Shenka was one of them. Yang Fan was startled and asked, "So what?" The official said, 20 years ago, the Son of Heaven was in charge, and the Empress was in charge. The government, big or small, was heard by everyone. The power of the world belonged to the Middle Palace, and they were known as the Two Saints. Do you know how the Empress dealt with such heavy state affairs? Yang Fan somewhat understood, and his expression changed slightly. You mean the official said, 20 years ago, the Empress personally chose a few knowledgeable and quick-witted scholars to fill the central government offices, such as the Hall of Governmental Affairs, Hanlon Academy, and other central government offices. They all held positions of no more than 5th or 6th rank, but they didn't have to go through the South Office. They could directly enter the Imperial Palace from the North Gate of the Black Tortoise Gate and see the Empress at any time. Although they weren't the Prime Minister, the power of the Prime Minister was gradually stripped away by them and transferred into their hands. At that time, these people were known as the Scholars of the North Gate. Yang Fan was stunned. He never would have thought that this Miao Shenke, whom he thought would be the easiest to deal with, was actually an important person with a greater background than Bhikkhu Shinji. Although there was no such a prime minister in the official circles of the Tang dynasty, he was truly an important official who helped Wu Zetian ascend to the throne step by step. People often said that Shanghai was the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Tang dynasty, and this Miao Shenke was clearly the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Tang dynasty. If that was the case, then their positions were equal. However, since he was extremely trusted by Wu Zetian and had great power, why did he disappear without a trace? And why was only Shanghai the only one who knew of his whereabouts? When Yang Fan asked this question, Yu Isher's face revealed the smile of a profiteer. The question that little brother has asked has too many implications. I have already said enough. So, if you want to know more, then you have to pay me another reward. As he spoke, he grabbed the bundle and shoved it into his arms. Yang Fan held the umbrella and walked slowly in the drizzle and wind. The drizzle had soaked the front of his shirt, but he did not notice it. His thoughts were completely immersed in what Yu Haoyang had told him about Miao Shenke. Wu Zetian had walked step by step to where she was today. Admittedly, she was talented and bold, but she lived deep in the inner palace. In the process of seizing power, she needed a powerful force outside the palace for her to use. This powerful force was gradually built up by herself. This power was like the two paths of yin and yang divided into the two paths of the civil and the martial. The martial artist was naturally the plum blossom inner guard, and the scholar was the Northgate scholar. There were 6 core members of the Northgate scholar. When they were used by Wu Zetian, their positions were not high. They were the scholar Lang Yuan Wanqing, the left scholar Fan Lubing, Miao Shenke, Lu Yizhi, the right scholar Zhou Simeo, and Hu Chubin. Miao Shenke was one of them. He was one of the 6 hidden ministers when Empress Wu replaced Gaozong to rule the Tang dynasty. Now, where were the 6 hidden ministers? The scholar Lang Yuan Wanqing was originally the emissary of communication. During the Qianfeng era, he followed General Li Ji on an expedition against Goryeo and became the Liaodong chief secretary. He was ordered to write a declaration denouncing Goryeo. Unexpectedly, this bookworm's temper flared up. In the declaration, he mocked the Goryeo for not knowing the art of war and not knowing how to defend the Yalu River. As a result, when the Goryeo saw the declaration, they immediately sent troops to defend the Yalu River. The Tang dynasty's army repeatedly attacked, but failed. They suffered heavy casualties, and Yuan Wanqing was exiled outside the mountains. Later, he was pardoned and returned to the capital. He was chosen by Wu Zetian and became one of the 6 scholars of the North Gate. Now, he was the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion and the prime minister of the current dynasty. The left minister Fan Lubing was first the household inspector of the Zhou Palace. Later, he became the North Gate Scholar. In 20 years, he served as the Wantai and Tianguan, the second assistant minister. He was then promoted to the Minister of Spring, official Minister of Rights, and served as the Wantai of the Phoenix Pavilion. He became the Prime Minister of the Tang Dynasty. Not long ago, he was accused by Zhou Xingju of colluding with the rebels and was beheaded at the beginning of this year. The left minister Liu Yizhi was the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion and served as the third rank of the Wantai of the Phoenix Pavilion. He was also the prime minister of the Tang Dynasty. 2 years ago, Lai Junqin accused him of accepting gifts from the governor of Gui Province, Sun Wanrong. He also had an affair with a beautiful concubine of the rebel Su Jingya. He was sentenced to death by Empress Wu. The right minister Zhou Simeo was placed in an important position by Empress Wu. He was promoted to the junior supervisor of the Lin Tai School and became a scholar of the Chongwen School. Last year, he was accused by Suo Yuanli of colluding with the rebels and was sentenced to death in prison. The right minister, Hu Chubin, also died in prison last year because of the charge of colluding with the rebels. The 6 trusted aides that Wu Zetian had raised, except for Yuan Wanqing, who was the prime minister, and Miao Xinke, who had disappeared, were all executed because of rebellion or colluding with the rebels. How could Wu Zetian be so bad at judging people? These people that she had personally raised were all loyal to her when she had not controlled the world. Now, that Empress Wu had the power to overturn the world. They all had the intention to rebel. Yang Fan did not need to guess to know that this was a good bough being hidden after all the birds have been killed. The 6 scholars of the North Gate had been used by Empress Wu when she had just become the empress. After so many years, they must have grasped many secrets and secrets that Empress Wu did not want others to know. The safest way to keep secrets was, of course, to make them shut up forever. Thus, Empress Wu began to sweep away the last obstacles before she became the empress. But why was Yuan Wanqing still so high and mighty? Why hadn't Empress Wu made a move yet? Why was Miao Xinke still missing? If Empress Wu had already made a move, there was no need to hide the news of his death. Judging from the fate of the previous people, they must be charged with a reasonable crime. Yang Fan let out a long sigh. It was as if he was immersed in layers of fog. This fog needed to be peeled away layer by layer, but from the Peach Blossom Village to Luoyang City, every time he peeled away a layer of fog, he felt that the fog was thicker, making it harder for him to see clearly. When would the truth be revealed? The rain was getting heavier, the autumn rain forming a line. The wind was also getting stronger, and the rain was slanting down on people. Yang Fan had no choice but to stop and take shelter under the eaves of a spice shop. Upstairs, Xie Xiaoman was drinking alone. This was a spice shop that she had opened for her elder brother. She had already arranged everything for her elder brother's future. She had even found a wife for her elder brother in advance, but she still couldn't find her elder brother. It was possible that her elder brother couldn't withstand the hardships of a beggar's life. It was possible that he would die young, but Xiaoman refused to think about this problem. She firmly believed that her elder brother was still alive. This persistence was not so much because of her trust in her elder brother, but because of the fear in her heart. She was afraid that her only relative would disappear, and she would be left alone with the sky and the earth. Then what would be the point of all her struggles? She was originally just a little maid of Gongsun, Lanji. She took care of the young lady's daily life and also practiced martial arts with the young lady. Her original plan was just to practice a bit more so that her elder brother wouldn't be beaten until he vomited blood and was beaten until his head bled because of protecting her. She was very diligent, even more diligent than Gongsun Lanji. She quickly displayed a talent for martial arts, so one hot summer day, she caught the eye of Ani Xia, who happened to visit Ani Pei's residence. At that time, She was sweating profusely as she practiced her swordsmanship under the sun. Her sweat had soaked her hair and stuck to her forehead. Auntie Sia asked her if she was willing to come with her. Practicing martial arts might be harder, but she wouldn't have to be a servant girl anymore. She could still have a lot of power and wealth. This wasn't something that girls liked to pursue, but Ñoño agreed without hesitation. She felt that this was what her elder brother needed the most. As a result, she became a member of the Plum Blossom Internal Guard. As a result, her performance became more and more outstanding, and she soon gained more favor from Auntie Sia. She became her adopted daughter and gave her a name, Siemuwen. Later, the Empress of the Imperial Court gave her a little name, Ah Man. But this wasn't what she wanted. She missed her elder brother. She missed the elder brother who held her hand and ran in the rain like a fish. Xiao Man sat under the eaves and watched the rain. The rain was thick and dense. She was so bored that she wanted to see the gaps between the raindrops, but she couldn't. The rain was falling too fast, even faster than her sword. After staring at it for a long time, she had a feeling that she was rising rapidly, as if she was going to rise into the gray sky. So she lowered her head to look at the ripples on the ground. She saw ripples formed by the raindrops, like epiphyllum blooming on the surface of the water. As soon as it bloomed, it withered, and then bloomed again. She didn't see anyone taking shelter from the rain under the eaves. She only heard the sound of the rain falling from the eaves, hitting the surface of the umbrella. Looking at the rain and listening to the plop-plop sounds, she recalled the days when she squatted under the banana tree with her older brother, each holding a half-soaked bun and eating it under the rain. Yang Fan stood under the eaves with the umbrella and waited for the rain to subside. The rain splashed on the umbrella and flowed to the ground, creating bubbles. The bubbles popped up one by one and burst one by one. No one knew where they came from or where they went. In the distance, the giant Buddha in the heaven that towered into the clouds was overlooking the entire city. The Buddhist said that a grain of sand was a world. She wondered if this bubble was also a world. If it was a world, then in the eyes of humans, its birth and death was only a moment. But in this world, was it also an extremely long time? In the eyes of the eternal Buddha, wasn't the world of humans also just a snap of the fingers? But whether it was short or long, in this world, being born as a human was his world. In this world, he shouldered hate and love. No matter if it was hate or love, there must be a result. This was his mission. Staring at the bubbles that popped up and then disappeared, he seemed to see the fire in the mountain village, the charred corpses, the flying head of his elder sister, the ugly girl with the broken teeth, and the curly-bearded man who angrily broke into the governor's office with a sword. Suddenly, there was a sound of thunder in the sky. Yang Fan sighed, raised his head, and looked at the gray sky. Since I can't get Miaoshinka, I can only start with Chioshinji. Yang Fan gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and secretly made up his mind. The rain gradually subsided. He tightened the umbrella in his hand and walked out from under the eaves. Xiao Man sat alone in the building, watching the wind and the rain. She also saw the man in the rain. The man held an oil paper umbrella and walked very steadily and quietly, as if he wasn't worried at all that the rain would get heavier. The wind lifted his robe slightly and then fell again. There was a faint sense of loneliness, just like Xiao Man's mood at the moment. Xiao Man raised her hand and combed her hair. Her black and bright eyebrows slightly curved into a beautiful arc. Chapter 87. When Yang Fan returned to Xiaowen workshop, there weren't many people on the main street because it had been raining for a day. Even the few households that had food stalls were deserted. Some people hadn't closed their stalls yet, but they were waiting for the rain to stop before doing some business. At this time, they had already returned to their rooms to rest. However, when Yang Fan arrived in front of his house, he saw a light carriage quietly parked in the rain. Two steeds were standing quietly with fodder bags tied around their necks. They had their heads lowered as they ate the fodder. The coachman was sitting on the shaft of the carriage, wearing a woven rush raincoat that had many water droplets on it. Yang Fan recognized that this was the coachman who drove Miss Kai Yun's carriage. He politely nodded to this person. That person sat motionless at the front of the carriage like a statue. Yang Fan smiled. He knew that this person had always been a man of few words and might even be a little arrogant. A coachman, even if he was from a wealthy family, actually didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. However, many people who had the qualifications to be arrogant treated others very modestly, and it just so happened that the subordinates of the people who had the qualifications to be arrogant liked to be proud of them. Yang Fan didn't care about this person's attitude. He pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. When he reached the corridor, he closed the umbrella and shook off the water. He placed the umbrella vertically by the door and stretched out his hand to open the door. Miss Kai Yun, who was dressed in green, was sitting in the room. When she heard the sound, she got up from the couch and quickly came out. Erlang's body has really recovered. You still want to go out on such a rainy day? Kai Yun said with a smile. Where did Erlang go? You made me wait for a long time. Yang Fan said with a smile. Little brother didn't know that elder sister was coming. I was bored at home and wandered around randomly, but I didn't have a definite place to go. On the other hand, elder sister, why did you come over on such a rainy day? Did you bring something delicious for little brother this time? Kai Yun pursed her lips and smiled. This time, elder sister doesn't need to bring anything delicious for you. Very soon, Erlang will be wearing luxurious clothes and eating delicacies from land and sea. Why would he be interested in what elder sister brought? Yang Fan said in surprise. Why does elder sister say that? Xiao Di has never been a high-ranking official, and I have never dug up a mountain of gold. How could I live in luxury, eat delicacies? Kai Yun smiled mysteriously and said, Others may yearn for these things, but Erlang is different. There is a noble who wants to give you great riches and honor. Today, elder sister has been ordered to pick you up. Erlang only needs to go with elder sister. As long as you nod in front of that noble, you will be rich in this life. It's just that when that time comes, Erlang will be rich and powerful. You must not forget this older sister of today. If I can help you a little, older sister will be satisfied. As she spoke, her pair of watery and charming eyes glanced at Yang Fan with some hidden bitterness. Yang Fan's long-suppressed curiosity was aroused by Kai Yun's words, causing him to overlook the hidden bitterness in Kai Yun's eyes. He said cheerfully, Master is willing to see me? Miss Kai Yun rolled her eyes at him and sighed. Men are all ungrateful men. They just heard that there are benefits, and they want to throw Big Sister over the wall. Let's go. Big Sister has waited for you for so long. I'm afraid that the master has been waiting impatiently for a long time. From the outside, the carriage looked like a very ordinary light carriage. Similar carriages could be seen everywhere on the streets of Luoyang. However, when one entered the carriage, the interior was abnormally magnificent. This magnificence was not reflected on the surface. There was no seat cushion wrapped in silk or satins, no gorgeous Persian tapestries decorated the four walls, and no gold and silver as utensils. Instead, it was reflected in the details. The carriage was a light carriage with oil walls. The logs were varnished, the corners were copper, and there were elegant pine and bamboo decorations. Each mortise and tenon joint was tight, without any gaps. It was smooth and comfortable to walk. Even if one were to run a long distance, it would not shake the people in the carriage to the point that their bones would fall apart. The carriage was good The horses pulling it were well trained, and the craftsmanship of the driver was also good. The carriage moved without the slightest jolt. Yang Fan could see that the carriage had been modified. Many of the magnificent decorations had been removed in order to make it look ordinary. There were subtle traces in some places that showed that some objects had once been hung or placed there, but they were now empty. However, it was also because of this that the interior of the carriage appeared much more spacious. A seat that should have only been able to seat one person did not seem very crowded with the two of them. In fact, the two of them could have sat further apart, but Miss Kai-yun had insisted on squeezing with Yang Fan, so he could only feign ignorance. Fortunately, although Miss Kai-yun had the intention of throwing herself at him, she seemed to have some misgivings. Therefore, she only dared to use her sitting posture to tease him. Yang Fan did not react, and she did not dare to take any further action. However, her expression was slightly displeased. The carriage was covered in a dense drapery. Yang Fan found it stuffy and wanted to pull it up, but he was stopped by Miss Kai-yun. Although Yang Fan couldn't see the situation outside, he was very familiar with the nearby roads. He felt every turn the car made and moved forward. Based on his estimation, the car should have left the Xiaowen workshop and turned into the Shangshan workshop in front of him. The carriage continued on for a while before suddenly stopping. The cold-faced uncle said something to someone outside, and after a while, the carriage started moving again. This time, it made more turns. Yang Fan felt that the carriage was suddenly turning left and right. It did not seem like it was driving on the main street of the workshop, but more like it had entered a mansion. If the carriage was driving into a mansion, it would take such a long time to turn left and right. It could be seen how vast this mansion was. After another moment, the carriage stopped. The door opened, and the cold-faced uncle stood in front of the carriage. He had already put down the pedal, but he did not say a word. Miss Kai-yun seemed to be familiar with his demeanor and ignored him. She only said to Yang Fan sweetly, "Erling, please get out of the carriage." Yang Fan bent down and got out of the carriage. He walked out on the pedal and realized that the carriage was parked under a long pavilion in the shape of a bat. The pavilion extended all the way to a long corridor with red pillars on both sides and a row of palace lanterns hanging in the middle. Just by looking at this long corridor, one could tell that it was definitely an extremely wealthy family. It was still raining outside. Because the carriage was parked directly under the corridor, there was no need to hold an umbrella. Miss Kai-yun also got out of the carriage and said to Yang Fan, "Erling, please follow me." Yang Fan did not ask any questions and just followed her slowly forward. Along the way, he saw faint greenery, deep courtyards, winding bridges, winding corridors, flowing springs, rockeries, phoenix pavilions, and lawn pavilions, carved railings, and painted rafters. There was not a single place that was not exquisite and gorgeous. It must be the back garden of some noble family. Looking into the distance, there were high ridges, curved eaves, black tiles, and white walls, like layers upon layers of mountains. When Yang Fan saw such a scene, he could not help but be surprised. Could this be the home of some noble? Originally, he had expected that no matter what motive this master had, it would not be to harm him. So he had always been calm. However, at this moment, he could not help but be a little cautious. Even if the other party did not have any other motive, for such a high and mighty noble to spare no effort to get close to a small workshop worker like him. Wasn't it strange? There must be a demon when things were abnormal. A demon had appeared, and it was the old witch of the Black Mountain. Yang Fan followed Lady Kai-yun all the way, passing through winding corridors, courtyards, and courtyards as if they were walking in a maze. After wandering for a long time, they finally arrived at a fine house. Walking into the room, he saw a table, a cupboard, a shelf, and a screen. They were all made of superior wood such as sandalwood, phoebe, and agarwood. The design was exquisite and elegant, looking luxurious but not ordinary. The red sandalwood screen and the hollowed-out antique shelf divided the room into several parts, giving off a feeling of winding paths leading to seclusion. Yang Fan had never been to such a luxurious house. When he was in Nanyang, although his master was also a young master of a country, the layout of the houses in that small country was very casual. The nobles there did not develop a luxurious lifestyle of building mansions and wearing luxurious clothes. How could the architecture of the houses be compared to the Tang dynasty in China? He came directly to the corridor of the back house and let Kai Yun lead him through the rooms and into this fine house. Until now, he had not realized that he had entered the bedroom of the owner of this house. It was not until he went around the screen and saw 2 lantern trees that he realized something was wrong. These were 2 bronze lantern trees that were half the height of a person. They were made of bronze and had flowers and leaves of various colors. There were birds of various colors standing on them. Some of the birds tilted their heads and picked their feathers. Some raised their heads and chirped, and some bowed their heads and pecked at their food. Their movements were different and lifelike. Candles were inserted on the feathers of the bronze birds, illuminating the room as if it was daytime. A slanted screen divided the room into a bedroom. In the corner of the dressing table, there was a makeup box with 3 layers of lotus flowers and a few purple boxes for storing jewelry. A bronze mirror that was as tall as a person stood beside the dressing table, reflecting his figure. Yang Fan was secretly shocked and hurriedly looked back, only to find that Lady Kai Yun had quietly retreated. An old voice laughed softly and said, "Little Lang Jun, why are you so flustered?" The voice came from behind the plum blossom screen. The screen covered most of the couch, and from Yang Fan's angle, he could not see what was on the couch. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment. At this point, he could only bite the bullet and walk over. He saw an old woman lying on the couch, looking at him with a smile. Yang Fan took a closer look. This woman was clearly an old woman. Although her hair was as black as ink and her body was well maintained, the wrinkles on her face were carved by the god of time. How could they be covered up by makeup? It was just that the light filtered through the screen created a hazy effect. So, at first glance, she seemed to be 20 years younger. The old woman was lying on the couch, looking like a sleeping beauty. She only had a soft gauze gown draped over her body, and she seemed to be wearing nothing underneath. Yang Fan quickly looked down and did not dare to look again. He only slightly cupped his hands and said, "I am Yang Fan. Greetings, old madam. May I know why old madam has summoned me?" The old woman's smile froze. It seemed that the title, Old Madam, sounded very harsh. However, she looked at Yang Fan from head to toe. Looking at his handsome and delicate appearance, she revealed a smile that she thought was very charming and said softly, "Little Lang Jun, your health seems to be better now?" Chapter 88. Hearing such a coquettish voice from an old woman's mouth, Yang Fan felt goosebumps all over his body. He bowed and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I presume old madam sent Miss Kai Yun to visit Junior's injuries and also invited a famous doctor to treat me. Junior and old madam have never met before, so I am truly grateful for old madam's favor." The old woman covered her mouth and chuckled. "Young Lang Jun is too polite. Sit down and talk." In the early Tang dynasty, although chairs and stools had also entered the Central Plains, they were not popular, especially in the upper class, where they were even more opposed. Although the influence of who was severe at this time, food, clothing, culture, and other aspects had absorbed a large amount of Hu culture when it came to living quarters, the noble families still strictly followed the customs of the Han people. They also knew that who clothes and who furniture were more suitable. They usually liked to wear who clothes when they went out, but on formal occasions, they still wore deep clothes and solemn formal attire. In other words, they thought that who clothes were suitable, but in terms of style, they still couldn't be compared to Han clothes. On important occasions, wearing Han clothes was considered formal attire, just like how people usually wore t-shirts, jeans, or even singlets and shorts. It didn't matter, but to attend important meetings and banquets, they usually had to wear a suit and leather shoes. It was the same in terms of furniture. As furniture, they were more resistant to chairs and stools. They still followed the Han style, so the furniture in the room was low and the bed was low. Therefore, there was no chair next to Yang Su, but there was a praying mat wrapped in brocade. Yang Fan lifted his robe and knelt on the praying mat. He said respectfully, "Madam, you don't have to be so polite. Please call me by my name. I'm the second in the family, so Madam can call me Beta Persei." The old woman laughed and said, "Then I'll call you Erlang. I heard about Erlang's matter. I heard that the steward of the Yang residence promised a reward of 1,000,000 yuan, so Erlang risked his life to rush into the fire to save him and was injured. I don't know how you've recovered now. Come here and let me see you." As she spoke, she sat up and looked at Yang Fan with a burning gaze. The thin clothes on her body faintly revealed her flesh, and as she sat up, her figure became even more obvious. Although this old woman was old, she lived like a princess. Her flesh and blood were full, and her figure did not have the slightest bit of withered. Although the wrinkles on her face were obvious, her figure really seemed to be around 40 years old. How would Yang Fan dare to approach her? He merely nodded and said, "Old Madam, Junior's injury has already healed." The old woman saw that he was very respectful and frowned slightly. Then she slowly lay back on the couch and rested her chin on her hand. With a languid expression, she said, "Erlang, you probably don't know who I am and why I invited you here, right?" Yang Fan looked down at the shiny floor in front of him and said, "Yes." Miss Kai Yun said that old madam was a senior of the Yang family, which was why she took care of this junior. Junior knows that Miss Kai Yun's words are mostly excuses and was just about to ask old madam why old madam is taking such care of Junior. The old woman chuckled and said, "Erlang, it seems that you have completely forgotten about this old woman. Look up and take a closer look. You and I have met before." When Yang Fan heard this, he raised his head and carefully looked at the old woman. He shook his head and said, "I don't think I've seen Madam before." A trace of displeasure flashed through the old woman's eyes, but she immediately laughed self-mockingly. "Haha, that's right. At that time, you had a pair of beautiful daughters of my Tang dynasty in front of you. One was as beautiful as a peony, and the other was as beautiful as a lily. How could you still remember this old woman? Erlang, you and I met once by the Luo River. Do you still remember?" The Luo River? Hearing what she said, Yang Fan suddenly remembered. As soon as he thought of it, a fiery figure immediately appeared in his mind. She was wearing a red dress, and she looked like a red mermaid playfully slapping the water on the banks of the Luo River. She also looked like Luo Shinmifei coming out of the water, tender and alluring, indescribable. Soon after, another beautiful figure gradually appeared in his mind. From a graceful and hazy figure, it gradually became clear. That grace, that charm, was as slender as the moon, as gentle as water, like a pure white and elegant lily growing by the mermaid's side, swaying in the wind. It was human nature for a young man to like beautiful things. For a man, especially a young man, a beautiful woman was even more unforgettable. So when the old woman mentioned the Luo River, he immediately remembered the Luo River's flower that could melt people in flames and the nameless woman who was as gentle as spring water. Only then did he vaguely remember that there was indeed such an old woman beside this pair of beauties. Yang Fan softly made an ah sound and suddenly said, "That's right, this kid remembers. That day at the Luo River, I did see old madam." The old woman smiled slightly and said, "Old madam, do you know who I really am?" This old woman had already called herself. How could her identity not be obvious? A woman who called herself, but was not a person of the palace, could only be a princess who had already received a title. Yang Fan thought of Princess Taiping. Since this old woman was sitting on the same bed as her, could she also be a princess? Yang Fan did not remember much about the matters of the imperial family. There were many princes and princesses in the imperial family. Apart from Princess Taiping, who was in the limelight, how could he remember much? The old woman seemed to know that it was impossible for him to know who she was. Her tone only paused for a moment before she continued. "I am the 18th daughter of Emperor Gaozu of the Tang dynasty, the noble princess." Since the noble princess had already revealed her identity, Yang Fan could not continue to play dumb. Therefore, he bowed his head deeply and said in a deep voice, "I have seen your highness the princess." The noble princess laughed lightly and waved her hand. "In a private examination, there is no need to stand on ceremony." If these words were said by 1,000 delicate and charming women, the screen would be like fog, the candlelight would be like the sun, the brocade robe would be like a beast's fragrance, the jade-like body would be lying on the ground. Adding this kind of flirtatious words, it would be very charming and gentle. But coming from this old woman's mouth, Yang Fan's heart turned cold. He just stopped and did not say anything. The noble princess said, "Erlang, do you know why I sent people to treat your injury, and why I sent Kaiyun to often visit and take care of you?" "I do not know," Yang Fan said. The noble princess said, This young man, look smart. How can you be so blind?" That day, Princess Taiping wanted you to go to her mansion to practice polo. Such an opportunity, why did you not agree? "If I agreed," Yang Fan said, "even though I am Princess Taiping's disciple, I will only be a servant to be ordered around. Playing polo, receiving the princess favor, I can be rich and powerful for a while, but how can it be a long-term plan? Therefore, I would rather be a free commoner on the streets than enter a rich and powerful family and become a servant." The noble princess said, "How do you know that entering Taiping's school means becoming a servant? Do you know that there are many high-ranking officials in the imperial court, even the current prime minister, who were recommended by Taiping to be put in an important position by the empress? If you can enter Taiping's discerning eyes, how do you know that you will not have a chance to become famous?" Yang Fan smiled indifferently and said, "Those officials, even the high-ranking ministers who have become the Xianggong, have their own talent and learning to stabilize the country and bring peace to the country. The princess's recommendation is only to let the empress know of their talent. I am only a commoner on the streets, ignorant and incompetent. Even if I can play polo very well, what future can I have?" The noble princess saw that the two of them had been talking in circles. If this layer of window paper was not pierced through, in the end they would not be able to talk any further. She had no choice but to get straight to the point and speak her true intention. This noble princess was Li Shimin's half-sister, the 18th of the 19 daughters of the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan. She was Princess Taiping's grandaunt, one generation older than Wu Zetian, when Wu Zetian wantonly massacred Li Tang's imperial family. Some of the princesses resisted with all their might, some swallowed their anger, but very few of them bowed and bent their knees to curry favor with Empress Wu. Only this noble princess was different. In order to curry favor with Empress Wu, it could be said that she was unscrupulous. A few days ago, Yang Fan saw Feng Xiaobao selling medicine on the street. It was this noble princess who presented him to Wu Zetian. When this Feng Xiaobao was selling medicine on the street, he first flirted with a maid in the noble princess's residence. This maid was Kai Yun. The two of them had a passionate affair. Kai Yun even secretly brought him into the noble princess's residence to be lovey-dovey. In the end, they were reported to the noble princess and were caught red-handed by her. The noble princess originally wanted to punish the two of them severely, but when she saw that Feng Xiaobao was strong and handsome, she couldn't help but fall in love with him. In the end, after catching the adulterer, this noble princess turned Feng Xiaobao into her guest. When Wu Zetian was overbearing towards Li Tang's imperial family, the noble princess was worried that she would also be purged by Empress Wu, so she spent a lot of money to bribe the maids by Empress Wu's side to inquire about Empress Wu's news. When she found out that Empress Wu was gradually yearning for love, she offered her gigolo, Feng Xiaobao, to Wu Zetian. Because of this great merit, Wu Zetian doted on the noble princess and became the Empress Dowager's favorite person. In the past few years, the princes and princesses of Li Tang's imperial family were constantly suffering, but the noble princess remained unmoved. The noble princess tasted the sweetness. Because she saw that Princess Taiping seemed to have a good impression of Yang Fan, she hardened her heart and wanted to imitate Wu Zetian as a gigolo. She also wanted to make Princess Taiping a gigolo. If she could please both mother and daughter, her position as the noble princess would be as stable as Mount Tai. It must be said that this Princess Taiping was very dignified compared to many of the Tang dynasty's princesses who were dissolute and had illicit affairs. Princess Taiping married Xue Xiao at the age of 16. The two of them were husband and wife for 7 years. From beginning to end, they were deeply in love and never had any scandals. However, last year, Xue Xiao was murdered for treason. Last year, when the Prince of Yu, Li Zhen, rebelled against Wu, the prince's son-in-law, Xue Xiao's two elder brothers were also involved. Li Zhen's rebellion failed. Xue Xiao's two elder brothers, Xue Liang and Xue Su, were beheaded. Originally, Xue Xiao did not participate in this matter, but he was also imprisoned. It was only because he was Princess Taiping's husband that the Empress Dowager showed mercy and did not behead him. She ordered him to leave his corpse intact. As a result, this prince's son-in-law was starved to death in prison. Princess Taiping was currently a widow. Her mood was very gloomy. This noble princess, who had obtained a great benefit from being a pimp for the Empress Dowager, wanted to act as a matchmaker for Yang Fan. She wanted to recommend him to be the man of the Tang dynasty's princesses, the flower of Luoyang, Li Lingyue. The noble princess sweetly said, "I want to introduce you to be Taiping's guest. I wonder what Lang Jun thinks." Chapter 89. Yang Fan was stunned. He had always wanted to know who Miss Kai Yun's master was, and what was the purpose of him taking care of him. However, no matter how rich his imagination was, no matter how imaginative he was, he would never have thought that it was to introduce him to be a gigolo, to be the gigolo of Princess Taiping Li Lingyue. Li Lingyue's face was like a flower, charming and lovely. She had been in love with Xue Xiao for 7 years and had never done anything lewd. It could be seen that she was not a loose woman. Once such a woman truly liked a man, she would definitely have feelings for him, even if she couldn't give him the status of a prince consort. Just like how Empress Wu treated Xue Huai, she was very fond of him. Even though Wu Zetian had gradually entered the role of an emperor and was no longer satisfied with spoiling only one person, her favor and preferential treatment towards Xue Huai had never decreased. Moreover, if he could be loved by the young and affectionate Princess Taiping, he would definitely be in love, and glory, splendor, wealth, and rank would be just around the corner. In particular, Princess Taiping was different from her mother. but Princess Taiping was only 24 years old, and even if she didn't have the power and wealth that came with it, she was the object of countless men's desire with just her charming appearance. In addition to her unattainable status, it added to her charm. Just think about it. Which man could resist such temptation? Therefore, the noble princess said it calmly, without the slightest consideration that Yang Fan would refuse. Money, beauty, power, everything was at his fingertips. How could he not agree to a fugitive who would charge into a fire for a reward of 1,000,000 yuan? Looking at Yang Fan's startled expression, the Princess of Jin thought that he was in a daze of joy. She could not help smiling and saying, "Erlang need not worry. That day Taiping was very concerned about you. Bengong took a good look at you. Ha, ha, looking at you carefully, you really have some of Prince Consort Shui's charm. Although your appearance isn't similar, your charm is 70 to 80% the same. No wonder that girl Lingwei saw you." The noble princess smiled and said, "However, if you are in front of Taiping, you can't act as casually as you do in the marketplace. You can't behave in such a vulgar and rude manner. I have summoned you here to teach you some of the rules of a noble's residence." In the meantime, the noble princess glanced at Yang Fan, and her eyes were filled with love. "Although you are handsome and charming, you are still young. Looking at you, I am afraid that you have not experienced the affairs between a man and a woman. If you want to win Taiping's favor, just having a good appearance is not enough." As the noble princess spoke, she moved closer to the couch and said with a smile, "Erlang, you don't have to go back tonight. Stay in my mansion for a few days. When you are able to pass my test, I will send you to see Taiping. He, other than her own husband, Taiping has never had any other man. As long as you learn the skill of seducing and pleasing women, you will definitely be able to please her." At first, when Yang Fan heard what she said, he thought of the beautiful mermaid-like figure, and indeed had some thoughts. But this was a man's natural reaction to a beautiful woman. From the start, he had never thought of becoming a gigolo like Lu Junfan, a plaything under the knees of a noble lady. At this time, he saw the noble princess's coy attitude. As an old woman in her 60s, she actually wanted to invite him, a young man who had not even reached the age of 20, onto the couch. He couldn't help but feel disgusted. Yang Fan straightened his back and said solemnly, "Princess has good intentions, but Yang Fan has Yang Fan's rules as a person. Yang Fan is a dignified man and has never thought of being under a woman's crotch, asking for her favor in order to seek wealth and glory. Please forgive Yang Fan for not daring to accept the princess's good intentions. Goodbye." As soon as Yang Fan finished speaking, he stood up and left. The noble princess's smile immediately froze on her face. She had never thought that a mere worker like Yang Fan would have such ambition. He actually rejected the temptation of having everything just by nodding his head. It was too unexpected that she stood there, unable to react for a moment. It was not until Yang Fan turned around the folding screen that the noble princess came back to her senses. She angrily shouted, "Stop!" Yang Fan slightly stopped, slightly turned around, and asked in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "What advice does your highness have?" The noble princess sat up in shock and anger. Her mind was racing, and she suddenly realized something. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed and annoyed. This kind of temptation, no one should have rejected it, not to mention a small worker like him who dared to risk his life for 1,000,000 taels of silver. Even those officials who studied poetry and books since childhood, who considered themselves disciples of the saints, many of them hoped to gain Empress Wu's favor and rise to the heavens in one step. In the end, this Yang Fan was still a young man. Unexpectedly, he thought she was too old and did not want to have an illicit relationship with her. The noble princess thought of the reason Yang Fan refused her. She was ashamed and annoyed. But although she saw that this young Fan was young and handsome, very pleasant, and had the intention to make him her husband, her main purpose was still to establish a good relationship with Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping quite admired this young man, as long as she acted as a go-between and taught this young man some skills to flatter women, creating several opportunities for him and Taiping. They would definitely be able to achieve something good. When the time came, she was not afraid that Taiping would not accept her favor. Thinking of this, the noble princess endured her embarrassment and said, This young man, really don't know what's good for you. If Ben Gong wanted a man, would there be no need to worry about not having a guest? Ben Gong has good intentions, wanting to teach you a lesson so that Taiping won't like you, but you dislike Ben Gong for being old. Since it's like this, then call Kai Yun to serve you. You should learn more skills in bed from her. A man can't be liked by a woman just because he is born with a good appearance. Kai Yun actually did not go far, waiting behind a few folding screens. Hearing the noble princess instructions, she could not help but be pleasantly surprised. She had been drooling over a handsome young man like Yang Fan for a long time. This Miss Kai Yun also liked handsome men. Otherwise, she would not have hooked up with Feng Xiaobao, who sold wild herbs on the street. However, this Yang Fan was the person that the noble princess fancied first, so she did not dare to steal her master's favorite food. Who would have thought that after going around in circles, in the end, this good task still fell on her? Kai Yun was bursting with joy, but then she heard Yang Fan sneer and say, Your Highness is right. A man can't win a woman's heart just by relying on a good appearance. As a man in this world, appearance is secondary, talent is even more important. And the most important thing is a man's character. Meng Ku once said, Riches and honor cannot be corrupted, poverty cannot be shaken, and might cannot be subdued. This is what it means to be a man. Although Yang Fan is a common man, if he bent his waist and bowed his head to serve a woman, even if he had a beauty in his arms, power in his hands, and riches on his body, he would not be happy. I disdain to be a dregs of medicine with others. As soon as these powerful words were spoken, Yang Fan immediately left with his head held high, causing the noble princess's face to turn pale with anger. Speaking of this dregs of medicine, it originated from a common joke. It was about an emperor in ancient times who saw his concubines with worried expressions and poor skin color. So he urgently called for an imperial doctor. The imperial doctor wrote a prescription, 8 strong men. A few days later, the emperor came out of the circuit palace and was overjoyed to see his concubines glowing. Suddenly, he saw 8 skinny men coming out in a line. He asked in surprise, Who are you? The imperial doctor replied, Dregs of medicine. This joke was very widespread among the people. Even the people of the upper class knew about it. Of course, the noble princess had heard of this joke. Now that Yang Fan was using it to mock her, she was so angry that 1 Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. Seeing this scene, Kai Yun couldn't help but feel somewhat anxious. Only when she heard Yang Fan's footsteps getting further and further away did she gather her courage to enter the bedroom. The noble princess sat on the couch, her chest heaving up and down violently. Her old face was already swollen and purple. Miss Kai Yun timidly said, Princess? The noble princess's body moved slightly, and a fierce look flashed across her eyes. She said in a deep voice, Go, kill him for me. Kai Yun was startled and said hesitantly, Princess, killing someone for no reason, I'm afraid. The noble princess sneered and said, How can it be counted as no reason? This little thief entered this princess's mansion at night to steal property. Why can't he be killed on the spot by the mansion's servants? Go. Kai Yun's body trembled, and she hurriedly complied. She turned around and rushed out to arrange the guards. When Yang Fan came out of the noble princess's bedroom, the sky had already darkened. The palace lanterns in the halls and corridors were all lit. Yang Fan originally wanted to find a servant in the princess's mansion to take him away, but he saw that the corridor was deserted and there wasn't a single person there. The imperial princesses followed the example of their superiors and subordinates, although they often took their favored gigolos out to play and hunt to the extent that everyone knew about it. It was no longer a secret. But at home, they still had to take care of their face. For example, this noble princess had a house full of children and grandchildren. How could she be so dissolute in public? Therefore, many servants were sent away. Yang Fan saw that there was no one around, and it was already late. If he stayed any longer, the workshop door would close, so he walked out along the path he came from. The sky, which was already gloomy because of the continuous autumn rain, became even gloomier because night was approaching. Clouds gathered in all directions, and both sides of the corridor were covered with curtains of rain. On one side of the corridor, there was a pond with a 9 zigzag bridge. The small bridge led to an exquisite and elegant 3-story building by the side of the pond. Looking out from the small building, one could see a pool of water with half a pool of dilapidated lotuses. The rainwater splashed on the lotus leaves and fell into the pool. It was so shallow that the raindrops were blooming and then extinguished. The dilapidated lotuses were swaying gently, looking very beautiful. On the top floor of the small building, the double-pushed window lattice was wide open. A middle-aged scribe in a snow-white robe was sitting in front of the window with a zither in front of him. The furnishings in the room were very simple, but a table, a pavilion, and a pillar were all ancient. On the snow-white wall hung a few freehand landscape paintings. Not far away, there was a red clay stove. The charcoal fire in the stove was burning brightly. A rough and classical pottery pot was placed on the small clay stove. The water was already boiling. Next to the stove was a small square table. On it was a tea set, tea leaves, and all kinds of seasonings that needed to be added. A beautiful girl dressed in an elegant light green lotus leaf robe was fetching water to make tea. This girl was Tin Ano. Chapter 90. At this time, there were very few people who drank tea. Other than the people of Shu, there were only eminent monks and a few noble families. At this time, although the tea needed to be seasoned with onion, ginger, pepper, jujube, mint, and other seasonings, there was already a tea ceremony. Tin Ano warmed the pot, washed the utensils, poured the tea, and added all kinds of seasonings. He did it elegantly and freely, with an elegant sense of beauty and rhythm. She picked up the pot and divided the tea. Then she held the porcelain cup with both hands and gently brought it to the white-robed gentleman. Her watery eyes casually glanced outside. With just a glance, she happened to see Yang Fan walking down the corridor. Tin Ano let out a soft cry. Her hands trembled slightly, and the tea spilled over, and her fingers were scalded. "Why are you so careless?" The white-robed scribes seemed to be very intoxicated with this rainy autumn scene. He was leisurely looking at the eaves of the pavilions in the distance in the rain, and his fingers were playing on the strings of the zither as if he was preparing a song. Suddenly he heard Tin Ano's soft cry. He withdrew his gaze and glanced at her, asking warmly, "It was your servant's carelessness." "Oh, young master, who is that young man in the corridor? He doesn't look like someone from the princess's residence from his clothes." Tin Ano softly explained and quickly changed the topic. The white-robed scribes glanced down the corridor and lightly said, "That is a man that the princess likes. It seems that she has given her gigolo to Wu Mei and tasted the sweetness." When the white-robed gentleman spoke of the princess, his face was indifferent. When he mentioned the empress of the court, he even directly called her by her name. From his words, it could be seen that he was extremely disdainful of women playing with gigolo. However, he did not even show his disdain in his expression and tone. Although it was only a light sentence, that kind of true arrogance arose spontaneously. In the distance, under the vast sky, there stood a very tall building. That was the heaven. In the heavens, there was a great Buddha. The great Buddha overlooked Luoyang City from high above. His gaze was so benevolent, and he had a tranquil expression on his face. Was it because all things were equal, or was it because, in his eyes, all things were insignificant and not worth his attention? When the white-robed man looked out of the window, no matter if he was talking about the princess or Wu Zetian, he was always calm and at ease. He was like the great Buddha in the rain in the distance. He was calm and natural. He didn't show any respect or disgust, as if there was nothing in this world that was worthy of him being moved. In fact, the appearance of this white-robed man was nothing special. He had ordinary eyebrows, ordinary eyes, and ordinary facial features. However, whether it was his hair, his eyebrows, or the beard above and below his lips, they all gave people a feeling of tidiness and immaculate. Even his collar and robe were immaculate. This could only be achieved by carefully grooming and grooming people. As a result, this ordinary-looking man had a gentle temperament. The gigolo of the princess? Tin Ano seemed to be in disbelief, and his face showed a slight surprise. The white-robed gentleman smiled indifferently and said, "It's just the princess's plan. She wants to present this young man to Princess Taiping. Strange. What's so special about this young man? How can she be sure that such a young man will be favored by Princess Taiping?" Young Fan was walking in the corridor under the rain. He was not even 20 years old. He was tall and handsome. There was a kind of spirit between his eyebrows. However, just like a woman's charm, it needed to be brewed and precipitated over the years to ferment into an intoxicating taste. A man's temperament. It also needed the cultivation of life experience and inner cultivation to be emitted. The young Fan was like a strong bamboo growing vigorously in the rain, or a small pine standing on the cliff. In the eyes of the white-robed gentleman who was used to seeing the world, he looked especially immature. Naturally, he didn't find it strange, not to mention that he had always been arrogant. The man in white muttered to himself. He then smiled and said, "However, it seems that this young man has rejected her. Otherwise, this young man would not be walking here alone. He would be in her bedroom." The white-robed gentleman's voice stopped abruptly. It seemed that what he said next would tarnish his purity. Hearing this, Tin Ano's slightly knitted eyebrows suddenly relaxed. She suddenly understood and felt a little relieved. Then she turned her bright eyes and saw a strange scene. This small building was 3 stories high and was the tallest building in the princess residence. She looked down from above and could clearly see everything in the courtyard. She saw more than a dozen guards of the princess residence rushing over and stopping behind a rockery. They were all holding sharp blades in their hands. A maidservant in green seemed to be saying something to them, and then they ran towards the long corridor. Looking at the movement, Tin Ano's pretty face tightened, and she said involuntarily, "Are they going to kill people?" The white-robed gentleman glanced outside and said lightly, "They are ashamed into anger and worried that others will leak the secret. Is it strange to kill people to keep their mouths shut?" Tin Ano's pair of pink fists suddenly clenched tightly. She lifted her buttocks and was about to stand up. However, when she saw the child sitting quietly in front of her, her shoulders seemed to be pressed by a mountain. She couldn't help but sit down again. She looked out of the window anxiously. The guards with swords had reached the end of the corridor and were running along it. Tin Ano was even more anxious. Young Fan was just a shopkeeper. He might be able to survive street fights and ruffians, but How could he be a match for the warriors of the Princess Mansion? Tin Ano glanced at the white-robed gentleman in front of her and plucked up her courage to say, "Child, please save his life." The white-robed gentleman sat steadily like a cloud in the sky. He said lightly, "There is life and death in the world. Can you save all of them?" Tin Ano gritted her teeth and replied, "But he is different." The white-robed gentleman slightly raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's different about him?" Tin Ano replied, "He saved Anu's life." The child showed a slightly surprised look and suddenly said, "Oh, this young man is the one who saved your life?" Tin Ano bowed her head and said, "Yes." The white-robed gentleman didn't say anything. He just gently picked up the teacup. Tin Ano gritted her teeth and said, "Child said that one should repay kindness." The white-robed gentleman's white porcelain teacup just touched his lips and stopped in the air. He paused for a moment and said, "Go." Tin Ano was overjoyed. She nodded and said, "Yes." At this moment, the guards were getting closer and closer. When the Tian AI saw this, she did not dare to go downstairs. She immediately pushed open another window and leaped out. As she leaped through the air, she stretched out her hand and plucked an object from the wall. She was like a swallow soaring through the clouds. She landed on the 9, Ben's bridge over the pond. She stepped on the stone beast at the bridge and flew forward. "Stop, bold thief! How dare you steal from the princess's mansion?" Before the pursuers arrived, Yang Fan heard the sound of footsteps. He stopped in his tracks and turned around, only to see more than a dozen warriors rushing over with swords in their hands. Before he could ask them anything, he heard their shouts. How could he be stupid enough to think that they mistook him for a thief? This was clearly the noble princess who had flown into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill him to silence him. "What should I do? If I don't fight back, I will be killed. If I fight back, I will inevitably expose my kung fu. If it was under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a big problem to expose my high level of martial arts. In the wilderness, there are many dragons and snakes, and there are many hidden experts. However, Dr. Yang's family has just been attacked by an assassin. At that time, I was working in the Yang mansion and was injured. If I expose my martial arts, my identity will definitely be exposed. If I want to stay in the capital and continue to pursue the killer, it will take more effort." These thoughts only flashed in Yang Fan's mind. In fact, he did not need to think too much. He also knew that no matter what, he must fight back. Yang Fan slightly exerted force on his feet. Before he could attack, a light green figure suddenly appeared. A low and dignified woman's voice said, "Stop! All of you stand down." Yang Fan suddenly looked up. He saw a woman in green standing firmly on the rock garden outside the corridor. She was wearing a waist-length dress with small sleeves and embroidered plum flowers. Her waist was slender and she looked very young. But her appearance could not be seen because she was wearing a revealing hat on her head. The gauze curtain hung low, revealing only a little bit of her sharp chin. The guards of the princess's mansion obviously recognized this woman. When they saw her appear, they were surprised and stopped. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, said respectfully, "Miss, we are serving—" Tin Ano interrupted. "I know. You all go back. With the princess, my young master will talk to you." The young master she was talking about obviously had a lot of weight in the princess's mansion. The guards looked at each other. After a slight hesitation, they actually put away their weapons and retreated. Tin Ano was proficient in vocal skills. At this time, he changed his accent. Yang Fan could not recognize him at all. Tin Ano saw that he was looking at him with surprise and curiosity. He was afraid that he would see through his identity. When he saw the guards retreating, he immediately jumped up. His light green, figure rushed into the flowers and trees. After a few flashes, he disappeared. Yang Fan stood at the same place. He saw that those people came like a tide, and then retreated like a tide. From the beginning to the end, he was completely thrown to the side. It was as if his life and death were completely out of his control. Who is this woman wearing the revealing hat? Yang Fan carefully thought about the woman's voice that only said 2 sentences. The voice was low and serious. He had never heard it before. Yang Fan's heart was full of doubts, but he also knew that this was not a place to stay for long, so he had no time to think more. Seeing that the guards retreated, he also quickened his pace and walked out. When Tin Ano returned to the small building, he took off the revealing hat and hung it back on the wall. He knelt down again and bowed to the man in white. "Thank you for your help." The man in white was drinking a cup. After hearing this, he just said lightly without turning his head, "Only this time. Don't do it again." Tin Ano said, "Yes." The man in white put down the teacup and looked at the misty sky. He murmured, "It's autumn. Shenmu should be arriving in Luojing soon." Chapter 91. At Yang Fan's house, Jiang Suning uneasily pushed open the door. He tiptoed and poked his head out to take a look. Then he turned back and clutched his wrist. He frowned and said, "The workshop is about to close. Why hasn't Xiao Fan come back yet? Did something happen?" Ma Qiao was lying on Yang Fan's couch with his hands as a pillow and his legs crossed. He was humming a tuneless little song, and his whole body was in a mess. When he heard Jiang Suning's words, he said indifferently, "Hey, he's a big man. Are you worried that someone will rape him? As for money, does he have 10 copper coins on him? Don't worry." Jiang Suning rolled his eyes at him. "Look at you. You're his brother. Don't you know how to worry? Go outside and look for him." Ma Qiao said, "Don't worry. He's not a kid. He's a big man. What's there to be afraid of? Where do you want me to find him? What if I take the wrong path and he comes back? Fine. I'll be stuck outside. I'll have to find a corner and stay there for the night. Don't you feel bad?" Jiang Suning spat at him, then sat down on the edge of the couch and mumbled, "You're not loved by your grandmother and uncle. Who cares about you?" Ma Qiao laughed. He ordered like a boss, "Hey, Xiaoning, bring me an egg. I'm hungry." Jiang Suning said, "That's for Xiao Fan. You're as strong as a bull. If you want to eat, go back to your own home." Ma Qiao snorted. "Stingy." He continued to shake his body. Suddenly he stopped. He seemed to remember something. He excitedly got up and sat shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Suning. He touched her shoulder and said, "Hey, Xiaoning, do you remember when you took me to your house to steal a chicken?" Jiang Suning looked at the door absent-mindedly. "That was a long time ago. Who remembers?" Ma Qiao said, "Have you forgotten? At that time, there was a big jujube tree in your yard, but it didn't bear many fruits. The branches of the jujube tree stretched over the wall. You wanted to eat the chicken, but your family had to save up the chicken to sell, so you didn't get any. You urged me to go. I stepped on your shoulders and climbed up the wall, then slid down the tree to the chicken coop. I took the chicken and left. For several days, your mother kept muttering that the old hen at home didn't lay any eggs." Jiang Suning was reminded of something interesting in his childhood. He couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, "There was one time when you had just slid down the tree. Before you could steal an egg, my dad came out of the house. When he saw you stealing an egg, he took off his shoes and spanked you. It was a miserable spanking." Ma Qiao said, "That's right. We are loyal, aren't we? I was beaten so badly by your father, but I didn't tell you. Later, your father even brought me back to complain to my mother. I didn't say anything in front of him. After he left, I told my mother the truth." Jiang Suning glanced at him with a smile and said, "You are loyal." Ma Qiao snorted again and said, "You said the same thing at that time. Do you still remember how you comforted me?" Jiang Suning thought for a moment and suddenly blushed. He shook his head and said, "I don't remember." Ma Qiao snorted and said, "I remember it clearly. I was lying on the grass and took off my pants. My butt was swollen. You used your small hands to rub it for me. Rub it. It was so comfortable." The more Ma Qiao said, the more beautiful it was. Jiang Suning's face became redder and redder. It was even redder than the red-skinned eggs in the basket. "What nonsense are you talking about? It was comfortable, right? Come, come, let me continue to make you comfortable." Jiang Suning blushed and pinched him. Ma Qiao cried out and dodged. The two of them were fooling around when the door creaked and Yang Fan walked in. "Xiao Fan, you are back." Jiang Suning got up from the bed and tidied up her messy hair. Her face was still red from laughing. She went up to him and said, "Where did you go? You came back so late. I was worried to death." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Sister Ning, I am a man. What can happen to me? I just wandered far away. When I remembered to come back, it was already late." Ma Qiao also got up and went up to him. He said, "See, I said it would be fine. He is not a delicate girl. Even if he was lost for a night, he would still come back in one piece. What are you worried about? If you were lost, we would really be busy." Jiang Suning said, "A dog's mouth can't spit ivory. Even if you lost him, I won't lose him." The three of them laughed and talked for a while. Because it was already late, Jiang Suning was relieved to see that Yang Fan had returned. He said goodbye and went home first. After Jiang Suning left, Ma Qiao immediately asked, "What happened?" Yang Fan glanced at him and said, "How did you know something happened to me?" Ma Qiao said, "You can scare Xiao Ning, but you can't scare me. You don't know anyone in Luoyang. Besides, you don't like to go shopping. It has been raining for half a day, and it is still raining. Did you go shopping? Who are you trying to fool? Tell me what happened." Yang Fan sighed and said, "Something did happen, but it is not something dangerous. You don't have to worry." As Yang Fan spoke, he told Ma Qiao everything that had happened. Of course, he only said that the other party was a noblewoman and did not point out that the other party was a princess. He also did not mention that the princess had flown into a rage out of humiliation and tried to silence the other party, but was stopped by a mysterious woman. Even so, Ma Qiao was stunned and murmured, "Something like that happened? Something so good?" He looked up and down at Yang Fan and said, unconvinced, "You look like a girl. What's so good about you? Why did they take a liking to you, but not to me?" Yang Fan said with a smile, "If you like, I can tell you which house it is. You might as well go to their door and wander around. Maybe you will catch the eye of that noblewoman." Ma Qiao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "That noblewoman, is she beautiful?" Yang Fan suddenly thought of the mermaid on the banks of the Luo River and said with a smile, "She is 20 years old and beautiful." Ma Qiao's mouth watered. He rubbed his hands together and suddenly stopped. He thought about it carefully and shook his head, saying, "No way. I am 100 times more willing to be the man of such a woman. But as a gigolo, she is a fairy, I will not do it. Ma Qiao, still want to be a man with my back straight." Yang Fan teased him. "Isn't it just sleeping with her? What's the difference?" Ma Qiao said, "What are you talking about? There is a big difference. But I can't say. In any case, there is a difference." Yang Fan said happily, "This is my brother. If you disregard your dignity and throw yourself at someone when you hear that they are rich and beautiful, I will look down on you." Ma Qiao said proudly, "Of course, although Ma Qiao, am not a great person, I am still a man of indomitable spirit." Yang Fan restrained his smile and said solemnly, "However, you can't tell anyone about this. Don't tell your mother either. Once it gets out, it will ruin her reputation. I'm afraid little brother will also suffer." Ma Chiao said, "You can rest assured. Last time, I thought you were going to stay with Miss Anu forever. I thought I couldn't hide it even if I wanted to. I am afraid if I didn't say it at that time, Mother would be angry with me when she found out later. But this matter is different. Don't think that I am usually careless. I know what I can say and what I can't say, what is light and what is heavy." When he said this, his eyes suddenly sank, as if there was something related. Yang Fan did not notice the strange look in his eyes. The two of them talked for a while. Ma Chiao could not suppress his curiosity and asked Yang Fan about what happened after he was led into the mansion. Yang Fan said some nonsense. The mansion was still the same mansion, but the hostess had automatically become the flower of Luoyang, Li Linghua. Some of the stories were charming, and some were amazing. From the beginning to the end, the whole story was like the story of a beautiful fox fairy who invited a young scholar into her house to rest for the night. It fully satisfied Ma Chiao's curiosity, and he returned with satisfaction. After seeing Ma Chiao off, Yang Fan thought about the absurdity of this matter and felt it was slightly funny in his heart. However, when he thought of Princess Taiping's beautiful appearance and how he was only a step away from the bed of this noble and beautiful woman, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. There really weren't many young men who could resist the aura of a mature and beautiful young woman. After a long while, Yang Fan collected his thoughts and went to the kitchen to look around. Jiang Suning had already prepared food for him, and it was still warm. Yang Fan ate a little, washed up, and returned to the bed to lie down. He no longer thought about this romantic encounter that ended without cause and turned to think about his next move. In fact, he had been thinking about this matter on the way back from Di Liu. If Miss Kai Yun had not led him to the Princess Taiping's mansion, perhaps he would have made a decision by now. From the information obtained from Di Liu, this Miao Shenke was most likely dead. Even if he was still alive, he was already under control. As a former confidant of Wu Zetian, the hidden minister of the Tang dynasty, it was reasonable that Shanghai Wan, the hidden minister, was now monitoring him. But in this case, it would be very difficult for him to find Miao Shenke. Yang Fan did not have the confidence that he could enter the imperial palace as if it was a deserted place. Originally, he felt that it would be very difficult for Qiu Shinji, as great generals with Jinwu, to enter the imperial army camp and come into contact with this great General Qiu, so he wanted to first investigate the whereabouts of Miao Shenke. But now Miao Shenke's whereabouts were a mystery, and the only person who knew his whereabouts was deep in the imperial palace, so it was more difficult to find him than Qiu Shinji. So everything returned to the starting point, and his target once again fell on Qiu Shinji. This was different from when his master, Zhang Kuo, forced his way into the governor's office of Guangzhou. That was a yamen, but this was a real military camp, and a camp of the imperial army elites. Even his master, Zhang Kuo, forced his way into the governor's office and took the head of the military governor Zhang Kuo of a circuit, then immediately left, not fighting with the large number of soldiers who rushed over. Yang Fan's martial arts were far inferior to his master's and was also inferior to his senior apprentice brother Zhang Shaowei, so it was impossible to force his way in. As such, he had to sneak in. The left guards of Jin was stationed in Mengjin, and although it was not far from Luoyang, it would be difficult to return on the same day to do such a big thing. He had no family or care in Luoyang, so what reason could he find to not arouse suspicion if he did not return at night? Yang Fan suddenly thought of Su Fangzheng and the Princess of Jin. These two pretenses seemed to be useful. Chapter 92. Brother Qiao, I have to leave Luoyang for a few days. Why? That woman is very powerful. I'm worried that she'll be angry and do something to me. I'll hide for a few days, and everything will be fine once she calms down. It's better to be safe than sorry. You're right. Women are narrow-minded. Where are you going? The outskirts of the city. Anywhere. But I can't tell Sister Ning. I don't want her to worry about me. Okay, but what if she asks? That's easy. I'll tell her that I've quit my job as a worker. I'll go out and find something to do. Don't leak anything. Sister Ning, I have to leave Luoyang for a few days. Why? You know that after I got injured, Su Fengzheng quit his job. Yeah, I just heard about it. It's ridiculous. How could Su Fengzheng do that? Besides, you've already recovered, and you're not disabled. I'll get my mother to talk to him and see if... No need. To be honest, being a worker doesn't have much of a future. I'm still young. I want to go out and see if I can find a better opportunity. Then, will you be gone for a long time? No, just a few days. I'll walk around and ask around. Don't worry, I'll be back no matter what, with the money from the Young family and the workshop. Even if I can't find a job, I'll be able to live comfortably for a year. I don't have to worry about not being able to fill my stomach. That's good. It's good that you go out. You're a man, and you should be successful. But regardless of whether you can find a job or not, you must come back as soon as possible. Don't let us worry. Okay, Sister Ning, I'll be leaving now. Mount Mang Mengjin, the left guard of Jin, Wu, was stationed here. Mount Mang was a yellow mountain. It wasn't tall or dangerous. It was actually just a huge yellow mound. However, Mount Mang was very famous. Feng Shui masters believed that Mount Mang was a Feng Shui treasure land where one could rest their head on the Yellow River and their feet on the Quebec. Therefore, it became the burial place of many emperors. There were at least 3 tombs for the Han Dynasty emperors. However, the founding emperor of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Lu Xiu, was not buried on the mountain. Instead, he was buried on the bank of the Yellow River in the shadow of the Mound Mountain. It was said that the crown prince of Emperor Guangwu of Han was very rebellious. In modern terms, he was a little like a donkey. He always liked to go against his father. When Lu Xiu was seriously ill and was about to die, he considered the personality of the donkey prince. If he asked to be buried on the mountain, his son would probably bury him on the riverbank. Therefore, he deliberately requested to be buried on the Yellow River after he died. Who knew that this donkey prince had been at odds with me for a lifetime? Seeing me die, he actually changed his attitude and obediently arranged the funeral according to my instructions. In the end, Lu Xiu's mausoleum was really arranged to be on the Yellow River. Han Guangwu was a hero all his life, but in the end, he couldn't always do as he wished. It could be seen that the younger generation had their own fortune. No matter how great an ancestor was, it was wishful thinking to plan for hundreds or thousands of years in the future. He had a bastard son, so he couldn't even make arrangements for his own future. This was the 5th day since Yang Fan left Luoyang. The night was deep and quiet. In the camp of the left guards of Jin of Wu, teams of soldiers were patrolling solemnly with their weapons in their hands. Apart from the occasional sound of checking the talismans and asking for the password, there was only the clanking sound of the patrolling soldiers' armor and the orderly footsteps in the silent camp. Dressed in a green robe, Yang Fan was like a fox hiding in the bushes as he stealthily crept to the edge of the camp. Taking advantage of the gap between the 2 patrol teams crossing each other, he put on the exorcist ghost mask and darted into the Jin Wu guards' camp. He had stayed at the foot of Mount Mang for 3 days. In these 3 days, he stayed in a farmer's house at the foot of Mount Mang. He climbed Mount Mang every day and carefully observed the layout of the golden insignia camp at the foot of Mount Mang during the day. At night, he observed the patrolling and defense situation of the camp. Now, he had already memorized the layout of the various tents in the golden insignia camp. He had also figured out the patrol time and movement pattern of the soldiers on the several routes of infiltration and retreat that he had hypothesized. The military camp was also tight on the outside, but loose on the inside. In the era of peace, under the feet of the emperor, military discipline was strict because they were the imperial garrison. However, this was their encampment, and they couldn't make arrangements for the arrival of a great enemy day in and day out. After sneaking past a few patrol lines, Yang Fan could advance calmly. Qiu Shinji's tent was easy to find. Because this camp was the permanent encampment of the golden insignia, the commander's tent was not like the tents set up outside the camp. The commander's tent was located in a courtyard with 3 entrances. In fact, it was equivalent to a commander's mansion. The first courtyard was an extremely wide and grand meeting hall. Every day, Qiu Shinji would beat the drums to gather the generals and discuss matters. The second courtyard was where Qiu Shinji met with important officials and subordinates. The third courtyard was where he usually rested and lived. The defense of the commander's mansion was even stricter. Yang Fan had carefully observed the situation for 3 days. Because the soldiers had to carry a lantern when changing guards, he had observed from afar and knew the changing of guards like the back of his hand. There were 2 patrol squads in the commander's mansion. Each squad was divided into 3 small squads that took turns patrolling the front and back courtyards of the commander's mansion. One of the 2 squads changed guards at 2:45 in the morning and would withdraw at daybreak. The other squad changed guards at 2:45 in the morning and would not change guards in the middle of the night. The 2 squads changed guards at different times to prevent people from sneaking in when they changed guards at the same time. They had to change guards at night to prevent the soldiers from patrolling from nightfall until daybreak and not being able to maintain their energy and stamina. Yang Fan also discovered that when they changed guards, they had to call the names of the off-duty soldiers one by one to prevent strangers or soldiers who weren't on duty that night from sneaking in. Yang Fan had picked this moment, no matter how tight the defense was. If one of the squads temporarily withdrew from patrolling, it would weaken the strength of the patrol and make it easier for him to sneak in. But this time was very short. It was only the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. It was not difficult for him to accurately find Qiu Shinji's quarters in such a short time. The difficult part was that he could not easily force a confession out of him like he did with Yang Mingsheng. Yang Fan had already predicted this before he took action and made his decision. He would be straightforward and cut off his head with a knife. In such a dangerous environment, it would be wishful thinking to deal with a fierce general like Qiu Shinji and do whatever he wanted. In such a dangerous environment, facing such a dangerous person, he had to kill him in one strike and then escape. If there was a mastermind behind the assassination of a person like Qiu Shinji, he would not have to worry that he would not jump out. Yang Fan hid in the shadow of a barracks and waited patiently. During this time, a soldier in disheveled clothes came out of the barracks. Seeing that there was no one around, he casually peed on the wall of the barracks and entered the barracks in a daze. Other than this, there was no other movement. Finally, when it was time to change guards, Yang Fan hid there and could not see what was happening in the martial mansion. But calculating the time, it was time for the first squad of guards to change guards. Yang Fan flashed out of the shadows of the barracks like a ghost. In a flash, he silently entered the walls of the martial mansion. Sure enough, one of the guards was changing guards in the second courtyard. He could vaguely hear the sound of names being called. Yang Fan did not dare to be negligent. He immediately crouched and moved forward like a snake. In a flash, His figure flashed past a thicket. In another flash, he was crouching on the roof like a beast. He had long been familiar with the layout of the Marshall mansion. He quickly flashed into a courtyard and then flashed into a corridor. He ran like a leopard, and his figure was hard to distinguish in the darkness. As soon as he disappeared, the sound of military boots of a group of patrolling soldiers rang out in the corridor. Chioshinji's residence was the big house in the middle of the back courtyard. Yang Fan touched the saber on his waist, took a deep breath, and dashed out in a big stride. It only took him a few steps to reach the front of the main hall, which was about 6 feet away from his waist. Yang Fan pulled out the sharp saber and poured the prepared vegetable oil on the door shaft and the door latch. Then he inserted the tip of the saber and gently moved it. The door opened noiselessly. Yang Fan held the saber hilt in a reverse grip and lightly flashed into the room. He then gently closed the door. As soon as he turned around and took a step, he secretly shouted, "Not good!" His foot seemed to have touched something. Suddenly, an alarm rang out in the room. The alarm only rang twice. Bang! 2 torches were lit up almost at the same time. From the side rooms on the left and right that were connected to the main hall, 2 rows of torches were lit one after another. Cha, cha, cha. There was a burst of chaotic sound of military boots. 2 rows of guards with sabers rushed out and surrounded Yang Fan in a formation of the wings of a goose. The lights were as bright as day. A general, wearing a helmet and armor and a saber strapped to his ribs, boldly walked in. This person was not tall, but he gave off a heavy feeling like a mountain. He had a full beard and a pair of thick eyebrows. His eyebrows were messy like overgrown weeds, growing out wantonly. He appeared to be full of murderous intent. This person was the fierce general of the Tang dynasty, the god of killing and ghost, Chioshinji. Chioshinji put on a posture of opening the door to welcome a thief. He laughed loudly and said, "Your Highness, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Under the same night sky, Ma Qiao sneaked out of his room and quietly went to Bao Yinin's house. Dry wood met fire. A strong man met a resentful woman. The 2 quickly entangled on the bed. After a while, the 2's hunger and thirst were slightly quenched. They hugged each other and whispered flirtatious words. Bao Yinin caressed the strong muscles on Ma Qiao's chest and said with hidden bitterness, "You, my enemy, are only willing to show your face once every few days. You are so heartless." Ma Qiao said, "It was difficult to come out in the past. Now that Xiao Fan is not in the workshop, I have to find an excuse to not let Anyang suspect me. I really have no choice. My precious Een, don't be angry." Bao Yinin said, "Humph, seeing that the weather is turning cold, Adea sent a letter saying that he will be coming back from Daliang soon. At that time, how can I be intimate with you? I will inevitably have to wait until next spring for him to leave. I don't care. Tonight, you must stay here. I want you to hug me to sleep." Ma Qiao said kindly, "Good sweetheart, good Yinin. I told old mother that I will come out to play cards. I will not stay up too late. Mother is worried. If she does not see me coming home, she will not be able to sleep well. I will come back tomorrow to accompany you. Spending the night here is out of the question." Bao Yinin pouted and said, "Then you must accompany me a few more times tonight. Otherwise, how can I sleep alone in the cold?" Ma Qiao laughed twice and said, "Don't worry, little greedy cat. With a strong body like mine, do you think I will not be able to satisfy you?" Bao Yinin faintly said, "You come and go as you please. I am a merchant woman, alone, so miserable. How can I spend the rest of my life with you?" Just as they were talking, the door was suddenly knocked a few times. A muffled voice was heard outside the door. "In, I am back." Chapter 93. The shout outside shocked Ma Qiao and Bao Yining. It was as if a ladle of ice water had been poured over their heads. Their hands and feet were cold, and they were dumbstruck. After a moment of shock, Bao Yining said with a trembling voice, "My dead man is back. Why is he back? Why is he back now?" Ma Qiao also panicked. He lowered his voice and asked anxiously, "What's the point of saying all these useless things now? What should we do now? What should we do now?" The person outside knocked on the door and shouted, "Yining, open the door. I'm Ada." The two of them were in a mess inside the room. Although there was a window on the wall, it was not wide. Moreover, it was a window with a pole, so the gap was relatively small. How could a tall and burly man like Ma Qiao squeeze through? Ma Qiao grabbed his clothes and shoes and hurriedly ran behind the screen. There was a toilet there, but it was a place to relieve himself. Bao Yining said anxiously, "How can he hide here? What if he wants to relieve himself and bumped into you?" Ma Qiao said anxiously, "Then what should we do?" Bao Yining quickly looked around the room and saw a cabinet next to the bed. She quickly said, "Quick, hide behind that." Ma Qiao did not have time to think and quickly hid behind the cabinet. It is already late autumn. Bao Yining's husband, who suddenly came back, will not open the window and pass by in the middle of the night and find him. "Coming, coming. Is it Ada?" Bao Yining saw that Ma Qiao has hidden himself and quickly put on her nightgown. She tidied her hair and pretended to be sleepy. She went to the door and asked. The man outside the door said, "Ha, it's me. Wife, quickly open the door. I miss you so much." When Bao Yining heard the voice, she was sure it was her husband. She pulled the latch, but before she could pull the door opened and a black shadow fell in from outside. Bao Yining hastily stretched out her hand to catch it. Under the light of the lantern, she saw that it was her husband, Wu Guangda. Wu Guangda had a pouch on his shoulder. His face looked like a pig's liver, and the smell of alcohol assaulted her nostrils. Bao Yining saw that he was drunk and waved her hand to get rid of the smell. She frowned and asked, "Why did you come back at this time? The door is closed. How did you come in? Where did you get so drunk?" Wu Guangda blinked his drunken eyes and pinched her cheeks. He chuckled and said, I entered the city in the evening. I didn't have time to get back to the square. So I stayed at an inn in Huairan Square next to the city gate. I drank with a few friends who came back with me. While talking, Wu Guangda walked into the room. His steps were unstable, and he staggered. When he reached the bed, Bao Yining did not manage to hold him back, and he fell heavily on the bed. He reached out and pulled Bao Yining into his arms. While playing with her soft breasts, he said, "We were drinking wine when a family came to the square to pick up their bride. Hey, I saw them and recognized them. They were from the square. The square. I said goodbye to my friends and followed the bride's family and came back from the East Square gate. It turned out that when people got married at this time, they would have their wedding at night. That was why it was called a stupid ceremony. That was how the wedding came to be. Holding a wedding at dusk meant the alternation of yin and yang. If the bride's family was far away from the husband's family, or if the bride's family was holding a big wedding, then this stupid ceremony could be held until the middle of the night. When we read the strange tales from a Chinese studio, there is often a certain scholar who, in the middle of the night, saw 2 rows of lanterns and torches in a field with a wind blowing and beating in front, and a small sedan chair in the middle, accompanied by a young master on horseback. That is the scene of a muddle-headed wedding ceremony. Wu Guangda came back from Daliang and hurried to Luoyang. Seeing that the door was about to close, it was too late to go home. He took advantage of the fact that the door of the Huairan Square had not closed yet and found an inn to stay with a few friends. They drank to their heart's content and waited to go home the next day. As a result, the family in the show when Square happened to be getting married that night. The in-laws lived in the Huai Square, next to the small shop that Wu Guangda lived in. To get married at night, it was necessary to walk on the streets at night. Therefore, this family had already reported to the authorities in advance and obtained a permit to pass. The two workers in charge of the east gate of the Showan workshop had also been arranged to wait for the wedding procession to return before closing the gate. Therefore, Wu Guangda followed the wedding procession back to the Showan Square. Bao Yining did not expect that her husband would be able to come back even after the gate was closed. That was why she blocked Ma Qiao in the room. Fortunately, this Wu Guangda was very drunk. Looking at the situation, there was no need to worry about his adultery. Bao Yining felt a lot more at ease. Wu Guangda shifted his body and said, "I'm so thirsty. Wife, get me a cup of water." Bao Yining responded and struggled out of his embrace to pour a cup of water. Wu Guangda closed his eyes and in a daze untied the knife at his waist and threw it to the side of the pillow. He also untied the pouch on his shoulder and put it to the side. Inside, there were some gold and silver ingots that he had earned from doing business. Because they were hanging by the side of the bed, they were heavy. When he let go, they slipped to the ground and made a dong sound. After Wu Guangda was drunk, he was already sleepy. When Bao Yining came back with the water, Wu Guangda gulped it down with a gu dong dong sound. He let out a burp that reeked of alcohol and started to sound drunk. "Husband, Ada." Bao Yining tried to call him and gently pushed him. Seeing that he did not respond, she lightly walked to the back of the wardrobe. She waved at Ma Qiao and gave him a look. Ma Qiao looked out and saw that the merchant Wu Guangda, who had just returned from Daliang, was already fast asleep. He quickly tiptoed out and stood behind the screen to put on his clothes. Bao Yining did not dare to make a sound and only helped him put on his clothes. The two of them were like acting a mime. Ma Qiao finished dressing and put on his boots. Just as he was about to run out of the room, he suddenly felt that he was missing something. He suddenly remembered that he had hurriedly put on his clothes and shoes and ran behind the wardrobe. He had forgotten to take the dagger on his head. Ma Qiao looked around and couldn't help but jump in fright. His head was right next to his pillow and was being pressed down by Wu Guangda's saber. Fortunately, Wu Guangda had returned drunk. Otherwise, he would have definitely been discovered. Ma Qiao quickly pointed to the dagger on Wu Guangda's pillow. Bao Yining turned her head to look. She was a little scared and nervous. She hesitated and looked at Ma Qiao. Ma Qiao was annoyed. He pretended to stomp his feet. He pouted his lips at Wu Guangda and glared at Bao Yining. Bao Yining hesitated for a moment. She gritted her teeth and turned around. She gently took the dagger from Wu Guangda's side and quickly ran back to Ma Qiao's side. Her voice was slightly trembling. She said softly, "Is this okay?" His return was seen by the bride in the square. "If you kill him, how can you not alert the authorities? If you really want to kill him, why don't you wait until next spring when he comes back to Daliang? Kill him halfway and bury him in the wilderness. No one will know. After a year or so, I will report to the authorities that he is missing. Then I will be your real husband and wife." Ma Qiao saw that she came back with the dagger. He felt strange. He didn't know what she was going to do with the dagger. After listening to her words, he was shocked. He stared at the woman who had just been with him. It was as if he just met her. He was infatuated with this woman's charm. He didn't know that her heart was so poisonous. One night as husband and wife means 100 days of love. How could she be so cruel? Bao Yining saw that the way he stared at her became strange. She thought that he was unhappy. She quickly explained in a small voice, "My enemy, I don't want to be with you. I'm just worried that you didn't do it cleanly. If the authorities investigate, it will be troublesome. If you have a proper way, I will settle this with you right now. What's wrong with that disgusting thing?" Ma Qiao couldn't hold back his anger anymore. He pushed Bao Yining away. He walked over in big strides. He grabbed Bao Yining's head and turned to leave. Bao Yining understood his intention. She couldn't help but cry out. Her face turned red. Ma Qiao loathed this poisonous woman. His face was cold. He didn't say anything. He walked out. Bao Yining saw his face. She was terrified. She quickly pulled him back. She explained in a low voice, "I misunderstood. Xiaolang, please don't be angry." Ma Qiao cursed in a low voice. "Pagan dog's heart. What kind of thing is that?" He shook his arm. He shook off Bao Yining and walked out. Bao Yining was wearing cloth socks. He couldn't stand steadily on the floor. He cried out and fell backward. Ma Qiao ignored him. He pushed the door and walked out. The pouch containing the gold and silver ingots fell to the floor. Bao Yining fell backward. The back of his head hit the ingots. Blood gushed out. He fell unconscious. Ma Qiao had already left. He didn't notice anything. Wu Guangda was sleeping soundly on the bed. He didn't know anything either. The next morning, because Ma Qiao didn't need to be on duty today, he didn't need to wake up so early. He slept until the sun rose. Ma Qiao washed up and dressed. He slowly walked out of his house. He saw his neighbors were walking hurriedly in the same direction. He was surprised. He was about to ask someone what happened when he saw Su Fangzheng rushing over. Ma Qiao quickly went up to him. "Basho," he said, "what happened? What is everyone rushing to see?" Su Fangzheng stamped his feet. "Bad luck, really bad luck. Something bad has happened in our workshop. We've really attracted evil spirits. I need to find a Taoist priest to do some exorcism." He left in a hurry. Ma Qiao was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to follow the crowd to take a look, he saw Jiang Suning also rushing over. He hurriedly stepped forward to stop her and said, "Xiaoning, aren't you doing your business? What are you doing here? Is there a ghost in our shop?" As soon as Jiang Suning saw it was Ma Qiao, he halted his steps and said, "That's terrible. Yesterday, our merchant Wu Guangda came back drunk. I don't know how, but he accidentally killed his wife. Early this morning when he woke up from his drunken stupor, he found out that his wife's corpse was already cold. There was no way to save her. Now this matter has spread. The Bao family is crying and making a fuss. The government has sent people to arrest him." When Ma Qiao heard this, he was stunned. Chapter 94. The waves stopped the flying boat, and the raging waves slammed against the cliff. A few seagulls flew past the top of the waves. A white-haired, white-bearded old man in sackcloth sat steadily on a rock in the middle of the raging waves. He held a fishing rod in his hand, and the fishing float was in the white waves, but his sharp old eyes seemed to be able to see it clearly. Not far from him, a barefooted youth stood amidst the low reefs that had been washed by the waves over and over again. The youth's back was bare, and he only had a loincloth wrapped around his waist. He stood firmly on the slippery reefs in a horse stance, allowing the waves to hit him one after another. "Great master, you don't know, but your legend is widely spread in the Tang dynasty. Everyone knows your name. People say that Curly Beard has never tasted defeat in his life, and that he is invincible in the world. People also say that although you did not seize the world in the Green Forest Road, from ancient times until now, there is no one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Great Master." The youth stood in a horse stance, letting the waves hit his body as he spoke loudly to the old man sitting high on the cliff. The old man laughed loudly and said, "Undefeated in the world? Is that what the people say? Well, that makes sense. This is in line with the hero image in their hearts. Even if I personally stand up to deny it, I'm afraid it won't work. Haha, how can there be a general who always wins in this world? How can there be an undefeated hero? When this old man roamed the pugilistic world, I met the heroes of the world and wanted to do great things. When have I not been defeated? When have I not been chased by others? If you can't win, you have to run. Those who don't run are idiots. It's said that heroes shouldn't be judged by success or failure, but there are too many ordinary people in this world. How many people cannot judge heroes by success or failure? So when doing things, you can forget about other things, but you must think of a way out. If this old man died back then, what's there to brag about? I would just be the same as Du Fuwei, Do Jianda, Wang Bodong, and Li Mi. But people won't remember these things. The hero in the hearts of the people will be praised to be perfect, and in the end, you won't even recognize that the person they are talking about is you. Grand Master also has times of failure? Of course there is. There's a limit to a person's strength. I don't dare to say that I'm invincible in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, who would want to fight you one-on-one in a fight for the world? Even if you have the ability to reach the heavens, you'll still be exhausted to death. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm not strong enough, why would I need to hide overseas? Fanner heard that Grand Master once entered the Taiyuan prefecture and met the king of Qin, Li Shimin. Seeing that he was in high spirits and had an unusual appearance, he had the aura of a king, and he had the appearance of a true dragon and son of heaven. Thus, he left in a carefree manner, scattered all his wealth, and went overseas. The old man burst out laughing. Oh my God! Bullsh asterisk T. If he, Li Er, becomes the emperor, he will have the emperor's aura. If he doesn't become the emperor, he will just be Li Er. Above him is Big Li, and above Big Li is Granny Li Yuan. How can Li Er have the emperor's aura? Ha ha! This must be made up by those shameless scholars who flatter Li Er. The hemp-robed old man was overjoyed. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos. There were no less than 100 volunteer armies. Where are they now? It's not that I don't want to fight. It's just that I can't win against Li Yuan. The Li family was one of the 8 pillars of the kingdom during the Wei and Jin dynasties. It has been passed down from generation to generation. It has a deep foundation and great power. I'm born with a lack of talent. How can I compete with him? I gave up on fighting for hegemony because I was sensible. He retracted the fishing rod in his hand, and a fresh silver fish jumped out of the water. The old man swiftly took off the hook and threw the fish into the fish basket. He placed the bait and threw the fish into the sea again. He said, however, it seems that although Li Er has become an emperor, he is far less happy than I am. The people of this small Nanyang country are simple and easy. They have no worries about the country and no power to scheme. I was full of pride in the past. Now that I'm old, I've probably gotten over it. I feel that out of all the heroes of the Sui dynasty, I'm the only one who lived the happiest life in my life. Those kings who lost their lives can't compare to me, but even Li Er can't compare to me. The hemp-robed old man glanced at the youth standing in the waves and said, Son, you have to remember, you have to leave a way out for yourself. No matter what you do, you have to think about failure before you think about victory. People say that I, curly beard, am unstoppable. Let me tell you, martial arts is just a small path. A person who only relies on martial arts is destined to never become a great person. Even if he becomes invincible in the world, he will only be a tool in the hands of others. The real power lies here. The hemp-robed old man pointed at his head and said, An ignorant man cannot achieve great things. Great master is wise. Hee hee, you brat, don't flatter me. You're just too old and cunning. Ha ha, whoosh. Another huge wave came crashing. Perhaps this wave had been charging for a long time. The youth's upper body swayed slightly. Yang Fan frowned and woke up from his dream. He opened his eyes slightly and saw a ray of clear light coming through the wooden door. It was almost dawn. Yang Fan sat up slowly and put on his shoes carefully. He opened the wooden door and walked out. A green mountain was in front of him. The green mountain was half hidden in the mist. The faintly discernible clouds at the waist of the mountain made everything in his vision look like a dream. This was a call in Mount Wangwu. Mount Mang was only a few dozen miles away from Luoyang. He could reach it in a day. Yang Fan left Luoyang for 5 days and only reached Mount Mang on the 3rd day. What did he do in those 2 days? Find a way out. Before thinking about victory, think about failure first. Great masters' teachings had always been engraved in his mind. He first bought a horse and a pair of saddles. He disguised himself as a traveling merchant and found a villager in a hidden call in Mount Wangwu. He claimed to be a merchant who wanted to buy mountain products. He paid the deposit and said that he would stay for a few days. Then he rushed to Mengjin. On the night of the infiltration, he tied the horse in the forest outside the camp and made all the preparations in case of failure. When Qiu Shinji laughed and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time," Yang Fan immediately moved. Yang Fan was as quiet as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. He withdrew, retreated, dodged, went up the house, and pounced on the wall. The whole movement was done in one breath. His reaction speed and agility were indescribable. Seeing the scene, he knew that his plan had failed. The assassination had turned into an open battle. In the enemy's camp, regardless of the outcome, he would be dead. In the words of his great master, then what's the point of fighting? It was not shameful to run. He could still regroup and make a comeback. Losing was not shameful. He could continue to work hard and turn defeat into victory. Doing it despite knowing that it was impossible was hopelessly stupid. Such an idiot deserved to die. Yang Fan did not want to become the idiot that his great master spoke of. So, he decisively slipped away. His speed was so fast that even Qiu Shinji was shocked. Qiu Shinji drew his saber and gave chase. Along the way, they only exchanged 3 blows. The sharp blade cut a wound on the back of Yang Fan's waist. This was a cut that Yang Fan had purposely let go. He used this cut to buy himself an opportunity to successfully break out of the encirclement. He dashed into the forest, cut the reins, and mounted the horse. He was not good at riding a horse, playing ball, jumping, and turning. But by using the horse as a substitute for walking, it was not difficult to shake off his pursuers in a short period of time. It was just that he was dizzy from the jolting. In the process of escaping, they only exchanged 3 blows. But the process of their fight was still fresh in Yang Fan's mind. He was sure that Qiu Shinji's saber skills were godlike, even better than his. If it was his master, Zhang Kuo, he could definitely defeat Qiu Shinji. Even if it was his big brother, Zhang Xiaowei, he might be able to fight evenly with Qiu Shinji. But he could not. He practiced very hard, and his foundation was very solid. But martial arts needed to be settled and accumulated. There was no shortcut to success overnight. He was not Qiu Shinji's match now. However, he could not wait a few more years to deal with Qiu Shinji. It was not realistic to wait for his martial arts to become more powerful and for Qiu Shinji to be old and weak. Qiu Shinji had the military power. Did he have to fight him alone? His only chance of success was assassination. But since Qiu Shinji, who was heavily guarded, knew of his existence, was it possible to assassinate him unless he had a spy by Qiu Shinji's side who could accurately know every detail of Qiu Shinji's daily life? Even if he guarded outside the military camp for 10 years, it would be no different than 3 days. And Qiu Shinji was someone he had to kill. In the beginning, he still had some doubts about whether the person Yang Mingsheng revealed was really the murderer of the massacre of the village. But now he was sure that Qiu Shinji's formation clearly showed that he was the culprit behind the massacre of the village. The deaths of Yang Mingsheng and Kai Dongqing had raised his vigilance. Even when he was watching the military camp on the Rogue Mountain, Qiu Shinji had already noticed the existence of such a person. He had to take revenge, but it was not easy to kill him. Yang Fan stood on the mountain with his hands behind his back, looking at the clouds on the mountainside and the fog on the mountaintop. He was confused. It was like the illusory clouds on the mountain. When he was young, he thought that he would never have the chance to seek justice for his parents and loved ones. Later, the figure of Zhang Bao furiously barging into the military governor's office opened a door in his young heart. From then on, he was infatuated, pursued, and trained hard in martial arts, hoping that he could rely on the bravery of an ordinary man to avenge his parents. But now he realized that the power of the culprit was too great. He could deal with Yang Mingsheng and Kai Dongqing by force, but Qiu Shinji was not only better than him in martial arts, but also had the military power. He could not deal with him by force alone. There was also that Miao Shinka. From what he knew, this person was only a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken. Even if he did not know martial arts, with just his strong body, he should be able to finish off this old and weak scholar. However, just because Miao Shinka's whereabouts were in the hands of a woman in the palace, he could only look on and sigh. In this world, the courage of an ordinary man could sometimes be of use even to an emperor, but most of the time, the courage of an ordinary man was useless. There was no sort of mortal or divine hero in this world that could truly transcend worldly power. Then, in the face of the enormous worldly power, could an individual's bravery withstand a blow? Maybe I should grasp power. The knife of power is far sharper than the knife of martial arts. But the road of official career is also 1,000 times more difficult than learning martial arts from a famous teacher. This morning, Yang Fan looked at the fog on the mountain and the mountain in the fog and thought about many things. Vaguely, he seemed to have caught something, but also seemed to have caught nothing. Chapter 95. The merchant who killed his wife, Wu Guangda, was sentenced to death by the Luoyang prefecture. This news quickly spread in the Xiaowen workshop. Some people remembered that old Wu was usually a good person and couldn't help but sigh at his foolish actions. Some people said that he had fallen in love with someone else and changed his wife because he was rich. They cursed and scolded him, feeling great satisfaction. There were many different situations. That day, Wu Guangda was drunk. When he woke up, he was shocked to find his wife, Bao Yimin, lying on the floor with a pool of blood on the back of her head. In shock, he went forward to check her breathing. She had been dead for a long time. He panicked and ran out the door screaming. A patrolling Marquis Wu heard the news and came to visit. Seeing this scene, he quickly went to the streets to find the patrolling officers of the Luoyang prefecture. When the officials came to investigate the scene, they found his pouch on the floor. Madame Bao had fallen on her back, and the back of her head hit a silver ingot. She died just like that. The cause of her death must have been caused by the pouch hitting the back of her head. But why she fell was the key. How could Wu Guangda explain it clearly? He could only vaguely say that his wife slipped and fell. However, Bao Yinin's family heard the news and rushed over. They did not let it go and ran to the officials crying and making a fuss. They insisted that Wu Guangda killed his wife and fabricated the scene. Tang Zong, young Master Tang, who handled the case, did not want to meddle, but the victim's family did not want to, so they could only continue investigating. They found out that Wu Guangda had a mistress in Daliang. That young mistress was 17 years old and was as beautiful as a flower. Wu Guangda doted on her. Wu Guangda's mistress in Daliang was even more luxurious than his residence in the Xiu Wen workshop. Then they found out that Wu Guangda, as a traveling merchant, felt that using tong bao and silk to trade was too troublesome. He actually used gold and silver in private to settle transactions with others, although keeping mistresses was a common practice for merchants at that time. It involved the killing of his wife. This became a major suspect. Adding to the fact that he used gold and silver in violation of the rules, he also lost face in front of Tang Zong. Tang Zong began to interrogate him strictly. Poor Wu Guangda, after returning home, slept soundly. When he woke up drunk, he did not even remember how he got home that night and what he said to his wife. How could he explain? Tang Zong saw that he did not confess, so he ordered his men to torture him. In a society ruled by man, no matter how clear the impression left on later generations it was impossible to act according to the law. Even the legendary Bao Qingtian, who was said to be a god in judging cases and enforcing the law like a mountain when he was the prefectural magistrate of Kaifeng, he had also done something like extorting confessions, resulting in a confession under torture. In reality, it was even more common for someone to be beaten to death in court. How could Wu Guangda endure such hardship? Wu Guangda could not bear the pain under the 3 trees, so he had no choice but to answer the jailer's question vaguely. This proved that he was guilty of murder. The case was reported to Zhou Xing of the Ministry of Justice, who immediately approved. Hang him. In the Tang dynasty, there were 2 ways of killing: beheading and hanging. Hanging would leave the body intact. Wu Guangda's case did not involve the politics of the court and was just an ordinary civil case. Zhou Xing, who was famous for his harsh punishments, had no interest in it at all. He was busy tormenting those officials, so he casually approved it. Actually, according to the law, a case that was sentenced to capital punishment still had to be reviewed and reported to the emperor. This was a 3-step process. However, due to the recent series of incidents, including the death of a few court officials, there was some unrest in the city. Thus, Zhou Xing decided to sentence Wu Guangda harshly and quickly. There were so many officials who were imprisoned in his prison, and many of them were beaten to death without being sentenced. Why would he care about a small merchant? It was autumn now. If Wu Guangda was not executed in time, he would have to spend another half a year in prison, waiting for his execution next autumn. Thus, the efficiency of the officials increased. After 2 days of preparation and going through all the necessary procedures, Wu Guangda was escorted out for a public execution. Executions of criminals had always been carried out in the downtown area. This was called abandoning the market. The intention was to use the execution of criminals to intimidate thieves and evildoers so that they would not dare to harbor any evil intentions. On the day of Wu Guangda's execution, many people in the workshop who knew him ran over to watch the commotion. The time of execution in the Tang dynasty was between 1 and 5 in the afternoon. The news spread throughout the workshop on the first day. Ever since he woke up in the morning, Ma Qiao had been restless and restless. At noon, he hastily ate a few mouthfuls of rice. When he really could not eat anymore, he said to his mother, "Mother, your son wants to go out for a walk and watch the execution." His mother jokingly scolded, "You look like you've lost your soul, so I knew you had something to do. What's so interesting about killing people? The blood stings are scary. If you want to go, then go. Come back early and don't cause trouble outside." "Ah, then your son is going," Ma Qiao replied, and hurriedly left the room. The execution ground was located between Nan City and Jiashan Lane. It was an extremely bustling place. At noon, Before the criminals were released from the prison officials sent food and wine to the criminals who were to be executed that day, so that they could die with a full stomach. There were a total of 7 criminals that were to be executed that day. Wu Guangda's hair was disheveled and his face dirty. He blankly sat in his cell. He really did not know how he killed his wife and how he ended up like this. After a while, the time came. One by one, the 7 criminals boarded the prison cart and were escorted to the execution ground. Outside the execution ground, there was a sea of people bustling with activity. Ma Qiao squeezed into the crowd, also raising his head to watch. When the 7 criminals were escorted to the execution ground, the crowd was in an uproar. The Wu family members were crying loudly, but they were stopped by the officials outside the execution ground. Tang Zong, dressed in official robes, solemnly entered the execution shed and read out the verdict. 3 criminals were brought to the execution platform. These 3 were extremely evil people and were sentenced to death. Each of the criminals was given a bowl of wine. After drinking the wine, the saber was waved. 3 streaks of blood flashed, and 3 heads fell to the ground. The execution platform was covered in blood. The excitement of the crowd had reached a climax. Everyone was talking and laughing. Occasionally, there were some miserable cries from the families of the deceased. Following that, the 4 criminals who were to be hanged were also brought to the execution platform. Nooses were placed around their necks, and they were temporarily forced to kneel on the ground. Each person was given a bowl of wine. Wu Guangda held the bowl in his hand, and tears streamed down his face. Big drops of tears fell into the bowl. Wu Guangda wept and said, "Today, I'm going to die. Although I didn't become a hungry ghost, I'm still a confused ghost." As he finished speaking, tears streamed down his face like rain. Wu Guangda held the bowl of wine and raised his head to gulp it down. The executioner had been executing criminals for many years and had seen all sorts of strange behaviors. He looked on coldly from the side and didn't care. Who would bother with a person who was about to die? Son, you're so confused. If you want to raise an outsider, then raise an outsider. Why do you have to be so obsessed and want to help her? You killed your wife. If you die, how do you expect me to live? My son, a sorrowful voice suddenly cried out. Ma Qiao turned his head and saw that the wailing woman was not far away from him. 2 middle-aged men were supporting her and trying to console her, with tears streaming down their faces. They were probably her sons. The old woman had a head full of white hair and was pounding her chest and stamping her feet. From her crying, it was clear that she was Wu Guangda's mother. "Mother, your son is innocent. Your son is innocent." On the execution platform, Wu Guangda looked at his mother and closed his eyes tightly. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. "Start the execution." Tang Zong picked up a red stick and threw it in front of the table. He sternly ordered. Behind the 4 pillars, the ropes were pulled up. The 4 criminals couldn't help but stand up, but the ropes continued to rise. Their feet left the ground, and their bodies were suspended in the air. "Son," the old woman cried out and fainted. The 2 men supporting her hurriedly put her down and pinched her philtrum to save her. With Wu Guangda's death today, no one would know the true cause of Bao Yinin's death. Ma Qiao could also get away scot-free. However, the scene in front of him deeply pierced his heart. The fear and hesitation in Ma Qiao's heart immediately disappeared. He suddenly separated his arms and squeezed through the crowd. He quickly rushed forward and shouted, "Don't hurt the innocent! I killed her!" The surrounding commoners saw someone rushing to the front. Initially, they were very unwilling to use their backs to block. But when he shouted, they couldn't help but be shocked. Voila! The crowd split to the left and right. allowing him to rush to the front. Two men holding swords stopped him. Ma Qiao pointed to the execution platform and shouted, "Let him down! I killed her! I killed her! Ma Qiao killed her! It has nothing to do with Wu Guangda." Behind the execution platform, Tang Zong suddenly stood up. His face changed, and he asked, "What did he say?" "Uncle, Auntie, I'm leaving. These days, I'm indebted to you for your hospitality. I'm very grateful." Yang Fan stood at the entrance of the mountain. He turned around and cupped his hands towards the mountain people who were sending him off. The mountain people were simple people. Everything in their house depended on the mountains. The mushrooms and vegetables they picked, the wild hares and pheasants they caught were used to entertain the guests. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it, but they received a very generous reward from him. They felt very apologetic. Today, when Yang Fan was leaving, the whole family sent him off. "Big brother, take this smoked rabbit and eat it on the way." The hostess was a village woman with a round face and a strong body. She forced a wrapped smoked rabbit into Yang Fan's hands. Yang Fan couldn't refuse and took it. He put it into his horse bag and cupped his hands towards them. He held the horse's reins and walked down the mountain. The simple and honest old farmer's lips moved a few times. In the end, he didn't say anything polite. He just smiled and waved at him. The big yellow dog on his knee barked twice. In the lush green, there was a small path about a foot wide that had been trodden out over the years. The trees on both sides were dense, and some unknown red and yellow pea-sized fruits were scattered all over the trees and shrubs. He didn't know what these fruits were. The mountains in the distance were verdant. Looking back, the mountain hut was already hidden in the verdant green. Only a corner of the eaves could be faintly seen. It gave people a sense of tranquility when they looked at it. Yang Fan let out a light breath. Whether it was the sea of the Nanyang or the mountains of Wangu, they all gave him a sense of peace and freedom. He liked this kind of peaceful life. But in life, many times he couldn't choose the life he wanted according to his heart. This time, he still had to plunge into a reign of terror. Suddenly, Yang Fan was a little envious of his great master's free and easy life. Yang Fan didn't directly rush to Luoyang. He first rushed to a nearby town, sold his horse, and disposed of all suspicious items. Then, he rented a mule and rushed back to Luoyang. When Yang Fan returned to the Xiuwen workshop, it was just past noon. As soon as he entered the workshop, Yang Fan sensed that the atmosphere was a little strange. There weren't many people on the street, but their expressions were a little strange. Even these few people gathered together and whispered to each other, shaking their heads and sighing. Seeing this, Yang Fan suddenly became suspicious. No, this case is based on a real case from the Tang dynasty. The difference is, in the real case, it wasn't the man who was having an affair that pushed the woman to her death. Instead, it was the woman who was so angry that she snatched the knife and killed him. Later, because her husband was wrongly convicted, she voluntarily turned herself in. Human nature is complicated. Everyone has their own moral standards. If they don't conform to your moral values in one matter, it doesn't mean that they don't have high moral values in another matter. There are many people in the marketplace who are loyal. Ma Qiao is a typical marketplace person. He's lazy, lustful, sneaky, and doesn't seek to improve himself. But he's also a person who values affection. He values family, values friendship, and has a sense of responsibility. Ordinary people couldn't compare to outstanding big shots in some aspects, but in some aspects they weren't inferior to them, or even better. A person with flaws all over the body also has a bright spot. A person who is praised as a saint also has flaws and flaws. This is a person. This is a person. This is a person's charm. Chapter 96. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment and secretly raised his guard. Suddenly, he saw Su Fangzheng coming out of an alley with his hands behind his back and a frown on his face. Yang Fan quickly went up to greet him. Su Fangzheng. Su Fangzheng saw him and stopped. Oh, Xiao Fan is back. Yang Fan said, Yes, I went out for a few days and didn't find a proper job. Basho, did anything happen in our workshop? Why does everyone look so weird? Our workshop. Sigh. Su Fangzheng shook his head and sighed. You go take a look at Ma Qiao. This child is finished this time. Yang Fan was shocked. What happened to Ma Qiao? Su Fangzheng shook his head and sighed. The child has no mother. It's a long story. If you wait for me to finish, I'm afraid you won't even be able to see him for the last time. You better go take a look. Oh, all right. Yang Fan didn't have time to say more and ran towards the Ma residence. Su Fangzheng quickly called out to him. Where are you going? He's going to be executed at Nan City's south gate. If he's at home, what else could happen? Execution? Yang Fan was even more shocked and quickly ran out, thinking as he ran, Execution? It's only been a few days. What happened to Ma Qiao? Su Fangzheng looked up at the sky, then shook his head and sighed, then looked down at the ground, shook his head and sighed again, stomping his feet. No, I have to exorcise the evil. Sigh. Erwo, go to Hongshou Monastery and get Taoist Yizhua. Oh, Taoist Yizhua has become a monk. Go look for him in the city and see which Taoist is still around. Invite him to the workshop to perform an exorcism. Go. At the crossroads, there were more people gathered to watch the show than the last time when the 7 criminals were executed. But this time, there was only one person to be killed. His name was Ma Qiao. Ma Qiao was now a celebrity in Luoyang, although he had committed adultery with the wife of the merchant Wu Guangda, and it was he who accidentally tripped the woman to death. The authorities did not find out anything about him. However, on the execution ground, he stood up and openly admitted his crimes, saving the innocent Wu Guangda. In the hearts of the Tang people, many people were too lazy to criticize him for having an affair, but they praised him for his righteous actions. Therefore, there were even more onlookers today. Some came to watch the show, while others wanted to see this person with their own eyes. In fact, some people who knew the inside story and were familiar with the law felt unfair for Ma Qiao, because according to the law of the Tang Empire, except for intentional homicide, other crimes could be absolved if they were not investigated by the government and voluntarily surrendered. But for those who knew these things, who would offend the Luoyang government and Zhou Xing of the Ministry of Justice for a commoner, the Luoyang prefecture was angry that this case of almost killing an innocent person had given the Luoyang prefecture a bad reputation for not handling the case properly and had lost face. As a result, they decided to sentence Ma Qiao to death for intentional homicide. Ma Qiao, on the other hand, didn't understand the law at all. He didn't understand that there was such a big difference between writing murder in anger and pushing to death on the charge sheet. When he first turned himself in, he already had the idea that he was going to die. He also felt that although Bao Yimin was vicious, he didn't deserve to die by his hands. He also felt that he deserved to end up like this, so he didn't care about the details of the confession and actually signed it. Jiang Suning and his mother supported the horse's mother and looked at Ma Qiao on the execution platform with tears in their eyes. Tied up, Ma Qiao knelt on the execution platform with the word behead stuck on his back. All the brothers of the Ma family were here. Ma Qiao had 6 brothers from his father's generation, 3 aunts, and 6 elders who were still alive. He had even more cousins of the same generation. Today, almost all of the Ma family were here, occupying a corner of the execution ground, but they did not carry the coffin. This was because after Wu Zetian came to power, she advocated the revival of the Zhou rites. According to the Zhou rites, criminals who abandoned the city and died had to be displayed for 3 days before their families were allowed to collect their bodies. The 6 criminals who were executed a few days ago had their bodies exposed for 3 days before their families were allowed to collect their bodies. Although Ma Qiao had surrendered, they could not make an exception. The person supervising the execution today was not the Luoyang commandant, Tang Zong. Last time, Tang Zong had almost mistakenly killed Wu Guangda. This was a case that he had personally handled, so he had lost a lot of face. Of course, he would not come to make a fool of himself this time. The person supervising the execution was another official from the Luoyang prefecture, pushing official Ju Pe. Ma Qiao knelt on the execution platform and looked at his mother, who was sobbing uncontrollably. He shouted, "Mother, your son is unfilial and has failed to live up to your kindness in raising me." As he said this, Ma Qiao kowtowed 3 times. Ma Qiao straightened his back, his cheeks stained with tears, and said to the brothers of the Ma family, "Brothers, Ma Qiao has passed away. From now on, I will leave Gaotang and Gaotang in your hands." As he finished, he bent down and kowtowed 3 more times. The supervisor of the execution, Du Pe, frowned slightly. He stretched out his body and took out a red stick, tossing it to the front of the table. He said in a deep voice, "The time has come. Execute." A bare-chested executioner in red clothes and a red headscarf took a bowl of wine and said to Ma Qiao, "Ma, you are a real man. I admire you very much. Today, I will send you off on your journey. Please drink this bowl of wine and be happy on your way." This man's face was fierce, but his tone was surprisingly gentle. Ma Qiao looked at him and nodded, "Thank you, brother, for lending me your hand. I will drink this bowl of wine." The executioner laughed and said, "Good." He brought the bowl of wine to his mouth, and Ma Qiao started to gulp it down. Ma Qiao usually fought with people in the streets and was not afraid of death. Other than being afraid of ghosts, he had always been known as a brave horse. But today, with death at hand, he could not help but feel timid. Now that he had drunk this bowl of wine in one go, his head was slightly dizzy, but his timid feeling had lessened a lot. After drinking the bowl of wine, to the last drop, Ma Qiao gasped for breath and licked a drop of wine from the corner of his lips. He looked at his mother again. Seeing that her son was about to be beheaded, Ma's mother felt a pain in her heart and fainted. "Hero, it's time to go," the executioner bellowed, and raised the ghost-head blade in his hand. "Stop!" Following a loud shout, a public servant who was maintaining order fell to the ground with a cry. A bright knife light flew up to the execution platform and knocked away the executioner's knife. A figure then pounced into the execution platform and grabbed the ghost head knife. With a flash, the figure cut off the rope binding Ma Qiao's back. "Let's go!" The man, whose face was covered with a green cloth, shouted and pulled Ma Qiao away. At this time, the public servant who was maintaining order crawled up from the ground in embarrassment. He angrily pulled out the knife from his waist and shouted, "Someone is robbing the execution ground." Unexpectedly, when he tried to grab it, he only grabbed the scabbard. Only then did he realize that when he was pushed, the knife was also taken away. The masked man held the knife in his hand and pulled Ma Qiao to a corner. "Robbing the execution ground! Robbing the execution ground!" The common people who were watching from all around shouted. They were a little panicked, but also a little excited. The people at the back desperately squeezed forward, wanting to see this once-in-a-century robbing of the execution ground. The people in front were afraid that they would accidentally hurt themselves, so they desperately moved back. The execution ground immediately became a mess. There were so many brothers and sisters in the Ma family, and there was no lack of quick-witted and clever ones among them. When they saw this scene, they immediately scurried around the execution ground, desperately creating a better opportunity for Ma Qiao to escape. Robbing the execution ground was an everlasting scene in storytelling and dramas, but in reality, it would not happen even once in 100 years. Those public servants were used to doing their job. Usually when they executed criminals, the most they would encounter was a family member crying too hard, or there were too many people watching one day, and they would rush over the wooden poles at the four corners of the execution ground. When had they ever seen robbing the execution ground? They were inexperienced and could not react for a moment. The masked man pulled Ma Qiao along, fought off the two officials, and charged into the crowd. With over 1,000 people mixed together, how could he find them? More than 20 public servants who were responsible for maintaining order in the execution ground were running around with knives in their hands. The crowd was so noisy that it was impossible to distinguish who was a criminal and who was a common person. Ma Qiao's mother slowly woke up from her coma and screamed. "My son!" Jiang Suning happily called out. "Annie, Ma Qiao has been rescued by someone. Someone is robbing the execution ground." As Jiang Suning said this, a doubt arose in his heart. Strange, who is the rescuer? Look at the back of the masked man. Why does he look like Xiao Fan? The masked man pulled Ma Qiao and ran wildly. After shaking off the public servants, he ran into Jiashan Lane and made a few turns in the streets and alleys. Finally, he stopped in a secluded alley and turned back to look at Ma Qiao. With a hoarse voice of a middle-aged man, he said, "I'm afraid you can't go back to your home. Take advantage of the fact that the city gate is not sealed, quickly leave the city, and take refuge." Ma Qiao stared at him and said, "Xiao Fan." A strange look appeared in the masked man's eyes. In a hurry, he only tore a piece of his robe to cover his face. His hair and skin were unadorned. He did look younger than the middle-aged man, but how could Ma Qiao be so sure that it was him? Ma Qiao said with certainty, "Xiao Fan, I know it's you." There was a slight hesitation in the masked man's eyes. Then he pulled off his mask and revealed his face. It was indeed Yang Fan. Yang Fan asked with a puzzled expression, "How did you recognize me?" Ma Qiao also had a strange look on his face. He said, "I didn't recognize you. I only know that it must be you. Who else would save me?" "Ha ha. Actually, that night at Yang Longzhong's residence, when Huang Qilin was killed, I saw it. I saw you shoot Hua Xiaoqian to death with one arrow. Then you jumped back and fell on the ground, pretending to be unconscious." Yang Fan was startled. His eyes showed a trace of warmth. He patted Ma Qiao's shoulder and said, "This is not the place to talk. I will accompany you out of the city first." The criminal was robbed at the execution ground, which was right under the feet of the emperor. It immediately caused a huge uproar in the capital. The supervisor of the execution, Su, was extremely angry. He ordered his men to report back to the yamen. He also ordered his men to inform the 9 cities to strengthen the checks on the people entering and leaving the city. He then led the rest of the officials and aggressively chased in the direction where Yang Fan disappeared. Yang Fan threw away his saber and mask. He and Ma Qiao passed through the streets and alleys. They only took small paths and hurried to the city gate. They saw a long queue of people coming in and out of the city gate. Many people were complaining. Ma Qiao's expression changed. He said, "Not good. We can't get out in time." At this time, they saw 7 or 8 officials running towards the city gate with sabers in their hands. One of them was the supervisor of the execution, Tu Pua. The supervisor of the execution, Tu Pua, angrily shouted, "Increase the security. The yamen has sent more people. We must catch the criminal. We must catch the criminal who robbed the execution ground. We can't stay here. Let's go." Yang Fan pulled Ma Qiao back into the alleys and fled in another direction. At this time, White Horse Temple's Shui Huai was leading a group of shameless monks. He was swaggering along the road. Suddenly, he saw many officials rushing back and forth with sabers and sticks in their hands. He couldn't help but wonder, what are these yamen dogs busy with? Chapter 97. Before Xue Huai could finish his sentence, he saw a middle-aged man wearing a round-collared, wide-sleeved robe and a scholar's scarf strolling on the street with a woman. Behind them were a manservant and a maid. Xue Huai's eyes lit up. He pointed at the middle-aged man and asked, "Look, is that Imperial Messenger Fan Bin?" A young monk looked around and said, "Master is right, it's that fan guy." Xue Huai said, "Ha, today I've caught him red-handed. This bastard often speaks ill of me in front of the Empress. A few days ago, I used my supreme dharma to convert an old Taoist into Buddhism, and now it's this bastard talking nonsense in front of the Empress again. Damn it, give him a good beating and help me vent my anger." "Yes, sir." The group of fake monks were all brave and ruthless scoundrels. After receiving Xue Huai's order, they rolled up their sleeves and rushed towards Imperial Messenger Fan, who was accompanying his wife as they strolled the streets. Imperial Messenger Fan was walking with his wife when a few fierce-looking monks suddenly pounced on him and started beating him. Imperial Messenger Fan was just a scholar. How could he be a match for these scoundrels who fought for a living? After struggling a few times, he was beaten even more fiercely and could only hold his head and scream. The Fan family's wife panicked and pulled at them, crying, "How can you stupid monks beat people for no reason? Do you know who my husband is? He's the current Imperial Messenger of the court." The monks were in high spirits as they beat her, laughing and scolding, "Get lost! Who do you think you are to scare with a mere Imperial Messenger? I'm beating Imperial Messenger Fan. Beat him to death." Xue Huai frowned and put his hands on his hips, standing in front of Imperial Messenger Fan, looking mighty and unconcerned about beating up a court official in public. He, Xue Huai, was born a scoundrel. Who was he afraid of? Let alone a mere Imperial Messenger. So what if he was the Prime Minister of the court? 2 months ago, when he was leading an expedition against the Western Turks, Prime Minister Li Xiaoda had been his subordinate. If the two of them had a disagreement, Feng Xiaobao would still have punched him. That Li Xiaoda was capable, had a resolute temperament, and was also the prime minister. He was an extremely powerful person, yet he still begged for mercy in fear. What's more, today's Imperial Messenger Fan Bin was more than a level lower than the current prime minister. As long as he wasn't beaten to death, it wouldn't matter even if he was beaten to the last breath. Xue Huai proudly shouted, "Hit, just hit. Mother of ***, how dare you complain about me?" As Yang Fan and Ma Qiao ran, they were noticed several times by the bailiffs and bailiffs passing by. They chased after them to question them, but luckily, the two of them were nimble and managed to shake them off by turning left and right. They had just arrived at the main street. A group of monks beating up a scholar in the middle of the street attracted many onlookers. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao hurriedly walked past and glanced into the crowd. They immediately recognized the monk. Yang Fan saw him, and an idea came to his mind. He blurted out, "Brother Qiao, we have a way to escape." In the Jishou Abbey, there was a master and a disciple. The disciple said with an aggrieved expression, "Master, you refused Squire Zhang's prayer ceremony." His master closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, muttering, "Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. You've also rejected shopkeeper Yu's offer to consecrate and restore the throne. Everything is formed, born from the heavens and the earth, independent and unchanging, unobstructed, able to be the mother of the world. Scholar Hong's family's civil and official ceremony, you still refused it. Man follows the earth follows the heaven follows Tao, Tao follows nature. Today, Su Fangjing of the Xiuwen workshop invited you to perform a ritual to expel evil and cleanse. You still refused. The rice jar in our abbey is only left with rice. What are we going to eat tomorrow? The Great Way is shapeless, born from heaven and earth. The Great Way is emotionless, running the sun and moon. The Great Way is nameless, growing and nourishing all things. The disciple was annoyed and stomped his feet. Second uncle, say something. The old Taoist opened his eyes and said, Disciple, the 2 sets of robes that we made last spring that are 80% new have been placed in front of the 3 pure ones. Go get them and exchange them for some rice and flour. The disciple was stunned. Second, Master, those robes are for us to wear when we go out to perform rituals. If we exchange them for rice and flour, what are we going to do in the future? The old Taoist sighed and said, Disciple, Taoist Ijua of Hongshou Abbey has already been captured by Xue Huai to become a monk. How can I go out to perform rituals at this time? What if I run into Xue Huai? What do you expect me to do? The disciple mumbled, If you believe in Buddha, then believe in Buddha. It's fine as long as you eat your fill. Nonsense. I've been a Taoist since I was young and have believed in Tao my whole life. How can I abandon Tao halfway and become a Buddhist? The old Taoist said sternly, Go, get the robes and exchange them for some food. That Xue Huai is just doing it on a whim. He definitely won't go out on the streets to capture Taoists to become monks every day. After some time, I'll accept some rituals. Oh, the little Taoist boy pouted and walked into the 3 pure ones hall. After a while, he shouted, Master, Master, where are the robes you mentioned? There's none. The old Taoist had just closed his eyes and sighed when he heard this. He said unhappily, You child, you have to hang it under your neck for you to see it. The old Taoist got up and walked out to the 3 pure ones hall. When he looked at the incense table, his expression changed and his lips trembled. The disciple said, Master, look, I didn't lie, did I? There's really nothing on the incense table. The old Taoist stomped his feet and said with tears in his eyes, These days, I really can't live. They even steal from monks. What kind of world is this? Master, there seems to be something behind this incense burner. It's 2 strings of coins. Really? The master rushed forward and saw that there were indeed 2 strings of Kaiyuan Tongbao behind the incense burner. The old Taoist put his palms together and bowed to the 3 pure ones Tao masters. He said happily, The Supreme Lord of Tai, there's always a way out. Imperial Messenger Fan was punched and kicked by Xue Huai's underlings until he fainted. Only then did Xue Huai let out a cold laugh and said proudly, If you want to make life difficult for me, then I will make life difficult for you. Humph. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Let's go. With that, he led a group of burly monks and swaggered away. Lady Fan threw herself on her husband's body and burst into tears. The young manservant and the young servant girl were young and ignorant, so they paced around anxiously. They didn't know that they should hurry home and call for their master to be taken to be treated. Xue Huai had just taken a few steps when 2 young Taoists walked towards him. They each wore a pair of on shoes and wore green Taoist robes that were 80% new. Their hair was tied up in a Taoist bun. They didn't look too old. As they walked, they begged for alms from passers-by. Xue Huai saw this and glared at them, shouting, Stop! The 2 young Taoists were suddenly stopped by a group of big monks. They couldn't help but feel a little timid. The younger Taoist boy asked timidly, Masters, may I know why you're stopping us? Xue Huai said, Which Taoist temple are you from? The little Taoist boy said, timidly, I'm Yun Fan. This is my senior brother, Yun Qiao. We are wandering Taoists. We travel the world to spread our teachings. Bah, isn't it just begging everywhere? You make it sound nice. Xue Huai said disdainfully, From now on, You don't need to be Taoists. You can become monks under me. Men shave their tongues and change into monk robes. No, 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 we don't want to be monks. We are devout followers of Tao. We want to be faithful to one person and keep our chastity, the two little Taoist priests screamed and were pinned to the ground by a few big monks. Master Shui, who was dedicated to converting people to kindness, took the razor and performed another magnificent feat of converting the heretics on the street. In a short while, the black hair on the ground was fluttering in the wind and two bald heads were shining. The two little Taoist priests had been shaved bald. Take off your Taoist robes and change into them. Quickly, change into these monk robes. Huh, you'll look even more handsome after you shave your head. Listen up, we are all disciples of the Master and belong to the Hong generation. Right now, Master has 16 personal disciples. From now on, you will be Hong's 17th. From now on, you will be Hong 18th. But Yun Xiao is my senior brother. Why am I ranked 17th? Of course, we have to rearrange the ranking after joining Buddhism. Your Taoist ranking doesn't count. All right, follow Master. Shui Huai was filled with satisfaction as he swaggered in front. A group of disciples followed behind him, swinging their arms. The two little Taoists who had just converted to Buddhism were wrapped in the middle of them, and their faces were filled with distress. Not long after Shui Huai and the others left, Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong rode a horse with a saber and a dozen officials. When he saw that it was Shui Huai who was walking towards him, he was shocked and quickly dismounted. He moved to the side of the road and led the horse to make way for Shui Huai. Shui Huai was in a good mood. Seeing that he was respectful to him, he asked with satisfaction, "You, which yamen are you from?" Tang Zong quickly said, "Master Shui, this humble official is Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong. I see that the streets are full of officials from your Luoyang prefecture running around. What happened?" Tang Zong said, "Master Shui, we were executing a criminal at the crossroads today. I didn't expect someone to break into the execution ground and rescue the murderer. This humble official is searching for them with my men." Huh, break into the execution ground. What a character. All right, go do what you need to do. Shui Huai waved his hand, and Tang Zong retreated to the side. The dozen or so officials stood still with their sabers and bowed to send Shui Huai off. Among the monks, two young monks who had just been tonsured looked at each other. A strange smile flashed across their faces, and they swaggered past Tang Zong. After sending Shui Huai off, Tang Zong continued on his way. When Imperial Censor Fan's wife saw the officials, she quickly stopped them and cried out her grievances. When Tang Zong heard that it was Shui Huai who had hit someone, he couldn't help but look troubled. Fan's wife wept and only cared about her husband's grievances. When she reached the part where Shui Huai stopped two young Taoists to help them shave, Tang Zong's eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself, "Two traveling Taoists." Chapter 98. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao entered the White Horse Temple and became two little monks. One was called Hong 17, and the other was called Hong 18. This place was really very safe, even if Luoyang City was turned upside down. With Shui Huai, the great bodhisattva, guarding this place, there was no need to worry about any evil spirits coming to cause trouble. Yang Fan became a monk for 3 days and found out why there were so many famous women since ancient times. As long as she was willing, there were many strong and handsome men who were willing to be her guests, but she just had to have an affair with a monk. For example, Emperor Liang Yuan's concubine Su, Emperor Qi Wu's empress, and even the current dynasty's princess Gao Yang. This monk did not have to produce and did nothing all day long. His essence, kidney, and water were really abundant. How could a secular man compare to him? Just like in the water margin, Pan Xiaoyun scolded Yang Xiong before she died. "One night with my martial brother is better than 10 years with you." Pan, Donkey, Deng, Xiao, and Xian. Only a monk had the most leisure time. 3 meals a day were naturally provided by a good vegetarian diet. There was no need to worry about worldly affairs, and there was no need to worry about one's career. Civil and military officials, scholars, merchants, and tycoons, they had to work hard for their future. Who knew how many things they had to worry about? The common people had to work hard every day, and were even more tired. How could they be compared to this monk? These monks did nothing all day long and focused on nourishing themselves. Not only were they strong, but they were also full of energy. In addition, they had no wives or daughters to support and had plenty of free time. One could imagine how energetic they were. If this monk did not abide by the rules and ate meat and wine, it would be like adding oil to the fire, and it would be out of control. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao were eating meat and drinking wine at this moment. They worked hard every day to earn a little money to feed their families. Once they entered the temple, there would naturally be big benefactors who would offer them gold and silver like water. The group of monks were so rich that they could fart their pants. It was no wonder that the monks under Shui Huai always stirred up trouble. They were simply too energetic and had nowhere to vent it. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao were currently in the backyard of the White Horse Temple, eating a leg of lamb and drinking wine in a courtyard that was specially opened to the monks of the temple. Yang Fan had shaved his head, but without hair, it made people more focused on his appearance and felt that he was even more handsome. His red lips and white teeth made him handsome. The old monk in the temple said that he had the elegance of Princess Gao Yang's lover, Monk Bianji. Hong Lu also said that he was indeed handsome. With such good looks, it would be a pity if he did not become a welcoming monk. With such good looks, it would be a pity if he became a welcoming monk. It would be a living signboard in the White Horse Temple. If he could, he would be standing in the Yen. You and Tian would be. He would be able to be Lian Jin Temple. Princess. When Yang Fan heard his rotten idea, he was shocked. When he was in Nanyang, he was harassed by women because of his handsome appearance. How could he be willing to suffer like this again? Besides, with his identity, how could he make it public in front of everyone? Yang Fan hurriedly used the excuse of being clumsy and not good with words as an excuse to evade. Eating meat and drinking wine with Yang Fan, and Ma Qiao was a skinny old monk with a face full of wrinkles. Every time he took a bite of meat, he would chant, "Supreme Primogenitor Tai." Every time he drank a mouthful of wine, he would chant, "Amitabha." In the ears of Yang Fan and Ma Qiao, it sounded like he was urging them to drink. This old monk was their 15th senior brother, the former head of the Great Head Monastery, Taoist Yizhua. Yang Fan said with a smile, "15th brother, you've eaten so much meat. Don't keep talking about the 3 pristine Taoist masters. The 3 immortals are very busy, so they didn't see you eating and drinking. But if you shout like this, they will see you." Taoist Yizhua was a little embarrassed. He blushed and said, "They force me to eat meat and drink wine every day. I can't refuse. Actually, both Buddhists and Taoists eat meat. I didn't really break the commandments." Ma Qiao was surprised. "Oh, monks and Taoists can eat meat?" Taoist Yizhua said, "Yes, Buddhists abstain from eating meat. This meat is not the meat of the common people. These are called fishy. The meat of Buddhists refers to dishes with a pungent smell, such as onions and garlic, as long as it is the meat of the 3 pure ones. That is, I didn't see it killed, I didn't kill it, and I didn't kill it on purpose, then it can be eaten. Monks rely on the alms of their believers. They eat whatever the believers give them. How can they be so picky? It wasn't until the time of Emperor Wu of the Liang dynasty that the emperor proposed not to eat meat. Once the emperor opened his mouth, everyone naturally agreed. From then on, monks became vegetarians. Our Taoists didn't have a clear record of this. I think it was in compliance with the emperor's decree that the rules were changed. Not far away, more than a dozen monks were playing kuju on the court. Yang Fan glanced at them and suddenly saw a monk lose control of the ball. The ball left his feet and flew towards him. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, Reverend, just eat calmly." "Why are you so nervous?" "Ha ha, I'm going to relieve myself." Yang Fan stood up from his seat and brushed his monk's robe. He put on a pair of wooden clogs and floated away in a carefree manner. He did indeed have some of the elegance of the romantic monk Bianji. 17th brother, kicked the ball over. A monk saw him walking over and didn't run over to pick up the ball. Instead, he called out to him, "Okay." Yang Fan replied and walked towards the ball. It was a kuju ball. At this time, the kuju ball wasn't inflated. Instead, it was 6 pieces of leather sewn into a ball. The middle was stuffed with soft and elastic things like hair, and some weight was added to prevent the ball from being too light and difficult to control. These monks didn't abide by the rules. They drank, ate, and fought. There was only one thing: they didn't dare to touch women. This was because Xue Huai was the male pet of the current empress. Everything he had came from the Empress Dowager. Although he was unscrupulous and could do anything, he didn't dare to touch women and make the Empress Dowager unhappy. He didn't dare to touch women, so he was extremely strict with his subordinates. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Wu Zetian if he didn't touch women. As a result, these overly energetic and extremely bored monks had nothing to do in the temple. They weren't real monks, so they didn't know how to chant scriptures and had no interest in it. Therefore, some of the popular things became their games. Kuju was a game they often played, every day. Yang Fan walked to the side of the ball. He didn't bend over to pick up the ball. Instead, he used the tip of his foot to flick the ball over his shoulder. With a leading star kick, he steadily stopped the ball. Yang Fan's hands held the sleeves of his monk robe and used his feet to control the ball. He displayed his skills. The ball flew up and down from the toes, the instep, the edge of the foot, the knee, the ankle. The ball spun in front of his feet like a meteor. It was dazzling to watch, but it never fell to the ground. Yang Fan seemed to be only playing the ball, but he was watching Xue Huai's movements from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that Xue Huai had already noticed his actions, he suddenly jumped in an extremely free and easy manner. With a pa sound, the ball flew back to the field. The monks immediately shouted, "Cheers!" Xue Huai, who was lying lazily on the couch and watching his disciples play football, suddenly sat up with his eyes shining. He began to pay attention when he saw Yang Fan's action of tiptoeing the ball. When he saw Yang Fan's clean kick, Xue Huai seemed to have found a shining gold mountain. When he sat up, he saw that Yang Fan was not wearing leather boots or straw sandals. Instead, he was wearing a pair of wooden clogs with 2 thin straps hanging on his toes. He was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. It was already extremely difficult to play such a good ball, but he was actually wearing a pair of wooden clogs with high teeth. The difficulty could be imagined. This kid actually had such good skills. This Lord Sung has picked up a treasure. Xue Huai was overjoyed. Xue Huai was an out-and-out super football fan. Old Xue was very bad at football, but that didn't stop him from loving football. Old Xue liked to play football very much, so after he became the host of the White Horse Temple, he specially asked someone to build a stadium. When he had nothing to do, he would sit at the side and watch a group of ruffian monks play football. Sometimes he would even compete with the teams of other noble families. However, These ruffian monks were unorthodox and couldn't compete in public. In order to win the competition, they would do anything. In the end, they turned a game of football into a game of football. Those nobles didn't dare to argue with Xue Huai and could only swallow their anger. However, since then, gradually no one was willing to compete with him. Old Xue, this super football fan, could only entertain himself. Now that the end of the year was approaching, the royal family would hold competitions of sports such as football, sumo, polo, and so on during the Lantern Festival every year to celebrate the festival. Xue Huai had always wanted to participate, but he knew that his disciples didn't live up to his expectations. Usually, he could be unreasonable when he competed with others, but in the royal celebration, which team didn't have a background? Moreover, the Empress was watching, so it wasn't good to be too shameless. Therefore, this idea was just a thought. He didn't really expect himself to stand out in the royal competition. However, now that he found a super football player among his disciples, Xue Huai was overjoyed. Come, come, come. Call him over. He's my personal disciple, right? What's his name again? Xue Huai excitedly pointed at Yang Fan and shouted. At this time, Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong led a large number of public officers into the White Horse Temple in a grandiose manner. Tang Zong was suspicious of the two so-called Taoist Yunyu. However, this matter involved Xue Huai, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, he first sent people to disguise themselves as pilgrims to inquire about the two people's information. Although the White Horse Temple was filled with pilgrims, it wasn't easy to see the monks in the backyard. His subordinates spent a lot of effort to get a glimpse of Ma Qiao. Ma Qiao's appearance had already been drawn and posted on the streets. Although he had shaved his head, how could the public officer not recognize him? He immediately reported it to Tang Zong. The robbery of the execution ground had caused a huge commotion in Luojing. The situation was quite serious. As the main officer in charge of criminal cases, Tang Zong was under a lot of pressure. He felt that Xue Huai was also deceived and wouldn't cover up for such a murderer. When they arrived, as long as they explained the situation, no matter how domineering Xue Huai was, he wouldn't have a reason to cover up for these two people. Therefore, once his subordinates sent back the exact news, Tang Zong didn't dare to delay and rushed over. Chapter 99. The novice monk beside Xue Huai. Zhixing rushed to summon Yang Fan. Xue Huai touched his bald head and waited in place with a smile on his face. Zhixing rushed to block Yang Fan and brought him in front of Xue Huai. Xue Huai looked at Yang Fan up and down. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He couldn't help but laugh. Good skills. This is the first time I've seen such godly skills. Which disciple of mine are you? Yang Fan bowed and said, Disciple 17. Good. Xue Huai circled around Yang Fan twice. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. It wasn't just because he had a superstar under him. He had a chance to show his face in the royal family's game. It was also because he really liked Kuju from the bottom of his heart. He naturally admired Kuju masters. Therefore, the more he looked at Yang Fan, the more he liked him. This disciple's kicking and bowing technique is not worthy of the Grand Hall. Abbot Master, you flatter me. *T. What do you mean by unrefined? Those babbling poems and phrases had to be practiced painstakingly. Mastering them would just be a reward to others. How is this Kuju different from them? If it's useful, it's not used for food or clothing. It's useless for the country or the people. It's just something to relieve boredom when you're bored. Disciple, don't be dissatisfied. Xue Huai turned his head and looked at the novice monk. The novice monk quickly bowed and said, Humble. Xue Huai said in a rough voice, Yes, don't be dissatisfied. I want to put you in an important position. Zhixing, go and take off our White Horse Temple's first seat's Kasaya. Let 17 change into it. From today onwards, you will be our White Horse Temple's first seat. Zhixing said in shock, Abbot, if 17 Shixiang becomes our White Horse Temple's first seat, what about Master Sanshan? Xue Huai waved his hand and said, demote him to the West Hall. All the monks will be demoted by one position. Zhixing agreed and left in a hurry. Under the abbot, there were 4 main class leaders. They were the first seat, the West Hall, the Back Hall, and the Hall Master. It was a pity that the esteemed abbot of the White Horse Monastery, Master Senshan, who was well versed in the Buddhist Dharma, spent the new year with Wang Xiao, deteriorating with each passing year. First, because of Wu Zetian's decree, he was demoted from abbot to first seat. Now, because of Xue Huai's words, he was demoted from first seat to West Hall. When Yang Fan heard this, he did not reveal a joyful expression. Instead, he bowed deeply and said, Abbot Master appreciates me so much. This disciple is extremely grateful. It's just that this disciple doesn't understand Buddhism and really doesn't dare to take on such a heavy responsibility. Xue Huai laughed. My ass. If there's anything, just let Sanshan do it. You're only responsible for one thing, and that's playing ball. You play well on behalf of your Shifu, and teach your Shixiang and shimmy well. In the future, when there is a Kuju competition in the palace, I will be able to show off my power. Ha ha ha. Xue Huai put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud. A hint of a smile flashed across the corner of Yang Fan's mouth, which immediately turned into a sorrowful expression. Suddenly, he prostrated on the ground and sobbed. This disciple is truly overwhelmed by Shifu's love for me. But Shifu is so fond of me. This disciple really doesn't dare to lie to Shifu. This disciple has other secrets that I can't reveal in public. This seat of first seat, I really don't deserve it. Xue Huai glared at him and said loudly, You're a man, so what are you crying for? Speak. Whatever difficulties you have, Shifu will help you. Come, let's talk in my meditation room. In the meditation room, Xue Huai sat on the meditation bed with a jar of wine in his left hand and a large bowl in his right. By the time Yang Fan and Ma Qiao had finished telling him what had happened, he had already drunk more than half of the wine in the jar. Abbot, this is how it is. After all, this matter is against the country's law. This disciple is guilty and timid, so I didn't dare to say it at first. However, Abbot has confided in this disciple. Even if this disciple dies, how can this disciple hide anything? Now that this disciple has said it, Abbot, think about it. This disciple has committed such a crime. How can I dare to take the seat of first seat and follow Abbot around? Now, Sai, we'd better turn ourselves in. Yang Fan's face was full of sincerity, and there were still faint tears in his eyes. The tears were weak and sad. Ma Qiao, who was called over by Yang Fan, was careless and did not understand what Yang Fan meant at first. He stood there with a confused face, but after being secretly stepped on by Yang Fan, he immediately changed into a helpless expression. Ugh, Xue Huai burped and said with hazy eyes, I thought it was a big matter, but it's just a small matter. Yes, Abbot. Then it's fine. Xue Huai waved his hand and said with a lisp, Just do as I say. I want to see who has the guts to cause trouble for you. Just as Xue Huai said this, the reception monk rushed in and said in a panic, Abbot, Abbot, bad news. A large number of officials from the Luoyang prefecture have surrounded our White Horse Temple. They say they want to catch some fugitive. What? Xue Huai was furious when he heard this. He smashed the wine jar on the ground and smashed it spilling wine all over the ground. Shwe, Hawaii bared his chest and jumped up barefooted. He scolded, "How dare they? I'll go take a look." Shwe, Hawaii rolled up his sleeves angrily and took off his shoes. He patted his chest and said to Yong Fan, "I'm a monk. I don't know how to chant scriptures or learn Buddhism. I can't teach you anything, but I can protect you. If you cause trouble outside, I'll take care of it for you. Chant whatever scriptures, worship whatever Buddha. I'll be your Buddha. Don't worry." Yang Fan gave Ma Chao a look and bowed together. "Thank you, Abbot." Shwe, Hawaii laughed out loud. He flicked his sleeves and walked out in large strides. Tang Zong first surrounded the White Horse Temple's backyard with his men and stopped the two fugitives from escaping. He then asked the reception monk to report to Shwe Hawaii. He wanted to go in and explain the situation to Shwe Hawaii before leaving with the fugitives. He was waiting at the door of the monastery in the backyard when he suddenly saw a burly monk with a bare chest rushing out as if he was flying, followed by the reception monk and a group of disciples. He took a closer look and saw that it was Shwe Hawaii. He quickly tidied up his clothes, and just as he bowed, Shwe Hawaii grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Shwe Hawaii glared at him and shouted, "You have the guts to surround my White Horse Temple." Tang Zong hurriedly said, "Master Shwe, please calm down. Master Shwe, please listen to my explanation. This matter, Ba." Shwe Hawaii spat all over Tang Zong's face and roared furiously, "Take your men and get the hell out of my sight. You're not fit to talk to me. Call Luoyang Prefecture's Inlu She to see me." After Shwe Hawaii finished speaking, he pushed Tang Zong fiercely and shouted, "Men, beat them out." A group of disciples under Shwe Hawaii carried whistles and rushed forward. The patrolmen had knives on their waists, so they didn't dare to fight with these monks. Shwe Hawaii was looking at them angrily. Tang Zong couldn't dodge in time and was hit twice. He was furious, but unless he didn't want to live anymore, he wouldn't dare to pull out his saber and resist. He could only suppress his anger and retreat. After a few steps, his face was ashen. He didn't expect Shwe Hawaii to be so domineering. "Beat them up. Beat them all out." Shwe Hawaii stood on the steps and laughed as he scolded, "You've really got guts. Whoever dares to treat my White Horse Temple as his back garden, I will bury him in this back garden." Bah! A bunch of government dogs. Tang Zong fled back to the yamen in embarrassment. Before he had time to complain to Luoyang Prefecture's In Luja, the name card of the abbot of White Horse Temple, general of the Left Guard, and Duke of Liang, Shwe Hawaii was sent to Luoyang Prefecture. Luoyang Prefecture's In Luja immediately dropped all the work on his desk and rushed to White Horse Temple to pay a visit to Shwe Hawaii. In less than half an hour, Luoyang Prefecture's In Lu, who was scolded by Shwe Hawaii, left the White Horse Temple in a hurry. After returning to the yamen, he immediately called Tang Zong and ordered him to immediately remove the pictures posted in the 9 cities, recover the arrest warrants issued to the counties, give up the investigation of Ma Chao and the mysterious person in the secret tribulation execution ground, and remove all the records. Tang Zong said in shock, "Prefectural magistrate, you are just going to let such a terrible case go like this?" Luja said with a dark expression, "This is my order. Just do as I say. Why ask so many questions?" Tang Zong said urgently, "Darren, robbing the execution ground is something that happens once in 100 years, and we actually encountered it. There are too many people in court who have heard of this. If we stop here, then we—" Luja smiled coldly and said, "So what? Who will care about this matter? Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Justice, who can't even take care of himself, or the cunning assistant minister Zhou? Humph, just do as I say. If there is any delay, this official will hold you responsible." Tang Zong suppressed the anger in his heart, angrily responded, and turned to leave. Lu Zhi called him back and said harshly, "Young prefectural magistrate Tang, this case must be dismissed, and it must be completely dismissed. If you are dissatisfied and do something in secret, this official cannot care, but that person from White Horse Temple is someone who does not forgive when he is in the right, and will stir up trouble when he is unreasonable. You better think twice before you act." Tang Zong had lost face in this case and was dissatisfied. He had originally wanted to use his authority to pretend to obey, but secretly investigate. Hearing Lu Zhi's orders, his heart trembled with fear. He agreed again, and the dissatisfaction in his chest had lessened slightly. Tang Zong left. Following prefectural magistrate Lu's orders, he sent people to take down the wanted posters that had been put up all over the city and erase the records in the prefectural government's archives. He also ordered people to immediately retrieve the wanted posters that had been sent to the various counties. Then he sent a few litigators to Wu Guangda's home and Bao Yimin's paternal home. Wu Guangda had almost lost his life and had only escaped because Ma Qiao had turned himself in. He couldn't hate Ma Qiao anymore. He also knew that the cause of the matter was that his wife was a snake and scorpion. Not only did she have an affair, she also wanted to kill him. It was her lover who spoke up for him. Other than a false alarm, he had just gotten rid of a snake and scorpion woman for him. He wouldn't pursue the matter. The Bao family's reputation was ruined because of Ma Qiao turning himself in, and the truth was revealed. They were ashamed, and when the litigators and slippery old officials explained the matter, they didn't have any thoughts of pursuing the matter. No one brought up this shocking case again, as though it had never happened. Chapter 100. The pagoda forest in the backyard of White Horse Temple was quiet. Ma Qiao excitedly said to Yang Fan, "Xiao Fan, you are really amazing. You actually thought of using Monk Shui's power to help me get out of trouble. Hey, the Luoyang government actually closed the case. Now we are safe. Could it be that you already had this idea when you stole the Taoist robe to sneak into White Horse Temple?" Yang Fan laughed. "How is that possible? I am not a living god. How can I think so far ahead? Most of the time, I took the first step and suddenly saw the light. Only then did I realize that I could take one more step. At that time, I just wanted to get out of trouble. I remembered that Monk Shui likes to enlighten Taoist priests." Yang Fan leaned against the base of the stupa and sat down. He said, "After arriving at the temple, I found out that the abbot is especially fond of kuju. I also heard that the palace holds a football match every year. Thinking that our abbot has always been competitive, I thought that maybe I can show off my kuju skills and get his attention." Ma Qiao also sat down next to him, listening to him. Yang Fan said, "This abbot is someone that even the current Empress of Heaven's Wu family's nephews have to be respectful to. They don't dare to offend him. Your case is considered earth-shattering among the common people. But in the imperial court, which big shot would pay attention to it? With this great monk's help, we can definitely get out of danger." Sure enough, Yang Fan said this and smiled slightly. Ever since he arrived at White Horse Temple, what he thought of was not only to use Shui Huai's power to exonerate Ma Qiao, but also to find out the whereabouts of his enemy. At first, his first target was Miao Shenke, but after asking around, he found out that Miao Shenke had mysteriously disappeared. Only the Shangguan Wan in the palace knew his whereabouts. So he settled for the next best thing and started with Qiu Xinji. After failing to assassinate Qiu Xinji, he thought that he would have to lie low for a period of time before looking for another opportunity. Who knew that there would be light at the end of the tunnel? There would be another opportunity to find the whereabouts of Miao Shenke. Perhaps if he urged Shui Huai to bring him into the palace for the competition, he would have a chance to see the Shangguan Waner. although it would be difficult to come into contact with the empress favorite in the palace. At least there was a glimmer of hope. Of course, he couldn't tell Ma Qiao about this plan. Ma Qiao was touched and said, "Xiao Fan, if you hadn't rushed into the execution ground to save me, I would have been executed. Now, thanks to you, I could only be a fugitive hiding in the shadows for the rest of my life. This great kindness—" Yang Fan interrupted him and said, "If I don't treat you as a brother, I won't do this for you. Since I treat you as my brother, why do I have to say such unorthodox words? That day at the residence of Yang Longzhong, weren't you the same? You clearly saw my actions, but still tried your best to cover it up for me?" Ma Qiao said, "The difficulty of these two matters can't be compared. Speaking of this matter, I feel even more uneasy. You are hiding in the Xiaowen workshop because you have a blood feud. If your identity is exposed because of saving me, it will delay your important matter." Yang Fan said solemnly, "Brother Qiao, don't say such things again. Of course I won't forget the feud. However, even if I know it will be exposed, I will still save you. Even if I can't take revenge for the rest of my life, I will still save you. If I were to give up my friends and family just to avenge the dead, how stupid would that be? If I can only choose between avenging the dead and finding a way to survive for the living, then I will not hesitate to give up revenge and protect my friends and family." He raised his head and looked towards the distant south, lamenting, "Revenge is my responsibility, but I shouldn't turn myself into a cold-blooded tool because of hatred. This is what my Grand Shifu said. He was an amazing hero. When I was young, my biggest regret was that he didn't personally teach me martial arts. At that time, I was practicing by the seaside, and he was fishing by the seaside. The things he told me the most were the principles of being a person. But at that time, the reason why I was willing to talk so much with him and listen to him was because I wanted to make him happy. Maybe he would be willing to personally teach me martial arts. Unfortunately, he only chatted with me and said things that I didn't really like to listen to. When I gradually grew up, I realized that the things he taught me were far more useful than just a few punches and kicks. It was him who prevented me from becoming a cynical person who doesn't recognize family or friends, someone who will stop at nothing for revenge." Ma Qiao couldn't help following his gaze to the south, and said respectfully, "That old man lives in the southern sea?" Yang Fan nodded, then shook his head and said, "In the past, he lived in the southern sea, but now." Yang Fan raised his head and looked at the floating clouds in the southern sky. He said softly, "He lives in the sky." Early the next morning, Yang Fan and Ma Qiao returned to the Xiaowen workshop. This time, their return was different. There were 8 monks accompanying Yang Fan, each of them tall and sturdy, holding a staff. Shui Huai wasn't worried that someone would dare to cause trouble for Yang Fan. He was purely here to support the star player in his heart. As the saying goes, returning home with glory. Shui Huai was originally a medicine seller in the marketplace. Although he had climbed up to Wu Zetian, made friends with many influential people, and seen some of the world, his roots hadn't changed. Yang Fan had now become the headmaster of White Horse Temple. Yang Fan wore 5 undergarments, 7 undergarments, and an overcoat which was a Buddhist robe on top of the 7 undergarments. Monks' overgarments were divided into 3 grades, and each grade was divided into 3 types. Yang Fan was the headmaster of White Horse Temple, so he wore a high-grade Buddhist robe with 25 undergarments and 127 stripes. On the outside, he wore a scarlet kasaya made of peacock feathers and silk with golden hooks and jade rings. He looked dignified and awe-inspiring. Ma Qiao accompanied him by his side, but he only wore an ordinary ash-blue Buddhist robe. Ma Qiao was worried that his mother would get sick from worrying about him, so he was eager to return home. Yang Fan knew his mood, so he hurried and walked very fast. As Yang Fan and Ma Qiao walked forward, an ox cart slowly approached them. The street was very wide, and the ox cart was tightly covered, so the two didn't pay attention to the ox cart. Since the Wei and Jin dynasties, this ox cart was the favorite carriage of the aristocratic families. Unless they were going on a long journey or in a hurry, they would always take the ox cart. This was because the ox cart was slow and stable, and the carriage was spacious and tall, so people could sit or sleep at will. It was more suitable for the children of aristocratic families who lived like princes and wandered around. This custom was still popular among aristocratic families, and it would only gradually disappear when the Sui, Tang, and Five dynasties ended and the Song dynasty rose. The ox cart coming toward them was an oil cart. It was rectangular, and there was a shed on the top. The door opened at the back, and the curtain hung down. The front and sides of the shed had lattice windows, an arched roof, and a long eave at the front and back. The carriage was draped with curtains. It was embroidered with plum blossom patterns, and the four sides were decorated with silk tassels. It was extremely gorgeous. The driver walked leisurely and leisurely. A young master dressed in white in his 30s was sitting upright in the carriage, pretending to sleep. Beside him was the pretty maidservant Tin Ano dressed in green. She lifted the curtain and looked at the scene on the street. She knew that they had arrived at the Showen workshop. As she looked at the scenery on the street, she couldn't help but think of Yang Fan. She wondered how that fellow was doing now. In order to help his friend out of trouble, he had squandered all the gold, jewels, and jade she had given him. Presumably, he still hadn't found a wife to his liking, right? She thought of the days she spent with Yang Fan. She thought of this handsome young man who was a little evil but had the heart of a thief, but didn't have the guts. In fact, he didn't commit any evil deeds, and he was especially enthusiastic and loyal to his family and friends. Tin Ano couldn't help but smile gently, but this smile immediately froze at the corner of her mouth because she saw a monk dressed in red walking towards her. This monk was wearing a big red kasaya embroidered with 8 auspicious lotus flowers. The kasaya was covered with dharma conches, dharma wheels, precious umbrellas, white lids, lotus flowers, vases, goldfish, and long plates. The kasaya was decorated with rui hooks and a jade bracelet. The monk held a string of sandalwood prayer beads in his hand. He was accompanied by a gray-robed disciple, and behind him 8 monks followed closely. With such extravagance, he should have been an old and virtuous eminent monk. But when she looked at his appearance, with his shiny bald head, elegant eyebrows, straight nose bridge, and clear lips, he was as delicate as a girl. It was enough to shock her. Looking carefully, this monk turned out to be the somewhat ruffian, very loyal, seemingly scoundrelly, but innocent shopkeeper, Yang Fan, whom she had just thought of. Ah! Tin Ano's delicate body shook, and she couldn't help but exclaim. The man in white who closed his eyes and pretended to sleep opened his eyes and glanced at her. Tin Ano quickly put down the curtain, and the man in white said, Nu, your temperament recently is not as calm as before. Yes, Tin Ano answered, but she wanted to say something but stopped. The man in white's eyes flashed slightly, and he asked, What's wrong? Tin Ano slightly bowed her head and said, I saw him again. Him. The man in white was a little confused, but Tin Ano's life was very simple, and the number of outsiders she knew was really limited. The man only thought for a moment, and then he suddenly said, The person who saved you? Why are you making a fuss when you see him? Tin Ano slightly revealed a wry smile and said, He is now dressed as a monk. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised even if he was a little monk, but I haven't seen him for a few days. And not only did he become a monk, but also his position in the temple is really not low. Other monks, may not be able to reach his position even if they study for a lifetime. It's not that I want to make a fuss, but he really can't help but feel strange. The man in white, who had always been as steady as Mount Tai, couldn't help but be curious. It was really harder to be promoted as a monk than to be promoted in the officialdom. A boy who was still a shopkeeper 2 days ago suddenly became a monk, and he could even make Anu be moved, so his position must be really not low. The man in white also couldn't help but lift the curtain to look outside, and then he was a little stunned. "Master, find out what's going on with him." Yes, Tin Ano was very surprised that a man who had always been focused and arrogant would be interested in Yang Fan. However, Tin Ano was sincerely happy to have a chance to get close to him or to know some news about him. So she naturally ignored this strange feeling.